didn't regard themselves as the beginning of their story. They regarded themselves as quite a late point in their story. And they look back to the time of the gods, which they called Zeptepi, the first time, when there was a golden age. And they speak, and there are texts, the Edfu building texts, which speak of the gods living on an island, a gigantic flood coming. Most of the gods are killed, odd thing to happen to gods. And then they come and settle in Egypt. The survivors come and settle in Egypt. And
so Egypt is the product of an even far earlier civilization, but the history of Egypt goes back way, way further than people think it does.
That's my view.
You have been at the front of the line for decades, talking about these lost civilizations, and from reading your work, I mean, I think I first read your work in the 90s. You exposed me to a lot of these, what were at the time controversial ideas that have now been substantiated by actual evidence, particularly Göbekli Tepe, and I mean the all the water erosion stuff on the Sphinx, and I've since had Dr. Robert Schock on the podcast to talk about that as well. But all this stuff was at one point very controversial, and now far less.
Yes. There have been a great number of changes in the last 20 years, which have worked generally in favor of the arguments that I've proposed. As you know, I had my own long-term relationship with cannabis. I smoked cannabis for 24 years. I overindulged. I undoubtedly abused my relationship with cannabis. I don't blame the cannabis for that. It was me. I was
You got crazy.
I was crazy.
You got a little crazy.
I mean, it's very crazy to smoke it from 9 in the morning until 2 o'clock the next morning, 7 days a week, or rather vaporize it as I did. And I reached a point, thanks to a series of ayahuasca journeys in October 2011, where I made the decision that I wouldn't smoke cannabis. Now, 2 years have come since then, but I want to live in a society where I and fellow adults are free to choose either to use cannabis or not to use it. Because
Do you want to spark up a joint right now?
Well, of course I want
to. Do you
want
to dive in right now?
Of course, Joe, you're like the serpent in the Garden of Eden. Sure.
You want? Yes.
That's such a nice feeling. That's.
He's back.
Are we seeing that on the screen?
Yeah.
That is.
You're going in for another baby hit. Look at you.
Jesus Christ, Joe.
Just a little more. Just a tiny. You're good. That's it. Stop right there. I don't want you to get confused on the way back.
We will see. So here it is, Lebanon.
Joey's one of those guys. Like the first Easter we invited him to. Him and my dad got along really far. He gave my dad marijuana. And fucking,
I was there.
Yeah. I sipped him edible marijuana. And
did he dose him, or did he tell him what he was doing?
Just offered him some popcorn. Yeah. And then Joey just starts laughing. Mr. K's going deep, motherfuckers.
Jesus.
And so I go over. I go, Joey, did you just give him marijuana? He goes, he took it. No, I didn't give it to him. He took it. The doors kick open, and Tracy Morgan is launched out of the club by the back of his neck and the seat of his pants, just up onto the street.
They put his shirt on him?
No, up on the street, shirtless, laying at my feet on the sidewalk. Doors close. Second later, doors kick back open, and Tracy's shirt comes out end over end and lands on his head, and it's silent. And we're looking at Tracy like, fuck, this is crazy. All of a sudden, he looks up, stands up, takes his shirt, snaps it, and he goes, now that's how you get out of paying a check.
That's a fucking fantastic story, dude. That was one of the funniest stories ever.
Next time I'll tell you about when I was in the Russian mob and we robbed a train.
Really?
It's a true story, but I'm not going to tell it now. All the phrases I had in my head that I was trying to say all disappear, and all I say to Igor in Russian is, I am the machine. No, hip-hop dancing, if you're going to get good, you're going to be dancing every single day.
Ugh.
Okay, I won't tell you. I don't like doing it, but that
reaction was a good response. Because that's how we felt about everything, Joe.
Somebody showed me a tweet I made recently, like a year ago. I'm like, how did we get from Bert can't run a marathon to all gonna go straight edge for a month?
Bert, can I please see it? Wait, oh my god! Oh my god! So you're doing the Prince now?
How many tweets did you get calling you a Welsh?
A lot of them. I know Welsh.
It's a Mickey Mantle gene.
Yeah, that's not a Mickey Mantle gene.
I'm joking.
That's Lou Gehrig's disease.
You are the champion of Sober October.
Thank you, Ari.
This year's Sober October physical challenge.
It's gonna be good.
Hip hop dance.
Get the fuck out of here.
Hip hop dance. Joe, hear me out. Let's start with Ari slipping me Molly.
Let's start there.
You slipped a Molly?
Yeah.
Dude, what are you doing? What are you doing?
How much?
It's enough. Yeah, it was great.
No, it wasn't.
It was great.
It was not.
You're making me go on this fucking stupid shit.
Yeah, Joe, what kind of sociopath are we friends with? He did it to punish me.
You don't think it's fucking crazy that you would do that?
A bit.
Joey said something to me that he goes, you would have already had your stroke. It would have already happened.
Fuck, man.
Like Joey's a doctor?
No, but in those moments,
Maybe that's your new thing. Instead of like taking your shirt off, people just spike your drink.
Oh my God.
He just started going.
why would you say that?
Oh my God, no.
I decided to forgive Ari so that the people I hate know how much I really hate them.
Ooh, I like that.
I thought, like, I was like, oh, we're gonna do this podcast. And I was like, I thought we might talk about this. I kind of wrote down some feelings. Okay, read it or Brent.
My dearest Brent.
Fucking cunt.
Just tell him how you feel.
Friendship is more important to me than anything. Even more important than Tom is deep fried pizza. Yeah. More important than Joe is, killing animals. Friendship is more important to me than Eliza's. Okay. Living without you would be worse than Tony Hinchcliffe living without the mural above his bed of him blowing Joe Rogan as Jeff Ross fucks him in the ass.
I don't think he has that.
He does have that. I've seen in his apartment. I didn't know all the fallback was going to happen. I didn't know your friends, your kids were going to come home and say,
That got raped.
that you got raped by Ari. Which I don't know why they. Here's what I don't know. Why they wouldn't think you have better stamina and strength than me. Why they wouldn't think that you would rape me.
That's a good point. Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Kids are intuitive. Maybe they saw something in you that I don't see. A fanciness or something, but I don't know.
I was like, he wanted to kill Sober October, but now he's got to do it for the rest of his fucking life.
Yeah, you kind of
Fucking
have to
weird.
now. You drugged him in front of his
You
kids.
drugged me in front of my children.
First of all, what drugs? It's MDMA. You're asking like a roofie.
Fucked up his brain for like weeks.
Yeah,
you understand that?
I'm still doing the deal with OCD shit.
I will.
Dude, you know what would be
You
fucking
literally
funny?
spiraled him.
And I think you could do this.
What?
You could chloroform him.
Shut the fuck up and listen.
Okay.
I think that Mickey Mantle gene.
Thank you.
He didn't say anything
Hold
yet.
on. I want to say this to the Sandy Koufax gene. I want to say
Yeah.
that the Mickey Mantle gene.
There you go.
Have you seen King Ash Ripper's work?
Excuse me?
He makes videos.
Oh, no.
Of himself.
Oh, this is him?
Yeah.
King Ass Rubber. Oh, please give me some volume.
Can you imagine dating that guy?
No, he doesn't have a
That guy
girlfriend.
doesn't have a girlfriend.
No, there's
that guy
no
gets
misses.
hookers.
What
makes you think
He
that?
scrapes up his YouTube like ad video money, and then he gets a hooker, and
There's
she's
no
every now
woman.
and then he farts on her. You like that? She's like, no, I hate it. He's like, you fucking loser, and then he leaves. My videos have 200,000 hits. People love
You're with
listening
the
to me
king
ripping
right
farts. What? No, you don't. I don't have the internet. Shut up.
Jesus Christ.
Those are the most confusing porn videos.
I've never seen that.
Where guys are like laying there and girls are like, you like that fart, you dirty bitch? And they fart in their face. Yeah, mommy, give me that fart, mommy. And they fart in their face. Oh, it's so fucking, it's so confusing. It makes me shut my laptop and walk around the block.
That's fucking great.
I've seen a bunch of those. You never seen one of those?
But I met this
1, 3,
prostitute
6,
in
and
Lake
9.
Tahoe. She had come to my show and she was
we
like,
party
in
at
Nevada, it's all legal.
So why
And
do
so
you say
I
you
go,
need,
what's
like,
the
35
weirdest
subs
client that you ever had?
to get the next one?
And she goes, well, I don't know if you're ready for this, but room service shows up. The guy's got a tray. He's got 4 plates of hamburger meat, uncooked, just hamburger meat. Tips the guy, he leaves, and he says, what I want you to do is take this meat, I'm going to get naked, and you're going to take handfuls of it and shove it up my ass.
How many emotes
I
do you
didn't think it was
get?
going there.
5 pounds of hamburger meat. And he just stood there and she kept stuffing it up, stuffing it up. At the Faneuil Hall Comedy Connection, a black woman called the club. And she said, who on the show tonight? She was
I'd have to
from
look again for you.
she was from the 1800s. And they said, well, it's Anthony Clark, Jackie Flynn, and Greg Fitzsimmons. And the lady goes,
That's not
is
bad.
Grapefruit Simmons the headliner?
My stepmom has a geese on her front porch that if it starts to
your
rain,
peanut?
Halloween, she dresses up in a little costume. It's like this just
you're
big
good, dude.
ceramic.
I'm
piece.
live right on.
And then
You can go ahead and post your link
I
in
always
the.
make fun of it, and then somebody came and broke it recently, and she was so sad about it. So now she has all these stupid geese outfits, and she can't find another one of them. So stupid.
Are you kidding me?
No, I'm not.
Ceramic geese. What happened today? It was the worst day of my life. Someone cracked my ceramic bird. I had that one that I leave. It makes me so happy. I come home. I see my ceramic duck.
I got him at the Toronto World Fair in
He's-
'62.
It's actually, and they don't make them or that much anymore.
He's beautiful. He defined my yard.
I swear he used to look at me.
He was my friend. I know that sounds retarded. I don't care.
Fuck.
Delicious over here with these meatballs.
They got meatballs inside. They got monogot. They got
They do the thing with the peppers. They got the good peppers they put on the top there.
Sausage.
Like my mother. Mwah, God
Oh.
bless her soul.
God bless her. She died of a heart attack at 51. She weighed 300 pounds. I know when I walk, the fat on my feet spills over the outside of my sneakers. I like how that looks.
I like a little waterfall at the end of my heel. When I step down, just pulls over, just rolls over. It's nice.
I like to waddle because my gun's sticking out. My legs can't stay
I
straight.
like the way the back of my head looks, the hot dog roll look. I like fat sausages that are growing out of the base of my skull. It looks like it makes you hungry for the fucking
For the
nice,
sausage.
a nice sausage.
Yeah,
a nice
and I
fucking
like,
Italian
I like,
sausage.
look at my face.
to spawn a bunch of raiders. We'll shoot them twice in the chest for you. The AK with 260 runners. Son of a...
These guys are fucking terrified. Why do I always run into teams like this?
Пожрать бы, конечно, вообще не помешало бы это.
Bro, I shot this dude through the crack of a door, right? The one hiding to the right. He fucking stuns the shit out of me. I'm pitch black, can't see a fucking thing. But right when I have vision, this dude fucking runs across my door.
Опачки.
Getting sick and tired of all this running around. What the fuck am I doing here?
Come stand where I'm at. Yeah, right there. Get a better angle. If they open the doors,
Make sure we do a clean sweep.
Ха, ну чё, нормально?
You need to be worried about Bear.
fucking go, chat. Look at my stream. Look at my stream. Look at all these people. Look at all these fucking people. Let's go, baby.
Вижу их! Вон он, блядь!
Let's go!
Sorry, bro. He's not that good.
Good enough. I'll put your ass down.
I'll grab it all.
That shit is funny as fuck. You kidding me?
No, I heard it too right before it happened. I was like, I heard you out there running around shooting. I was like, Hawk's gonna blast this guy when he comes in there.
Bro, Elmo, I have been trying to get out of green the whole fucking match. You see all these dead bodies out here, dog? There's like 7 dead players out here.
Now what do we do? He killed other basically.
We can go to the other side.
He
hit it
killed
too.
one and then I fought.
Were you the last one, Elmo?
Oh, why did I do that?
Send it, bro. Good luck getting in raid. So there's only one raider? There's 2?
That was the last guy you killed. I whiffed. Yeah, I whiffed my first 2 as well, bro. But I'm so glad you like ran, cause I only had like 13 rounds left, and I knew
Don't
you
shoot
had
me,
to
Hawk. I'm
reload,
in
so
the
I just
back
came
right now.
after you.
You're good. I'm looting right now. You got take your time.
You wanna push main and hit button over there? Well, let's go to.
I just think that boiler's like the best place for him to kill raiders because it's so easy, you know, they just walk in through the door. Like, if he takes a long range fight with the raiders, I'm like,
Yeah.
pretty sure
Unless we go to, if we go to like parking or hangar, we can just have him push the front door and just literally put 60 rounds into the first 3.
Yeah, you did, bro. But it took so long. I know. You weren't the only team I fought in here. Fuck, there's someone else here. God damn it.
we might have to kill other players.
Bro, just let me loot in
I'm
peace.
ready to put this Glock to work. Let's get it.
Let's just push the other side and then we'll come up on parking.
Hawk, come take one of these. You need painkillers. I always shoot those.
Nah, I got some. I got some.
Are they the pills?
Yeah, the pills.
Nah, take those. Those are better. The pills last like 90 seconds, bro.
I'm still in this raid, bro. People won't leave me the fuck alone.
Pop 'em real quick, and then give it back.
Oh man.
Look at all these dead bodies out here, VSS.
Well, I mean that's a. it's shitty to say, but Hawk got XP off of that at least. A PNC kill. I don't think the game realizes like it's a teammate. I think they just see it as a body.
There's still one more person left. I just want to get the fuck up out of here.
You guys push through the
Yeah,
boiler.
Elmo, bro, like, you and me were trading. When I went right, you were going left. So I knew, like, the second time, you were going to run out of ammo. So I didn't shoot the second time, and then I went after you.
might as well if we're just trying to let him get the raiders. There's people shooting on the other side, but I think that's close to the hangar or kitchen or something. I just heard all that shooting at.
There's still more players. So how?
It's not open. I'm gonna send it the button. You ready?
Hawk, come with me. Real
Yeah,
quick.
Elmo, I had to have trigger discipline. Cause I was fucking low, bro. Like I only have like maybe 13
Stay
rounds
on this
left.
side, behind these barrels. You can't? Oh.
Somebody has their TV on. I can hear it. I keep thinking it's someone in my game running next to me. What's up with the Raiders? I didn't see any. I don't know, bro.
No, we can't do it. We can't do it.
Only has 5 minutes
Yeah,
left.
lazy by button.
Yo, you got my M4. Finally, I think somebody took it, right?
I'm in elbow.
Right there, baby.
I'm in elbow. What is it? Oh,
See, I keep hearing shit.
Gave him the violet.
Just the fucking body. Can I fold this? No.
Oh, I hear
Taking all
raiders.
this shit, chat.
Where are they? Are they up top or?
I'm
They
poor.
have to be.
Oh
They have to
yeah.
be by dark offices.
Bro, we do so much fucking giveaways.
front of green?
All the voices you hear, all of us do giveaways. You come hang out more often, you might be able to win some shit, you know?
I'm a hawk. My game froze. Hold on. It's like
I'll peek it.
there's like a. Oh
Yep,
my.
yeah, they're all right there, dude. All right. Hawk.
Go to the other side with him.
Why does
For
nobody
like
have?
a second. Kill one and then.
I don't even. Oh, yeah.
Don't peek that.
Oh my god!
Go to the other side.
Raiders, you have to peek like really fast.
Elmo,
Yeah,
thank you so
right
much
above
for the follow. I try to be, bro. Bro, where the fuck did that guy come from? Did
Oh,
he just
come
like
this way.
float to me?
Ready? Run with me.
Alright, look. When you get the second angle, I'll peek so they look at me and then let Hawk peek.
Fucking bop, 6 fucking kills,
me to
bro.
peek it first, fam?
Look at that shit. VSS, bro. That was me trying to leave green.
Alright, wait, Hawk, wait. I'm gonna peek. You peek now, peek now.
And then that dude disappeared in front of me.
Kill one and repeat, don't repeat. Did you get one?
I don't know.
Alright, just be careful.
I think he crouched. I
Peek
think he
really
crouched.
fast. Nah, they're still there. Be careful though.
The dude was naked too, no helmet, no nothing.
Straight one.
And he
past
just
you,
went,
bro. That's what
I'm
saying,
here.
like, just be really cautious. One of them just popped a stem, bro. I just heard a raider pop a stem. You just killed
Got
one.
one.
You killed one. The other one's right next to him.
That piece in too? I think I
You got that.
did.
You got that. Be careful. Don't peek him again. Just wait. Don't peek him again. Trust me.
Oh, what happened right there? Where'd that guy even come from?
Who's that blue? Who's that blue?
Not us.
He's that blue. He's from blue. He's coming from blue. He's in the tent peeking us.
Do you know when pre-wipe is? No, but I'm assuming it's probably gonna be like
He's
within
dead.
a week.
Got him?
Yeah.
Alright.
Oh my God, Hawk! I'm gonna have to kill this one if you don't.
Because
Right
then they
across
said the wipe's coming this month. And we're halfway through the month, so it has to be like in a week.
I
killed him.
I had to kill him. It was a VSS one, dude.
I know.
Why does clap everyone's ass cheeks? You think that guy was legit? Yeah, I just didn't hear him. No, Elmo, bro. I think it's because all of us were fighting the whole time. But maybe. Because you guys were the third team that came after me. So I killed. I'm pointing at the screen like you can see it. I killed my first player.
Me. I'm on the other side with Blaze again.
Within the first minute, I ran
there's a player
through
here.
bitch hallway, went behind freezer and jumped on the ledge and killed somebody by I think it's oh my god, by the metal gates. And then I worked my way into green and I killed somebody going into green, and then I got stuck in green, killed those guys, and then you two came, killed you two. I don't know what the sixth one was, or you obviously, but I don't remember. But you guys were the second team, Elmo. I already killed 2 other duos. It was me. Oh, that was the whole server then. So Elmo, I think you killed one of the, so the first team, there was a dude by the window. There was a dude to the back side of green tent, and there's somebody holding the front door on me. And then you guys just made me come out. Like, I wasn't gonna wait any longer. I just had to go push you guys. Fuck it. 35 minutes. Where did he even come? Did you guys hear anything? Maybe I just didn't hear him.
Hawk, I'm leaving a backpack.
He got all that loot, bro.
There's an adrenaline in there. Give him this stuff. Give him this stuff.
Almost 2 Bro, I try to clip it.
What did you make of his performance? I feel like the last 10 years, a lot has been made of his chin or lack thereof, according to fans and pundits. But you saw he took a lot of damage and that and still came back. So what did you make of it?
That's crazy you say that. I said during the fight, I was like, damn, when did he get a super heavyweight chin? And recovered. Yeah, he looked good, you know.
That was an exciting raid. No lie, bro. I was flashed hell of that.
I know you said it's just a sport, just a game that we play, but it looked like you were being very meticulous with your finish. Did that factor in at all, like your respect for him and your understanding for him, and maybe not trying to be as violent as you could be in finishing it, but being a little more meticulous?
No, again, you know, when I fight, I put the emotions away. You know, the friendship or the personal tragedy, it's a sport, it's a way of living, and we both love what we do, right? So I just try to approach the sport aspect.
Sure.
It's not personal to me.
You had some words for him afterwards. Can you share it all, what you shared with him?
Well, you know, my heart went out for him for the situation, but also we were kind of talking before, hey, let's train together. We were doing the PR tour. Very cool guy, you know, works hard, trains hard. So just reassuring him, you know, let's train together, let's get better, right? Let's make each other better.
You know, obviously still a big star in the sport. What is it you want to accomplish? What do you see? I'm sure you want to take some time, celebrate your birthday, that sort of thing, but what's next for you? What do you want to accomplish this year?
Well, we're still hunting for the title, right? And I would say also I'm in the last phase of my career, right? So those two things are a little bit on my mind. Finish up the career and one more run at the title.
I said to you guys a few days ago, win, lose, or draw, being here is a win for him. He got through tonight, and you have to understand that who knows what was going through that guy's body, head, you know, the whole deal. And he got him in trouble. I think when he watches the tape, he'll realize he overreacted a lot and, you know, should have slowed down and picked his shots. But you're in there against, one of the all-time greats in the heavyweight division, true veteran of the sport.
What type of
he
giveaways
weathered the storm and
I do so many.
he did what Overeem does. And this is a learning experience in a lot of ways for Walton's first fight back.
But when all my regular here,
he'll get better from this. In every way you can be better, from fighting to the other things that's going on with him.
Yeah. I was going to ask, did you get a sense of how he was? Obviously, he's down right now. Delicate position. Is it going to feel kind of how he was?
Yeah. Exactly how you would expect him to feel right now.
Red marbles,
probably take him an hour to sit down and calm down and process what happened. And then he goes back and watches tape of the fight. Tell him all.
Chance to see that. What do you think about that?
I heard, man, it's 2020, like the sport is evolving so much. Like, come on, I have the commission athlete following these, like the time I step in the octagon to time the fight it's finished. How the fuck am I gonna grass? Carlos Paza, stop with the excuses and let's get back in there again.
Jimmy, you know what else is interesting? The Cruz is doubling down on the criticism of Keith Peterson, the ref.
Yeah.
What do you think of that? I know Keith personally. He's not a. What is he? He's saying that it concerned him because he smelled of alcohol and cigarettes, and that he wouldn't look him in the eyes. Is that? Could that be? I mean, I know this guy forever, dude. I don't think he'd smell like alcohol and cigarettes. I mean, really? I mean, I don't know if the guy smokes. I mean, he's got a good track. He's got a good track record.
Yeah, he's a great track record. So, I don't know. I don't know if he smelled boots, which is a cigarette before he came into the building and drank cough medicine. I just don't know.
I just don't know if it's a good. I mean, I know he's upset with him, but I don't know if it's a great look. But I know it's. I mean, at the end of the day, he took that knee and was in that position to put the ref in that position. So it's like you're putting it. I heard him say that he takes responsibility for that, and that's the biggest thing. He took that. It's not like the fight was really going his way up until then.
Right.
But it must be. Listen, I see his point. It must be frustrating. I see both sides. I see his point of. I mean, Aljo just said he saw 13 hits to the back of the head, whatever it was. Hits to the, I'm sorry, unanswered strikes, not hits to the head. And then he steps in. He did go to step in before. So once you make that decision, it's hard to say, oh no, now you're getting up, let me jump back out. It's too late. So I don't know. There's that. And then there's also Dominic feeling, that he put all that work in and didn't get a fair shake at it.
McGregor being personal all the time with fighters he fights, especially Khabib. I'm not always agreeing in a lot of the ways he handles it, but Conor has his way of handling it. That's why Conor's Conor. He's going to stay Conor. And it's all about respect, folks. That's all I can say. It's like the great Johnny Unitas used to say when he played quarterback for the Baltimore Colts. And he used to say, people talk to him, and all his answer was, see you on the field Sunday, superstar. See you on the field. Because that's where it all happens. You can talk all you want. Out there in the street, at the UFC, you name it. The proof is in the pudding. Whenever I've been in a fight in my life and somebody's been talking to me, you know, as soon as they throw that first punch, you just throw the fight. There's no room for talk. Let's fight. It's a sport fight. I'll see you on the date the fight's set. We get in the octagon, we get in the ring, and that's where we make it happen. Fight for sport, fight. Fight for sport, people, not in the streets. Fight for sport.
There was one fight that guys are going back and forth with each other on social media. That's John Jones and Francis Ngannou. Both seem to be wanting that fight. They say it's a big money fight. UFC's got to bring the big money. What do you think? It seems to be getting fans pretty intrigued. Is that a fight you would see as possible?
Yeah, I mean, anything's possible. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if those guys really want that fight. You know what I mean? Let me tell you this, and I'm not saying this is the case with these two. You see a lot of talk online and whatever it might be, but actually making fights is a whole nother ballgame.
One of those. Hey, Wakanda forever. I had to do it. That's Ngannou right there. Man. King Ngannou. Yes, sir.
Do you have any cases left? Oh my God, let them know what this shit's called, bro.
They stop that shit from taking place. You can't go anywhere. You got to stay inside. So all your world is virtual. You can't come near anybody because they might kill you with their fucking spit.
Do you think that people will put up with that, though? I mean,
Some
is
people
this
are putting
how
up with this,
America breaks up? Does it become the pro-open and pro-closed states, and then we just divorce?
Well, this is what's happening.
Yeah.
It's right wing, left wing. Left wing people want the government to take care of everything. They want everybody to get checks. And they want everybody to stay home forever until there's a cure. It's not going to be a cure. This is something that's going to be around.
If I was you, oh my God,
we might have herd immunity. We might be able to wipe it out that way.
Right.
This is not something that they can just spray away or inject away. Right? So this is something, well, hopefully one day they'll have some sort of real treatment, whether it's a vaccine or whatever it is. We're probably going to have to take a vaccine every couple of years or every year.
Yeah.
It's not, none of this is good.
I mean, you get the flu shot if you get it, and it's not going to keep you from getting the flu. There's still other strains that are out there.
But it helps you even
But
if
it
you
helps,
do get those strains that aren't the strains.
Exactly.
2-3 mil last
Then there's herd immunity, right? And more than 60% of people get it, the virus sort of dies off. That's a positive possibility in the future. But there's people that want to get back to work, and there's people that don't want anyone to go anywhere. And it's become this sort of, again, this ideological battleground where people that want to go back to work, you know, like someone said, you're going to be the richest man in the cemetery to Elon Musk. He wants to open up his factory. Like, what are you talking about? Like, are we going to be just stay home forever? Are we going to be scared of everything? Why would you drive to die? Stay home. Don't do anything.
And I think this is these calculations all the time about how many people is it acceptable to die. It's just not so in our face. For instance, with opioids or if you're using these to help people manage pain, but you know a certain amount of people might become addicted or die. There's all kinds of trade-offs that we're making. Driving, another good example. So we're constantly making these cost-benefit analysis in our society. It's just not usually you have.
Bro, why am my pre-test not working today? It's depressing. Yeah, I played this game for a couple months without the EOD edition, and I just bought the
I would
fucking.
just take the Gen 4 and a couple stems and then just take all my shit.
I just bought the add-on for sure.
How she know what to do with the pack, but she keeps saying that she don't smoke. Why clothes smell
You don't have to drop anything.
when she keeps saying that she
You
don't
can
smoke.
almost fit everything in the raid. He has a raid backpack.
Why she got weed in her nose when she keeps saying that she don't smoke. Why she keep blowing clouds in the air when she keeps saying that she don't smoke.
Yeah, bro. If you're gonna be playing this game a lot, you better get the EOD.
You put that beta inside the raid backpack, bro, it's gonna have like a half a fucking backpack still. Look at all that space. So like the little bit of stuff you did drop.
All this shit's garbage.
Bro, you missed it. I want to call you Viper so much, but VSS, bro, you missed it.
I can't stay too long.
Just take the Salua and IFAX.
We killed like 6 players. There were so many. I didn't make it out though. I died.
6 range, shit, I need 10 of them.
I still call bullshit though. But whatever.
Hey, Wiz, I'm finna gas this thing right quick. From the land of the crooks and thieves, 11-5 dog food and cha-cha, TT and opioids, confident informers, bippers, flockers, pushing and peddling.
I think I'm about to sell my last thick items case, bro.
Everything I do is butter, ice cream, candy bars, granola.
I'm down to 21 mils and with no guns. Like, no guns. I'm just a fucking 13-year-old kid watching streams and trying to learn. That's good, bro. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Oh, yeah. This run one real quick. I forgot about that.
So
The
you
juice
know,
cannon, right?
above, like,
Does
that,
say 58?
You know, across the domes, that little office. You know, above that office, there's like a walkway, like a catwalk, a metal catwalk.
Alright, bro. Your bag is ready, bro.
6 range, shit, I
See if I
need
can
10
get more for you, but I'm gonna drop.
Are you on right now?
I got a flight to catch. If I ain't eating that towel, then I'm at catch. Always running up joints, I don't like the stress. I want all 10 rings, heard I get a lot of change. All I hear is cha-ching. I got a couple queens.
I have a backpack on me. You don't have to have a backpack. I have a empty backpack I was carrying with me.
I'm the last of a dime breed. Bad bitches looking at me like I want a lottery. I ain't gotta rush to the table.
Okay,
Yeah,
cool.
you know, like that little office across from dome. You know the catwalk above that, a metal catwalk.
And so me and Zyga are gonna run a duo chat, and then I'm gonna put Zed's stream up so you can watch him, and then I'll be back, and then we can run marbles for some giveaways. But I have to take a quick little break. When I started, I didn't know shit.
You know where black
What I
people
win in that
are?
giveaway? I don't know. What did you
What
win?
you're looking at? That staircase right there, that metal staircase that goes up. I died right there. You just ran past it.
What did you win, Zyga? Do I owe you something?
I don't know.
Bro, I don't remember
Yeah,
either.
right where that spotlight thing is up there, I fucking died.
If you ever remember, or wait until Shinna, Side, Killa, brother. Wait till one of them come back and they'll tell you. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you. I just don't remember, bro. I'm sorry. Yeah. So if you hang out a little bit, bro, we'll do giveaways, bro. And hopefully I can help you out, get your loot up. And then, hey, do you guys know if I host you, can I go back live again? Or if I host, I'm just done for the night? You can go back live. Would you guys rather have me host Zed or just put him up on my display and you guys can watch? Because I gotta take a break after this raid. And not like a long break, but I don't want to like have you guys just sit there and stare at a fucking stash or whatever. can be in the giveaway. Just hang out for a little bit.
All you're doing is going one floor up.
Jealousy grows. Don't have jealousy, dog. You're good. I'm gonna start the giveaway when I get back. So me and Zyga are gonna run a raid real quick, and then we're gonna watch Zed for a couple minutes. I'm not sure exactly how long, but I gotta go handle something real quick in my house. And then when I come back, we can run marbles and shit for some giveaways.
I went to go see if he had like a split or anything. I just fucking running by and I got double needed.
Alright, after this raid, fellas, I'll be back. Zed, when I go do this, I'm gonna put you up on my screen. I'm gonna hop in my Discord so I can talk to Zaga and try to help Viper with his stream. Viper, join the Discord, dog. I have a bunch of shit, Zyga. Join Discord, bro. Exclamation mark Discord. I'm pretty sure you're already in it.
Yo.
What up?
I was gonna bring you in your killer armor too if you wanted that back.
Yeah, just hang on, let me turn on the music. I gotta turn you up. Oh, you're at 100. Damn, you're hella quiet.
It's my headset. It's awkward.
So, Llama God, to win the giveaway, you just join Marbles. It's super simple. So when we start it, just make sure you're in chat, and then everyone will show you. Just all you have to type is exclamation mark play. So you said you have a killer for me?
Yeah, I have a killer. Because I think that's what I pulled out was your SA-58 and your killer. And then I got your helmet, but I think I used that and lost it.
You got a memory like an elephant.
Yeah, if you wouldn't mind bringing me like a couple mags of AS Val.
I'll bring you two. How about that?
That works. I got one that's loaded.
You talking to me, G? What's up, Ivan? So I'm not bringing an armor or a gun, okay?
Okay.
Where do you want to go run?
Whatever is most comfortable for you, I suppose.
Let's just go to customs.
Okay.
Oh, you weren't joking. You're a painaholic. Alright, I have 2 mags for you. I got pain, heals, grenades. You're gonna bring my armor and a gun, correct?
Yes, I'm bringing you 54.2 out of 54.2 killa and your SA-58.
Alright, let's go to customs real quick, and then I gotta go do some stuff. Are we in-game friends?
I don't think so. I'm looking for a group though.
What's your in-game name, right? Zyga, right?
Zyga, yeah.
Why are you only a level 7?
I'm only level 7.
Like legitimate?
No.
Yeah, so I figured. You don't.
Shit,
sound
I
like a
tell you
level
what,
7 if you know
Dylan Dennis,
what I'm
I got a
talking
message for you. My boy Logan Paul will put it on your ass.
I mean, bro, the U.S. government loses lawsuits all the time, bro. Even
America.
U.S. citizens lose lawsuits. Lawsuits are not laws. Fuck.
Strong,
It's
man.
early.
Strong.
Oh, it's early.
Welcome back to Imposter, number one podcast in the world. Next news in the world.
Is that really how you feel?
I don't like the mornings.
I heard you say something yesterday that I want to bring up right away.
Go.
I heard you say at probably 12:30 a.m. I'm having a bad day, and if I'm gonna have a bad day, everyone else is gonna have a bad day.
You heard me?
Yes.
Fuck.
Why do you live like that?
Bro,
that sucks.
I walked in the house.
Ivan, bro. how you
12:30
been,
a.m.
brother?
after
We're
just
gonna
like
run
a
some marbles in a little
shitstorm
bit. We'll
of
find this
really unfortunate events.
green cards.
And I
I'm gonna sell my
professed
Adams case
to
today.
at the
Fuck
top
it,
of my
I'm just
lungs,
gonna have my
so everyone in the
stash
house
be a
could
mess
hear,
for the rest of the white.
I'm having a bad day, which means all of you fuckers are having a bad day.
That sucks, man.
Yeah, but bro, come on, we're a team, right?
Nah, I had
Mac,
a great
come on.
day.
Hey, come on,
I'm
ride or
not
die.
playing into your bad day.
Mac,
here.
ride
We
or
just
die.
talked about this, bro.
Bro, like minds think alike.
I'm here for you, and I'll make your day better.
Yeah.
I'm
What
not
are you gonna
diving
do for
into your
me at
bad day.
12:30 a.m. that's gonna make my day
Tell
better?
you to shut up and go to bed.
Wow. You supply, yeah. You pointed me in the direction of the marijuana, which I smoked. Yeah, every time I smoke, and I talk about it, the comments are like, "Fucking get it, Logan, you smoke." I'm still new to it. I made my first joint last night. I had to do it. I had to do it myself.
You're like the 12-year-old behind Westlake High School, like smoking for the first time out of a foil pipe. And you're like, guys, you want to try some more of that? Let's smoke more pots later, guys.
Josie rated it 3 out of 10. She said.
Did you hand roll it or did you pack a?
No, I packed a what is it called? A cone?
A cone? You 3 out of 10 to cone? Hey, all you gotta do is stick weed in there, dude.
Surely there's some sort of learning curve for this. You can't expect me
not
to
for
be
a cone. For
a master.
rolling your own J, maybe, but like for packing a cone, it's kind of like making a sandwich, bro. If you 3 out of 10 that shit, you're fucking.
I saw someone arguing that you can't call yourself sober if you're just blazing that bush.
I did see some comments like that. Cause yeah, we did. We took the sober plunge. You more than me. My rules were I'm gonna remain sober, unless I'm at my ranch, I'm on vacation, or at Coachella. The latter two have never happened. So I've drank maybe
But you're
maybe
talking sober
5
from alcohol, and there's a difference.
So we looked this up when we talked about like what does the word sober mean.
Yeah, it's a definition, man. But there's a principle behind it, right?
Look, bro, I'm a man of words. Okay, sober, not affected by alcohol, not drunk. Alcohol. So yeah, man, I'm a blaze if I feel like it. And my life, if everyone who knows me, is about experiencing and trying things.
In excess.
In excess, seriously, going to the extreme. And I'm fully absorbing this phase of my life because I know it's just a phase where, yeah, I'm smoking, dude. So what? So
Listen,
what?
Mom, you can't tell me what to do.
So what, dude?
This is my life.
I'll stop eventually, but
and I want to smoke pots.
not at this moment. All right, guys. You know it's noon. We started the podcast a little earlier today because I have some stuff to do. We all have some stuff to do. We're all pretty busy. Mike, I want to talk about this vlog you posted because it really brings up some emotions for me. This In-N-Out mukbang,
bro. So as some people watching this know, I'm obsessed with the conversation about who is the true champion of what I call the moderate speed burger chain vertical. Who is it? And this is a majorly fiery conversation. People are willing to take literal shots at motherfuckers about this stuff.
I'm one of them. I'm one of them.
And you've got four players. All right. You've got. I'll take them from the worst up first. Whataburger, In-N-Out, Five Guys, and Shake Shack. You got 4 players, and they're all players, and they all got something that makes them special. But a couple of them have things that make them a little bit more special than the others. And this past week, we did the third one I've done on the night shift so far. We did In-N-Out. A mukbang. We did a couples mukbang with Logan being the fifth wheel at In-N-Out. And the result of it was this vlog where we talked about In-N-Out versus Five Guys versus Shake Shack. And you guys know this conversation is so important to me. But this one, for whatever reason, drove people in flocks to text me and Logan. Our relationship is splintered as a result of what you said about In-N-Out. That is a regional mainstay. How dare you?
Normally I'd try to like fight for those relationships. If you have the audacity to tell me that In-N-Out is number one on your list, I don't want to be friends with you. You're not a person I would consider an amigo.
It's like a dumbed down Counter-Strike.
In-N-Out is so vehemently overrated.
Nice. Nice word.
It is ridiculous how people actually fight to defend the integrity of In-N-Out burgers and specifically their fries. Are you kidding me?
That's where you got it right. That's where you got it right, and that is where they lose. The burgers can play. They can play. They fall. I believe they fall a little short of Five Guys, and they fall very short of Shake Shack as well. But where they truly lose and where they truly get stuck in the number 3, maybe even the number 4 spot is the fries. Yep. You are talking about some of the most cookie cutter bullshit French fries on the market. Logan told me that they could come out of a Barbie playhouse and they're put in a microwave and served. And this is even when you do them animal style with the cheese, the onions, and the special sauce. They are upgraded cardboard put into a cardboard container, and you sit there and you eat a refrigerator box.
I don't know, like Stas texted us.
Yep,
and it was getting in my face, and I had to stand my ground. I said, look, I've severed friendships today because of this exact conversation, and I'm willing to do that with you.
Yep.
How what am I missing? Help me understand.
Here's what it is. The easiest way to explain it is
right side door.
In-N-Out is the only one of the big 4 that produces a feeling. I landed in LA for the first time. I'd never seen the beautiful rolling hills, the palm trees, and there was In-N-Out, dude. Yeah. The beautiful sign, and I rolled in down on Inglewood right after I left the airport, and I got my hands on a double-double and some animal-style fries because all my friends who had been to Cali told me all about it, and I'll always remember that sunny day. It was 82 degrees, and I was in a rental that I got from LAX, and it was right before I went to the beach for the first time, and it made this feeling inside me that I'll never forget. Yeah. And when you fight feeling with food, it's trouble. Yeah. It's trouble sometimes. And yesterday it got so deep that I was on Twitter fighting fascism with food. This conversation just kept going. People said, some guy said, well, if it's not as good as it is, how come it has such a fanfare? How come it has such a large fan base? And somebody responded to that. Nazism had a fan base too, and it wasn't good either. Yeah. And then somebody commented after that and said, are we having a conversation comparing food to fascism right now? And I said to that, this is exactly the kind of conversation I want my content to create. This is amazing. This is amazing.
Food versus fascism.
I got a word that Mike might like. It's brand loyalty.
Oh, In-N-Out is strong.
In-N-Out, California origin, right?
Yep.
You grow up, your parents take you to In-N-Out because they're like, I got to get this kid some sort of food. So they take you to In-N-Out, you get the fries, you get the burger and the little kid drink, and you're having so much fun because you're a kid. You grow up, you're like, where should I go get food? Oh, I used to always love
In-N-Out. It gives you that nostalgic feeling.
But then, when did Five Guys start creeping in? Probably pretty recently, huh?
No, a decade ago. Yeah,
but even then, go back 20 years, you got kids, you're feeding them In-N-Out, they haven't brought in the...
I hate to interrupt you. We have a very important guest calling in right now. Really important surprise special guest.
Ask him, by the way.
Oh, yeah, that's a good idea. Henry Cejudo. Henry Cejudo. One of the greatest combat sports fighters of all time. He fought this past weekend at UFC 249. He won. Third time defending his belt. Double weight champ. This dude's amazing, and he just retired. And he's calling in right now via Zoom. So I'm gonna bring him in here. Let's see what happens.
Definitely one dead further down, and then this guy
looks
right
like
here
you.
close.
Oh, whoa.
Yeah.
I think we have to.
Are you there, Are you there, Logan?
I am. Can you hear me all right?
The greatest of all time is here.
Let's go. Yeah. Let's go. Henry, that's what we've been saying, dude. I think. he's like, I'm officially with the clowns. Join the circus. Welcome to the circus.
That's fucking funny.
How you doing, man? Where you at right now? You taking some time off after the big win?
Yeah, taking well, shit. I'm officially retired, man. Retired or retarded? I don't know which one.
Maybe both.
Have
you gone golfing yet? I feel like that's a good retirement activity.
Yeah, I don't know, man. You have any extra spare sticks? What are they called? Golf clubs?
Yeah, I don't golf. I don't. No. But wait, I have a question, Henry.
That's how you push, boy.
Let's just
We
dive
just
into
gotta
it.
shit.
Why you retire when you're quite literally on top and have defended your title for so long? I feel like you're peaking.
Yeah, I would agree, Logan. I would obviously, but there's a satisfaction, man, when you do something that nobody's ever done. And I think every fighter's dream, it's like a girl, it's like a virgin for their wedding. You know what I'm saying? Like before they give it up. You know what I'm saying? Like there's a purity when you're able to defend both belts. Nobody's won the belts but the Olympic gold medal. And you're just saying goodbye, man. It would have to be worth it, man, for me to come back. So if I could just sum it all up, man, I'm satisfied, man. I'm full. I don't have a chip on my shoulder, man. Like, you know what it feels like to be king?
Yeah.
I know what it feels like. And the shit feels good.
I like the idea of going out on top. That leaves a really powerful and hard to recreate legacy. So I like that for you, man. You mentioned
plus, Logan, I thought you were shit, man.
Wait, what do you mean? That's good. That's you gotta sell the fight.
Oh, you do, but you know how many people would fucking troll me? Like, let's say if I was to lose, shit. Look at Ben Askren and George Masvidal. For the rest of his life, man, I love Ben. Ben will always be ridiculed and known for that freaking knee.
Oh, that was the worst.
And he was an exceptional wrestler. He was undefeated. I mean, the dude had everything to gain, and he just freaking he lost in a very devastating fashion. That's what he had to live for.
Yeah.
I have a question for you, Henry. The infamous and famous Kanye West once said, "Don't leave when you're hot." That's how Mace screwed up, and it begs the question. Are you sure, man? Like, are you sure there's nothing else you want in this sport before you lay it down?
Shit, I'm trying to get to that, man, like Uncle Logan over there. He's throwing a couple zeros, man. I'm trying to be on the force like Uncle Logan.
Do you have a plan for that? Because you're still incredibly healthy, and you're young too. Like you. What now?
Well, I'm gonna get into real estate. I want to get into real estate.
Roller skating. I thought you said roller skating.
I'm sorry.
So what happened? What's your catch? Is the shit out of you?
Yeah, it might. A freaking Italian movie like that, but no, I wanna do other things in life, man. Since I was 11 years old, I've been competing at the highest level. Everything I've done since 11, like not even exaggerating, since 11, I've never stopped, man. I won the U.S. Open national title at the age of, as a senior in high school, the first to ever do it.
Damn.
I went college. I was like which is crazy because my wrestling credentials are like way more impressive than what I've done in the UFC. Because I forewent my college career to train for the Olympics, man. So 2 years out of high school, instead of going to Iowa State to a major Division I, I says I'm gonna become a professional. I'm gonna take money and I'm gonna put my eggs in becoming the best in the world. And 2 years after I graduated high school, I won the Olympic Games, man. So I became the youngest in history to ever do that. So
Henry,
my whole life, Logan, has been an adventure. My whole life has been competition, man. I'm looking forward to
like we're cool enough,
the
like,
next chapter in life.
We're not like that cool.
I totally get that, and you say what you just said with such nonchalance, and that's a really hard thing to do. How do you stay hungry After all these years of training and practice and getting hit in the face and having to work out and the discipline, you can't party, you have a bedtime, you have to go to training camp. Like, where does that fuel come from?
Well, the fuel now that I'm retired, you're talking about when I was
when you were doing all that, which was what, as of 4 days ago.
Yeah, no, it's and a lot of people actually think I'm joking when I'm doing this, but no, I did it in wrestling. When I retired in wrestling, I never came back, but I was extremely young. You can hear it from Daniel Cormier because he mentioned it. But honestly, it was goal setting. It was you win a world title in the UFC. Okay, what's next? Obviously, I gotta defend. I gotta defend it with the biggest dog. I did that. What's next? I defend your title. I said, give me another belt, man. I want some. So there's always goals that I would set on top of myself. And then the last goal that I had was for me to be pound for pound, but I just don't think, you know, that politically, I love John, but he's been having a bunch of split decisions, and then Khabib never fights.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, how the hell am I gonna have the opportunity to be pound for pound best in the world if these things ain't giving me a chance? If I'm finishing people, my last 4 opponents I think are knocked out, like all of them.
The giveaway.
I know. You guys are giving freaking simple decisions.
It was. We've seen all your fights. He actually.
Oh shit.
He actually beat TJ, who we had in the show.
Oh, Dillashaw.
Yeah.
Hey, I got a question.
Dildo Shaw.
Hey, see, that's what I wanted to hear from you, because I want to ask you a question about shit talking. As soon as you announced you were retiring, internet loudmouth Dylan Dennis said nobody really cares. What? And he just talks shit nonstop. What are your thoughts on Double D there?
Shit, I tell you what, Dylan Dennis, I got a motherfucking message for you. My boy Logan Paul will put it on your honestly, Logan, from what I saw, dude, I saw you spar against Joaquin. I saw bits and pieces of that. Dude, I would put my money on you, and he's a mixed martial artist. He's been in the game for a while. He's
don't throw that at me.
I don't see him beating you, bro. I really don't. I don't even think in MMA, bro, with your wrestling credentials, and obviously you got your hands, dude. I saw your fight against. You know, I've seen you box before, dude.
Yeah.
You're legit, bro.
Thanks, man.
And I just don't think Dan Dennis, man, would. I think he's just a fucking pro, man. Honestly.
Now he is. He's like the MMA equivalent of like a really disgusting piece of gum that's stuck on the underside of your shoe. You know what I'm saying? And to be honest with you, I don't know if I'm so enthusiastic about peeling the gum off. Like, let the gum be the gum on the bottom side of the shoe. I don't know if people want to see that fight. There's so many people I can fight. Like, let's be honest, who the fuck is Dylan Dennis? Like, we say him, no one's gonna know who he's talking about, and he's gonna have some shit to say because of this. But he's just the guy who runs his mouth, so I don't know.
Yeah, but honestly, I think the angle is he's Conor McGregor's. He's one of Conor McGregor's girlfriends. You want to beat him up.
I got you.
You want to become the first intergender world champ.
His Twitter bio just says icon. Would you say he's an icon?
Yeah, for sure, man. Totally, man.
Yeah, but you know what? It's almost like I'm almost somewhat of a fan because he don't give a shit.
He don't give a fuck. He don't give a fuck.
You guys want to know how to be
you gotta respect
mod to the channel?
You gotta respect people like that.
Fly.
You don't give a fuck. All right, man.
Facts. I saw you chirping at our boy Ryan Garcia as well.
Hey, Cap, how do I apply?
Ryan Garcia, first man, you guys, I'm talking to all you boys. Dildo Shaw.
Mama God, it's gonna be like 40 minutes.
You guys gotta make me come up with a better name for Ryan Garcia.
Are you gonna box him?
If the princess wants it, I'll make him bend the knee, just like I made everybody else, and we can box.
Damn, I want to see that so bad.
Ryan's got hands.
Ryan's a bad man, dude. I'm telling you, bro.
Ryan's got hands, but I got a big shoe.
Oh, you talking about? Oh, he's talking about a fight, like MMA.
Nah, it's right. Nah, it'd probably be boxing.
It has to be.
The crossover the other way
doesn't work.
Yeah, it doesn't work.
Yeah, I would box him at. So if Ryan Garcia wants some of this smoke, he's the one that mentioned it. He's the one that called me out.
He's hungry. I've been texting him, and the quarantine is making him really adamant to get in the ring. Like he wants to fight.
Yeah, but he's taking the wrong fight there.
Is there any background on that kind of David versus Goliath situation? Like, has any like small person ever fought a giant man in a boxing match before? Who is it?
I think like the first UFC.
Hala, yeah. Hala, you guys know how tall Ryan Garcia is?
Like 4'6", I would say, and he's like maybe a $120 soaking wet, dude. I think you could probably pick him up with that one hand.
Ryan?
He's a small. He's fat. He's light. He's a lightning
What are you
bolt.
talking about? Ryan's like 5'10".
Is he that tall?
5'10"? Nah, Ryan. Yeah, right. Yeah. he is.
Yeah, but what does he weigh?
Is he 5'10"?
He's 5'10", probably 135.
I had no idea to stack shit that high.
Oh my god.
Wait, Henry, how tall are you? Henry, how tall are you?
Let it go. Let it go.
How tall are you, Henry?
I'm 5'4" of twisted steel and sexy.
How tall? How tall?
Henry's 5'4".
He's 5. No, how tall is he really?
Henry is 5'4".
Oh my god.
Well, I've dramatically flopped here. And I met him in person. Why do I not remember that?
Yeah, but you know what? This is what I'm going to say. Yeah, of course, I am short. But even with short guys, you will have problems. Why? Because the reach is different. So as much as Ryan's reach would be weird for me, my height and my stature would be weird for him too. So it almost equals out. In
Henry, puberty. Henry, what was it like fighting in an empty arena last weekend?
It was actually nice, man. I think as a fighter, as a competitor, as a true competitor.
Yeah.
Not some motherfucker that wants to get in the crowd. But as a true competitor, it was very real when it comes to a fighter following direction. Because I was able to hear his corner and then my corner. And it's almost like both fighters fight, but it's also like both corners are also like in this battle war.
Wow.
So that's what I took. It was cool, man. It was special. Like it really was. Like the crowd is awesome, dude. I would prefer with the crowd, but it was a really neat experience for me to be able to see. And you can go back and watch the tapes. You can hear the commentary. You can hear my team and their team kind of battling with different code words. Man, it's super cool.
Y'all had code words.
Yeah, we have code words.
Wow.
Yeah, like I'll give you an example. Pumpkin. You know, pumpkin means fucking shooting the head. You know, shooting at the head because it's pumpkin.
Yeah.
Spaghetti means, you know, kicking the shit out of his leg.
So let me get this straight. Your coaches are in this empty arena just screaming, "Pumpkin spaghetti! Spaghetti!"
Exactly. But it sounds weird to a lot of people, but really it makes sense.
No, yeah, you have to do it.
I fought a lot of people where I could hear their coach say, "Hey, get that left hook going." So the left hook comes and I'm knocking them out because I'm hearing these dudes tell them exactly what to hit, and these dudes are listening to the coaches. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
even when I knocked out Dominic Cruz with that knee, it was my coach. You can hear my coach say, "Pumpkin." And I went for a pumpkin, and fucking caught him diving in. And that was it.
Unbiased opinion, you think the stoppage was correct? 2 seconds left in the second round, right? And he was saying he was getting up, so they shouldn't have stopped it.
It was a good stoppage, man. I was gonna hurt her.
I agree, actually. I doubled down on that one. I thought that they stopped it at a good point. Hey, Henry, when we went to Vegas and we had that pizza dinner together, you were kind enough to let me hold your 2 belts, which was awesome. Like truly, thank you for that. That was a once in a lifetime experience. And then also I found out your Olympic gold medal that you had won, youngest person ever to win an Olympic gold medal, burned. I understand it was burned in a house fire and you lost it.
Yeah. So this was back in 2000. I think it was 2017. It was 2017. This was like the biggest fire in California history. This was the Santa Rosa fire.
Oh shit.
You guys remember that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Honestly, it happened a couple years ago. Like, everything went down. So I was out there for a charity event. For a big charity event with some of the biggest stars. Man, I didn't know why I was there, man. You had Hall of Famers like you had Steve Young.
Yeah.
Like all these Barry Bonds, like the biggest celebrities or the biggest legends on earth, and I was invited to it. And that night, you know, when we had wine, which I never drink wine. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm more of a beer guy. But anyway, it was a wine event, so I drank wine. I got back to the hotel maybe about 11 o'clock, and I told my team, hey, I'm gonna go to sleep, guys. I have to wake up early at 7 a.m. So I go to my room, I take a shower, I'm in my bath towel, and I was so tired that about midnight I fell asleep just because of the wine. About 2:30 a.m. hit, and I'm hearing the alarms from the freaking hotel. And I'm just like, I looked outside the window, and everything was fine. I looked outside my door. I'm just like, man, this shit's just, somebody just happened to hit the alarm. So I'm going back to sleep. So I put the pillow over my head. And I went to my side, and I pretty much just kind of slept through the alarm.
Oh shit.
2:30 comes around. Now, this time I wake up. But this time I wake up coughing, man. This time I wake up coughing and sweating. And I'm thinking I'm dreaming again, bro, because I went to sleep drunk on some wine, on some genuine.
Yeah.
So then I wake up and I go to try to turn on the lights from my hotel room. And when I go and try to turn on the lights from the hotel room, the freaking lights from the hotel room weren't turning on. And I'm thinking I'm dreaming because at this point I couldn't breathe, bro. Keep in mind too, I'm in a towel. Now I go to see outside of my bedroom to see, what's going on. And when I go outside to look at my bedroom from my bedroom window, 3/4 of the hotel that I'm in is on fire. It's probably about 5-6 rooms from getting hit. The cars in front of me, there's 2 cars in front of me, and they were both on fire. The houses that were in front of me, it was all on fire.
Damn.
Oh my God. I started tripping out, man. So keep in mind, at that point, I had brought my Olympic gold medal, my Olympic ring, my Olympic belt. Like I brought my most important memorabilia, and I pretty much I couldn't breathe no more. So what I did is I was free balling it too, man. So I put my slacks on from the night before. I opened up the window from the 2-story hotel. And I jump off, dude. I jump off the 2-story building. And when I jump off, a freaking my right foot catches on fire. Because everything, there was hot lava everywhere, dude. I wish I could exaggerate. My right foot catches on fire. I put it out, man. I start walking up to this hill to try to see a view. Now I'm walking around, dude. I'm seeing these buildings. I'm seeing these cars. Remember, I saw a freaking cat that was on fire, like some crazy stuff, like something out of a movie, bro. And I remember walking up and I remember praying to God. I was like, God, maybe I'm not the best Christian, but Jesus, man, I don't deserve to die like this.
Yeah.
I'm over here kind of like, I'm hyperventilating a little bit. Like it's a crazy feeling to almost die on fire. Then I go on top of the hill in California, and I see the freeway, and I saw there's a cop car there, and all around me, bro, there was fire everywhere. And then when I saw that cop car, I was just like, dude, I gotta get out there, man, because it's almost like the city was deserted, but it was on fire. So then I had to jump a couple fences to get to the freeway, to get to the cop car. So then I jumped the first fence like a Mexican, pretty fast and quick. But then it was a second fence that caught me, man. So when I went, like the second fence was like flimsy.
Bless you.
So then when I went to go jump that second fence, it was so flimsy. I had to kind of trip myself over. That by the time I jumped off, like the edge of the fence, like literally cut my leg and my ass. So now I'm burnt up. There's ash all over my body. The fence matches my leg, part of my butt takes the boat. So now I'm bleeding. I'm missing the pathway. I got no shirt on, no shoes. And then I go and I start running fast into the cop car. And as soon as I get close to the cop car, leaves. Little bit too, just leaves. So then, as soon as the cop car left, there's a big old semi truck. It looked like a semi. It got closer. It was an actual fire truck. So the fire truck, they saw me.
Damn.
They looked at me like, hey, man, he's like, you're lucky to be alive, man. So I got rescued. I lost my Olympic gold medal in the process. I lost my Olympic ring in the process. But I didn't lose my spirit in that process. And here I am today as a triple C.
Let's go.
What's harder, defending your title as many times as you did, or running from a brush fire?
Like I think the hardest thing of probably trying to win an argument with my girl, man. That's the hardest shit I've ever done.
That's
You
crazy.
know what I'm saying?
I heard the Olympic Committee makes it difficult to replace the metal, right? Because you can't just like buy a new one. It needs to be.
No, you can't, man. So there's a whole process, man. It's crazy because I've been so busy that I haven't even had a chance to do that. But now that I have time, I'm gonna speak to them and get my replica. So it's unfortunate, man. It's unfortunate, but I'm lucky to be alive, man. I'm here to kind of share that story, man. And it's pretty cool because you feel these emotions, like being scared, like hyperventilating. That you feel these emotions, man, that you never thought your body would be able to feel, man.
Yeah.
So that's kind of what I take from it too. It's a cool experience.
Yeah, yeah. It's unfortunate that you had to be pushed to that place, but at least now you know what it's like. Should it ever happen again?
Oh man, I'm the first one out, dude.
I got you. Well, so all right. So now that you're retired and you're surviving brush fires and you've had this extensive life and experience behind you, are you gonna coach as well as the real estate stuff? Because that seems like a pretty natural path for fighters after they retire.
Yeah, no, not really, man. I think I'll always help out. I think I'll always be part of wrestling because of what the sport has done for me. But I really don't see myself being involved in either. You know, I'll always be a fan of MMA and wrestling, but I just don't see myself like being a coach, man. Because it's not my passion, bro. And the reason why I'm gonna say that, Logan, is because I know what it takes. I know what it takes to be the best in the world, man. And if I can't get that from somebody, if I can't have a bunch of unicorns, guys that are just in the lead and understand they're gonna listen, then don't waste my damn time, dude. You know, and I've always been like that. So wrestling or MMA, I don't see a commitment with people, and I think I'll lose my patience, man.
Got you. All right, last question I want to ask: who you got your eyes on in the UFC?
Valentina Shevchenko.
What weight class is that?
125. That's a female fighter. I'm looking to become the first intergender world champion.
This is territory. I don't know if you can say that.
No, he can. We just can't comment on it.
Right. No comment.
No, honestly, if there's one fight, Logan, that really, you know, that'll wake me up, that'll be worth it for me to be like, hey man, I'm gonna put my credentials on the line for somebody.
Yeah.
It'd be fighting Alexander Volkanovski at 145 pounds to make me C4.
That'd be crazy. Who's the bad?
What do you think?
I'm in. I'll buy that fight twice.
Since you don't like the intergender idea.
Wait, can you ask him the most important question before we leave? The one I told you to ask him.
Are you wearing underwear?
Nope, not that one.
Which one?
It's about moderate speed burger chains.
Oh, final question. If you had to rate the following moderate speed burger chains, there's 4 of them, from your least favorite to most favorite: Whataburger, In-N-Out, Five Guys, and Shake Shack. What's your order?
Oh my God! Like from least to greatest?
Yes.
Okay. So what was it again?
Whataburger, In-N-Out, Five Guys, and Shake Shack.
Yeah. Honestly, I would have it just like that: Whataburger, In-N-Out.
Yes. Wait.
Five Guys.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, you're the exact same way I put it. Oh my God.
Yes.
Thank you, Henry Cejudo. You're a fucking saint. And now I do think you could beat Ryan Garcia. Holy shit. You're amazing.
No problem, guys. Thank you for having me on your show.
Of course, brother.
Logan, you're a good ambassador for what you've done in wrestling too, man. And you know, keep up the good work, brother.
Thank you, brother. Likewise. Look forward to seeing you soon.
All right, guys. You gotta take it easy. See you out.
Peace, homie. I want him back. Get him back in the UFC.
Damn, I do have to. I have to take the L on this one. Ryan Garcia 156, Cejudo 135. So I was making this big stink about Garcia not being big enough, but evidently Garcia's a pretty big dude.
It's so crazy because you know him personally very well.
But
he's been here so many times.
You know what it is? Like being like a bigger person.
You don't acknowledge people who are shorter than you.
It's not acknowledging. It's like I kind of just like, and I know you absolutely murder me with one hand tied behind his back. What's that? 5'10", 156.
Oh, you go fight Danny.
Ryan Garcia.
Danny, yeah, fight Ryan Garcia. Well, that's cool, man. Yeah, so Henry Cejudo, man.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That was amazing. What else? What else you got?
All right, so that was a guest that we had on. Who is the next guest that you want to see on the podcast?
Drake.
Dave Bautista.
Dave Bautista.
Bro, I love Dave Bautista. I DM'd him actually. Oh yeah. Oh, this was a big deal. I DM'd him and he said he was down to come on.
That's another MMA fighter?
No, you don't. Wait, what?
Oh, he's a comedian. He started In and Out.
Mark, I'm gonna. He founded In and Out.
And he's the motivational speakers, Tony Robbins guy.
I said, Batista, massive fan, extending the invitation to come on our podcast, shoot the shit, and promote My Spy or anything else you're working on. Number one podcast in the world, and that's facts.
Nice.
Said, appreciate, homie. Rather just shoot the shit than promote anything. I'm stuck up in Toronto for a while, but keep me in mind for a slot. Yeah, I'm just a big fan, dude. I like when people can evolve and adapt very strategically, and going from WWE star, similar to The Rock, actually, to like quite literally being an Avenger. That's awesome to me.
Oh, is that,
and he's
actor.
Is he an Avenger? He's in the Guardians of the
All right. Well, they are Avengers, right?
No, I don't think so. I don't think they're officially on the team.
I
but
think
they
they
help
are.
out.
I think they are.
We could find out. I'm not that tight.
This is actually a big fucking deal. Are the Guardians of the Galaxy Avengers? Technically speaking, the Guardians of the Galaxy are not the Avengers.
Damn, we're just mistakes. This whole show is mistakes.
However, when Captain America said Avengers assemble, they assembled.
we'll give them a pass, right? Like they get the card, but they have to refund the subscription at the end of the year, or resubscribe at the end.
Is Dave Bautista from Toronto? Is that why he
I don't
lives
know.
there?
He's probably shooting a movie.
Because I said Drake. That's funny.
You want Drake on the podcast?
I love that.
I don't know if we could handle it.
We can handle it. We can handle anything.
I just don't picture Drake driving to Encino and coming in like a garage of
He wouldn't. What if
this
he
fucking
flew? What if
petty
he
little
flew
bullshit
here on
house.
Drake Air?
Air Drake.
Air Drake.
He just got his new palace in Toronto. Have you seen his house?
It's crazy. It's absolutely fucking
You should
insane,
actually pull that
dude.
up. That thing's a work of art. It is a castle that was designed for complete luxury.
It was built just for him. Like he had the.
There's a couple videos I've been watching the.
Oh, so it's literally a palace.
Oh, it's insane. There's like a full. I don't know if it's Olympic size swimming pool. Inside,
$100 million.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's wild. They did a Rap Radar podcast from the
I saw
inside.
that.
There's a couple.
Oh, that was beautiful.
A couple videos of him.
I don't know. I don't know if I could live in a house like this, like a castle. What is this style of architecture called?
It looks like deco.
Like
is it
unknown?
I don't know.
Still gotta learn.
It's big baller shit. It's
Yeah.
the thing that makes you remember that there's levels to this.
They had to get a specific petition from the city to raise the walls on
Welcome
the outside,
back,
so the
Ivan.
walls are taller than most walls in the neighborhood. Like some crazy stuff, man.
Actually, you know what we're gonna have on? Rich the Kid, because he's in a big beef with 6ix9ine right now.
Oh.
Let's have Rich the Kid on.
Is he?
Yeah, we could get Rich the Kid on.
Alright.
Because
Yeah,
our barber cuts his hair.
Really?
Yeah.
And BBDP again. He works with him all the time. He's just shooting music videos.
He can come on and talk shit, and then 6ix9ine come on after. And I said I wouldn't be here for that show, and now I feel like I have to fucking stick to that.
I can't believe what happened to this 6ix9ine thing. We talked about it, but I keep thinking about how the trade-off of having that much clout to not being able to live like a full life. I don't know, man.
Bro, he can't even donate.
Oh my God, that's right. His $200,000 donation
rejected to No Kid Hungry.
And then he tried to like shame them on his Instagram. I actually had a comment drawn up, and I was gonna post it, and I was gonna say like, dude, coming from someone who's done some fuck shit, trying to donate to a charity, and then them refusing your donation, and you shaming them for refusing the donation does not make you a good guy. In fact, it's quite the opposite. Like you. How can he not understand the fact that this charity does not want to take his like scum money?
Well, listen, there's two parts to this conversation. There's a brand play on the part of No Kid Hungry when they say, "Yo, listen, we don't want money that could have potentially come from a shitty place, and then there's the people that are saying, okay, so you'd rather see kids go hungry as a result of not accepting that donation. The issue is, in this situation, this was a brand play on 6ix9ine's part 2. You think, why was he donating $200,000? Because he's a nice guy? Because he's a really nice guy, and he was doing it to start to rebuild his character.
But what if it was also a counter clout play by No Kid Hungry?
To gain Instagram followers?
They said, we don't want your money because they knew it would blow up, and now they got the promotion.
And now they're doing brand
6ix9ine
deals.
said, what if someone else donates the 200K? What if we do it? They probably wouldn't accept our shit either. But
Yeah, they would. I just put out a book about addiction.
true. 6ix9ine said, bitch, I am clout. No Kid Hungry is clout. In fact, I think they got it backwards. But this is like, you can't just throw money at your problems all the time. You do this.
Yeah, I like to.
You do this. But you do it to Danny.
Yeah. But she loves it. If the person loves it, then it's fine. Like, I need this thing done. Here's $20. And they're like, okay, like, it's an easy thing. I just don't feel like fucking
20 what?
Yeah.
Danny, what's the lowest amount of money Mike's paid you to do a menial task? For
You
what?
told me-
For God blessed
So
America.
ready for this? Like, what is it? If I do my
So
phone
let me
from
get this
upstairs.
straight. The following sentence exited your mouth. Danny, I'll pay you $1.50 if you can run upstairs and get my phone.
Yeah.
And then the transaction occurred.
Well, there's actually one step that you missed. I ask her for the price, so I say I need my phone from upstairs and I can't get it right now. I'm on a call or whatever. And I ask her what her proposal is for the task. And then I usually double it. She's like, I'll do that for 75 cents. I'll give you $2. And then she goes up, she gets it, and I pay more $2. She racks up all these simple things.
Yeah,
It's a really
simple
brotherly.
calculation right
He's trying to do this to me.
I gotta pay so much more.
Logan, I'll pay you $1,500 if you give me the snack for the cover. Okay, so simple calculation, $1.50 to go upstairs, takes about a minute. That's $90 an hour.
That's what I'm saying.
Technically, it's a good deal.
That's what I'm saying.
It's just see.
She does 2 of those, she buys her Starbucks.
No shame in my game, bro. I can't get to go up those stairs. I'm too old. I'm too fucking old. I got all kinds of shit. You guys suck at romance.
No, not all guys.
Not all guys. Are they as good as girls? Here's what I asked. Last night, my girlfriend said to me, babe, I'm gonna get my period soon. I really want chocolate. And I know what kind of chocolate she likes. She likes Lindt with a touch of sea salt chocolate. They're like $6 a pop. It's pretty, yeah, Lindt. There's a T.
Is that the brand? Okay.
And she watched my location, which, you know, she does, as you know. She just sits at her house and just watches my dot. That's what she does. I'm her sim. Yeah. I'm her sim and her sim. She watched my location. She watched me drive to 3 different places. And she knew that I stopped at different places on a mission to get her chocolate. And when I showed up, it wasn't with 1 Lindt chocolate bar, it was with 6. And when I tell you, there's no better way to change the mood in a one-on-one love relationship than doing a kind deed.
Oh yeah, good thing.
Bro, this girl was in fucking go mode, bro, for the rest of the night. Like I couldn't even just keep the fish off my rod.
Yeah, I like it.
Sorry, I needed
said
some
that.
sort of like way to do that. But I just like, should I be doing more? Yes, probably.
I mean, that's a nice gesture, dude. No, that's a phenomenal.
Okay,
you drove to 3
Turn
stores to buy
around
chocolate
when it is safe to do so.
Closed, and the thing is, guys ain't girls watching right now. This kid's open situation. Saying to guys,
Turn
even
right.
David, the Austrian German guy, he's putting together weeks for his girlfriend, surprises that.
Maybe he's if your man's is which David is not.
Here's what I see David. I see David as creating a spirit. That's Mike's great scene in the creative environment.
Maybe this is coming from a place of madness.
Same. I saw how much better.
Does your question be dissected romance? Maybe we dissect it. To me, when I hear romance, I picture
yards. Turn right. Like, I just walk off the podcast, night shift, and me and you very similar. Start at 8 a.m. and at 10 p.m. It's like, what can I muster 10 minutes before
In 200 yards, turn left.
And the cane bars were great. I guess
Turn left.
I'll speak for myself. I've done such a good job for myself in the courting process. Where it was just like, hey, you have 7 days recording. What's good? And now when I go on a candy bar, it's fireworks. It's not like now because dude, if I fly to Paris, it's a wrap. Paris have lights on, lights and towers. It's gonna be wrapped. That would happen.
Yeah. Also, doesn't have to be blue and pink.
Yeah, it goes both ways.
You know?
For sure.
Not everyone has to be a romantic person.
I like the idea of my partner making me want to do nice things for them.
Yeah, yes.
It's great. It's
Is this the beginning of your growth? It's so fucking next time I see that. Just see myself sitting there like that profound
the first time I watched this movie, I've never seen the scene like the fat people in the chairs getting everything they need and everything done by the floating screen in front of them. Look, I know I'm 13 years old, but this will happen. It's one of the best movies.
At the roundabout, take the second exit.
That's an interesting question. Because it's almost like I'm gonna have like you could be semi-broke, and once you just treat yourself like
In 400 yards, turn right.
Go back to the who knows?
Turn right. At the roundabout, take the second exit. In 400 yards, you will arrive at your destination.
$2.50 that you pay extra on top of and possibly get into an accident, all those factors.
In 100 yards, turn right.
People that you shouldn't be paying attention to.
I say this. I've said this before.
What do you do? How
This is our conversation we had this morning.
How long do you take it before you fire back? I got this one guy. I'm obviously not gonna say anything about him, but he is obsessed with me. He loves me. He worships me. Every show he makes has to mention me. And he comments on my Instagram pictures, barf faces of me and my girlfriend. And he's obsessed. He's like a stalker, bro. He has to know what's going on in the life of Big Mike, and his videos get his 8,000 views and 6,000 views. And I just always say to myself, like, why? Jay-Z said in a song, a wise man told me don't argue with fools, because people from a distance can't tell who is who. So if you argue with a fool, you're just as bad as them, because you're standing there arguing with a fool. don't even address me. And I snap back to my man.
And then, you know, I said, just, it's a real problem that he does. So when he was out of toilet paper, I gave him some good advice. Use your hand.
Which was great. That's a real problem.
He's jealous. Wait, he's jealous of you? I just want to say something, because speaking of jealous, I told you something last night that I found fascinating. Certain foods make him you can't eat certain foods because of the mouthfeel, the texture.
Oh,
what are they?
I can't eat pudding.
This is a thing? Shut up. Consistency. Why can't you eat pudding? Okay, so I didn't say the same thing. He said pudding, jello. Yogurt. He made it seem like tropes it. For that reason, I find this fascinating. The texture of foods doesn't allow you to eat said food. But he said he can't eat mashed potatoes. He himself wonders why. Mashed potatoes are hard food
from someone who literally dislikes mashed potatoes, and I've taken a lot of heat for that. My whole life I was and you know, like, and never gave up on me.
Oh, nice.
But I said fuck too many times yesterday. I did. Your mashed potatoes are fucking mediocre. I don't know how else to say it. She knows that it's the one thing she is. She's a great cook. It's the one thing she just does. Cajun fries. Oh, that's right. That's the best fry on the planet. I got other things. I like these. There's a doc There's a doc on Netflix right now called "Have a Good Trip." Has anybody? And it is a doc. It is an hour-and-a-half movie interviewing celebrities about their experiences with acid mushrooms, silent and mescaline and shit like that. Wow. They got so many people. They got everybody from Anthony Bourdain and A$AP Rocky, like all over the place. They even got Susan Sarandon, but they couldn't get permission from her to use it. They got Ozzy Osbourne. He didn't give permission, so those people didn't make it. But this guy
Why would he say no?
He said no because he didn't like the idea of being in a drug movie. Just strictly about LSD and mushrooms, and I really want to watch it. Even as someone in recovery, I'm still mystified by psychedelics. I always will be.
They're fascinating.
We could probably learn a lot about Uncle Tim in that.
Tim Leary.
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah. Yep. Traffic's back.
Is it?
Yep. How long do we let traffic dictate our movement? We have a problem in the city and like other cities in the world that tells me when I can and can't go places. What the fuck?
That's the one thing quarantine's actually been nice for is I know my drives are going to be max 30 minutes to most places, and LA traffic is some of the worst in the world, and it takes like hours to get home sometimes. Is that what you're saying? It's back like that?
I mean, I was trying to get home today because I every time I leave somewhere with the desire to pee, which as you know is always,
often, yeah.
I always say to myself, You got it, man. You can hold it till you get to the next play. I'm wrong every time. I can't hold it. I can't. I really gotta
Have you ever had to pull over on the side of the highway and pee?
I just did it today on the way to the house.
You're lying.
That's serious. I pulled over and I found a little crevice and I peed. And by the way, in this little crevice on the side of the highway, there was black gloves, duct tape.
You're lying.
Dead serious. And I was peeing. I was peeing on black gloves, duct tape, a little pearl.
You tampered with murder evidence.
Potentially. And then, by the way,
This is some sort of alibi, luxury of going into a little like wooded crevice.
Yeah.
I had to go straight up side of the highway, not even a shoulder, dude.
Oh,
the small side.
Yeah.
Pull up because it was I thought I was gonna explode.
Yeah.
Like really explode.
That's how I felt today. Like actually lose all consistency as a human and urine just shoots out in all directions.
That's I'm not excited to not being able to control.
Turn around when it is safe to do so. In 200 yards, turn left. Turn left.
Doesn't get things that are so cliche to not get. So let's
You have arrived at your destination.
I always have to pee, but like it's not. I don't get it, and you don't get it either. But it's like one of those things where it's like, I love how you get mad about it. You have to pee. I'm like, I don't know. Do you think I'm happy about this? I gotta fucking pee, bro.
No, because I just don't think you do.
Get your feet. Well, I mean, he knows. As funny as that is, he may have a no, but that's the empathy conversation I'm trying to have here. But I think he may have a point. Maybe he's teaching me that I don't have to. But I think that listening to him on this one could end up in a wet situation.
One way to find out.
I listened to Logan. He told me I didn't have to pee, and I pissed all over myself.
Bro, I would love to see you pee your pants. That is.
Kind of don't know food, and Anthony Bourdain was a fucking expert, bro.
He's a chef, yeah.
Yeah, he was.
And so starting today, I'm gonna start studying food a little bit more.
You're lying.
Yeah. And I want to learn a little bit more about nutrition. So that's why I think he's
I was gonna say, my knee-jerk reaction to the say it, and now it's like, that's
well-breaded and well-lubed up buffalo, like a big buffalo chicken pat. You know what I'm saying? Just covered in buffalo chicken with the blue cheese or ranch if you're a ranch person on the side. That's one of them. I think black Labrador puppies are great. I love a 3/4 stuffed pillow that's still cool at the top. When you lay down, it's still cool to the touch. And I don't think anybody likes, you know, or could possibly dislike going up and down on elevators. On elevators, just going up and down, and big elevators, high rise.
That freaks some people out. Yeah. There's been some horrifying elevator accidents. What?
I don't know. That makes me sad, but laughing. So,
Mike, there was a woman.
Such a great thing.
There was a woman who got severed in half.
I saw that. God dang.
She got severed in half because the elevator dropped. Bing! There were people in that elevator. Do you know how long it took the paramedics to arrive to get the people who were alive out of the elevator with a half body? So I'm gonna have to say no on the last one. Okay, maybe personally I. But university probably. Escalators? That's fine.
No. Quick.
No, there's some people that don't like that.
There's some people
that
the thing you
me?
like.
Me?
What do you like go to? You're like, I need to do this.
Disc golf for me.
Yeah.
I want to throw a frisbee into a little hut. I want to throw a frisbee.
No, and this is such a sad thing for me. The week leading in your birthday, when I was thinking about the shrimp, I told you that I was going to get you the disc golf game. Danny, you remember this? And I said, should I just get him the disc golf game instead of the shrimp? And it was this beautiful $150 chained up disc golf, and mother freaking Amazon pandemic delay couldn't get it to me on time, so I bought him a piece of shit reptile shrimp fish. And he almost killed me. He wanted to shoot me in the face because of it.
Yeah, I love disc golf, man. The way the frisbees fly through the air and hit the chain link hut. What about you, Max?
Mine is making jewelry for me.
Have you done that?
Yeah, I have a couple. I have a pair of owl feather earrings I've made, blue jay feather earrings,
Where do you get
necklaces.
feathers?
I found them on the ground.
Find owl feathers on the ground?
I was in Michigan. I found feathers in earrings.
There's some on the spinner van if you want from when the owl hit it.
Oh, I saw that. I don't want to use those. These are like the nice ones.
Those are nice.
Can I replace the elevator just with a fresh glass of pink lemonade and the mixture of the smell of freshly cut grass and lavender? I've told you guys before. So just like those, take the elevator, the half woman out of the equation. That should have never happened. I feel bad.
Wait, was that a Houdini trick or was that?
No, it really happened, bro. She got fucking slugs.
So not like you marginalized.
Oh my god.
Add him to the list. Alright, so Mike really extremely marginalized people that have canceled Mike.
People that have been cut in half by elevator.
Yep. People who have been abducted by monkeys, and people who have women who have Barbie vaginas. And eventually, so that's 3. Eventually, there's going to be a handful of these people who are going to come after you, Mike. So just be careful because your marginalized groups are getting macro in numbers.
I also feel like great grandmothers that have been abducted by aliens. Because I discounted Mac's story about his great. Was it your great aunt? Yeah, so like great. That's another one. You should be right.
You are dying.
Hey, yeah, wait. I thought this was a joke.
Me too, and that's why we interrupted him.
I was fucking around. Wait, your mom's mom?
My mom.
Okay, so your great grandma, she's still alive? Okay, and she's been abducted by aliens?
According to legend, yeah, she lived in Pennsylvania in the middle of absolutely nowhere. And her claim was that at some point in her life she had been abducted by aliens. I don't know all of the story. I have to really get some more information on that. But yeah, she was abducted, and what that means for me is that if someone in your family gets abducted by aliens in your lineage, they are absolutely injected with DNA. Okay, without a doubt. They took something and they injected it. Which means, as people in my family get born, they're part alien. So,
yeah,
technically like one.
So your pilgrimage wasn't to Plymouth Rock, it was to Earth, to another planet. You're an alien pilgrim. I don't doubt that. And it's sorry to all the people that we cut off their beautiful stories, because I honestly didn't believe, I didn't think it was serious.
I still don't. I mean, what's good, Mac? You can't just, details?
I mean, they've been kind of locked up in the government.
I believe you. I'm sorry, I have to.
What about your grandma? She didn't want this reason. Old age, disease, natural illness, cause, anal probe?
No, kind of just happened slowly, but yeah, she passed away. I think it might have been a government ploy to silence.
Tricky. For any aliens watching this podcast, and I know you did, feel free to come down. Like, we're ready. Just come.
Not now. Not. I mean, you specifically said that if it means you get to get a ride to like another solar system, that your anus is open for business.
Most things are open for business. Like, if the aliens need a limb, a strong opinion, a couple teeth to fuel their spaceship back to their own planet, take mine. I'm serious. Take mine. Don't kill me. But take what you need from me.
Wait, what do you get?
I do.
Oh, you go. Okay, you go. Okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
Remember Xenon Girl 21st Century? Disney Channel.
But I have a girlfriend. Now I'm not interested in her. So.
Wait, hold on a second. We've not talked yet about interplanetary cheating. Is that because there's a lot of we shouldn't get into this today because I know he's moving towards a wrap here.
Interplanetary cheating, no way. Interdimensional cheating, that's where lines get blurred.
A lot of people have not a lot of people, but some people have a zip code. Movie role models that Michael Scott, Shawn Michael, whatever that dude's name was, said it was not allowed to cheat on his girlfriend in the 902 area. But when he goes out, he's free to move about the cabin. I know, but everybody has a different, and some people give hall passes for celebrities.
My girl fell in love with an alien, like really in love, and they had some sort of affair. I don't know if I could be that mad at her. I really, especially if they're more advanced than us. If this alien is a G and he deserves a queen, and he can provide for her better than me, sure.
You're not going down to see.
I'm trying to fight him, but given my path, I probably lose.
Or at least get a draw. Let me say something about this. I like to believe, just like any other guy should believe, that they have the hottest girl in the fucking world. If you put me in front of that blue woman from X-Men.
Yeah.
That's you know Nemo who I'm talking about? The blue lady. Mystique. You put me in front of Mystique. And not the actress who plays her, but the one that's able to shapeshift into a scientist at the lab that they're trying to save Magneto from or whatever his name is. Magneto. They're trying to kill.
Wait, so Mystique can change into anyone though. So are you cheating with Blue Mystique or when she changes into someone else?
No. Blue Mystique, yeah. Dude, she, come on.
Yeah, see, that's tricky. I probably still wouldn't because she's blue and has scales, but I do hear your point.
Because here's the biggest question. Are these people, whether they're aliens, mutants, robots from the future, whatever, are they able to do things to please you in a way that no human can. Like, is she able to insert a blue tentacle into your brainstem and make you feel the most furious orgasm that is worth 100 years of orgasms in one sitting? Yes, she is. Why do you think she's friends with Magneto? He can't even get his dick hard, he's 90. But she inserts her vagina into his brainstem and makes him hard like Blue Chew. Why do you think she's blue? Why do you think she's blue?
That's incredible.
Yeah.
That's amazing. I think we end there. Thanks for watching this episode of Impulsive. It is weird. Quarantine's weird. We got 3 more months, I guess, in LA County. So we'll be here more. So subscribe.
This is the perfect location, yeah? It's gonna make us a mint. I've got a waiting list of clients already, but I think we should try out all the cars first. Don't you agree?
I didn't say that! I didn't fucking say it! He fucking said it!
I can't do this shit by myself. I can't. I can do it if I got Danny. I got Danny. It's just me and Danny. Danny, me and you. Danny, 100 years and more. We're gonna be doing this forever, for the rest of eternity. Doing Impulsive Podcast, the #1 podcast. Thanks for listening to us, guys, and subscribing and doing anything else you do to us with us. We like you. We appreciate you. Full transparency. I am alone on set. If we could cut to a wide real quick, there's no one here. Not only that, there's no one operating the camera. For some reason, our 2 p.m. call time was completely ignored. It's 2:36 p.m. I am baffled. Why? I even sent warning texts. You did too, Danny. I said rolling in 5. Usually when I'm short and succinct like that, they know I'm doing this. Here's the problem. I meant to. So here we are. Alone. I'm gone. I will do this podcast by myself if I have to. And it's a shame. Because we have a lot of good stuff to talk about. I'm doing good so far? Alright, cool. Guys, this episode is brought to you by MyBookie. Whether you're down in your luck or just down because you're stuck, find relief with MyBookie whenever there's never a quarantine on fun. I am so sorry. That is literally exactly what it says. When there's never a quarantine on fun. Alright, Life Without Sports is finally nearing an end. Start off small or swing for the fences by making some bets with MyBookie. Earnings from MMA and simulated sports not coming in quick enough? Try your hand from MyBookie Casino with instant access to hundreds of classic slots and table games. Stay safe and stay sane. In the comfort of your home, sign up right now. Go to mybookie.ag. Use the promo code Logan. Match your deposit halfway, all the way up to $1,000. Put in 100, they'll spot you 50. So you're basically getting free money to play with just $6. I'll run it by myself. I don't know if you guys saw in because he doesn't really know much about fighting or anything. Okay, so for all my fight fans, for all my fight fans, you know, I love fighting. I love watching combat sports. I have participated in combat sports as fast as I was young. And the UFC 14 this past week. There was no audience. It was, I don't know if it was one of the first sporting that there was no audience. Historically, what makes the UFC so exciting is and so everyone was fascinated to see how this thing played up. I'm gonna say a hot take here. I truly enjoyed it. Really? Dog. Fighting is not a sport where you need to feed energy to make it exciting. You know what I'm saying? Like, watching two dudes fight, just you're the only audience member, and you're losing your mind. Like, humans going at it is the most primal form of entertainment in the world. And so, when there's no one watching, you hear every single punch, every bone, every spit, every sniffle,
everything the coaches are saying,
the ref too, everything you hear. Oh,
I love it. I did like that.
Bro, I was watching and I was stunned at how much fun and how entertained I was by this event. Like, I have to tip my hat to the UFC for once again being able to innovate and be pioneers in an industry.
Dana was adamant about getting this going.
That's what I'm saying.
Island, right? Fight Island never happened.
It never happened, yeah, but they were going
Could
to.
you imagine?
That'd be crazy. That'd be crazy. But yeah, everyone got tested for coronavirus beforehand. I think one of the fighters actually tested positive, and he obviously was not able to fight. Wow. But the commentators, Joe Rogan, Daniel Cormier, and the other guy had to sit apart from each other. And here's the funny part. They can all hear each other at the venue. The fighters can hear the commentators.
What Joe Rogan is saying.
Bro, everyone can hear everyone. So it's like if you give... I can't imagine the dynamic of like Joe Rogan saying something that could be perceived as like a coaching tip and one of the fighters hears it. And it was really fascinating. And honestly, one of my favorite UFC events ever. The fights were incredible. Francis Ngannou knocked out his opponent in 20 seconds. Henry Cejudo won yet again to become maybe the greatest combat sports fighter of all time. With 2 seconds left in the round, and I think of round 2, he beat Dominic Cruz, and it's been cool to watch Henry literally just dominate his weight class. He was the one we had dinner with in Vegas, and he let me hold his 2 belts. If you guys remember the vlog where I like magically was holding 2 UFC championships.
Nintendo is one of the largest gaming and entertainment corporations on the planet, raking in billions and billions of dollars. And yet one solitary teenager managed to steal their secrets from the comfort of his own bedroom. With nothing but a laptop and an inclination for thievery, Ryan Hernandez almost ruins Nintendo for good. The hacking went on for years, with the FBI regularly engaged and hot on his tail. Did they end up tracking him down? What exactly did he steal? And how did he penetrate the supposed flawless security system of one of the world's biggest companies? Let's find out. We all know Nintendo. It's a name synonymous with video games around the world, and it has been for decades. With Mario, Zelda, Donkey Kong, Pikachu, and the rest of the gang, Nintendo isn't just a games company, it's an international mesh of cultural icons. In 2019 alone, Nintendo sold more than $10.91 billion worth of product, lifting its total company value at an estimated $85 billion. Headquartered in Kyoto, Nintendo is one of the most successful companies in Japan, with close to 6,000 employees, many of which were hackers themselves in past lives. So you would expect its security system to be airtight, right? Immense security budgets are put in place to protect the unreleased ideas, games, and consoles. So to have someone steal that unreleased information would not only be unfathomable, but catastrophic as well. Not to mention embarrassing when the thief is just a teenager. And yet, that is exactly what happened. Without even leaving his house, a then 17-year-old Ryan S. Hernandez managed to break into Nintendo's internal computer network and take his pick of company secrets, exposing them online and bragging about it for years to come. At a time when all other kids his age were studying for final exams, he was stealing millions of dollars worth of intellectual property from an entertainment conglomerate. The young man from Palmdale, California, which is right about here outside Los Angeles, went by Ryan Rocks online, and sometimes as Ryan West, so just remember those names because they're all the same person. So how was any of this possible? How did young Ryan manage to crack the elite security system of an $85 billion company? One word, phishing, with a PH. If you've ever received a spam email asking you to give your credit card details to a Nigerian prince, or a telemarketer demanding that you provide your social security number for a survey for the quote, new government branch, then you've been the target of phishing. Either through email, phone call, or text message, somebody posing as a legitimate institution tries to lure you in and convince you to provide sensitive data. It's digital trickery, and that's exactly how Ryan Hernandez managed to slip behind the first wall of Nintendo's security. In October of 2016, just 1 month after Nintendo had already contacted him with a warning, which we'll touch on in a moment, Ryan and an associate used a phishing technique to steal the credentials of a Nintendo employee, which he then used to gain access to Nintendo's files. He had persuaded a Nintendo employee to respond to a help request posted on an online forum, then used the stolen account credentials to upload malware onto the site. That malware allowed him to gain administrator access, not just contributor access, which he subsequently used to view and download a number of confidential Nintendo files. At his fingertips were unreleased information about upcoming games and consoles, including, of course, the Nintendo Switch. So, wait, let's rewind for a moment. Like we said, Ryan was already on Nintendo's radar. But why? And if they already knew about him, how did he get away with such an audacious hack? Well, here's how. Hernandez first appeared on Nintendo's radar in mid-2016, when he registered for access to the developer portal through the official Nintendo process, and Nintendo said yes. Think of the developer portal as the place where independent creators officially interact with Nintendo to develop and list their game on the online store. It's a digital space which the general public does not have access to, a sector that had placed Ryan one step closer to the company's secrets. Therefore, once Ryan had gained developer access, he utilized his hacking skills to access select folders containing Nintendo's proprietary information, including material for the Wii U console and the Nintendo 3DS system. Nintendo realized that Ryan had shared some of its secrets online, quickly launching its own investigation. It didn't take them long to realize who was behind the attack. The IP address used for the hack shared the IP address that was legitimately used by Hernandez when he was accessing the Nintendo developer network. Think of it this way. Nintendo knew who Ryan was, and they knew his computer's IP address. When that IP address popped up again, it was as simple as running a database check to see if there were any matches. They were aware of who Hernandez was, so there was no point trying to hide his identity. Trying to nip the issue in the bud, Nintendo reached out to Ryan and his family through a representative and asked him to stop sharing the company's secrets. They didn't press charges because at the time, in September of 2016, Hernandez was still a minor. Okay, so he'd stolen in September of 2016, and then he had gone in and done so once more in October. But the issue wasn't solely the downloading of the classified files, it was the sharing. He leaked the information to the public via at least 3 different channels. First, Twitter. Second, Discord. And third, a chat room which was called Ryan's Underground Hangout. He was pumped about it too. According to statements released by the Department of Justice, Ryan's Underground Hangout was used to chat with others about Nintendo products, including the confidential information he had found from hacking, and was the chosen forum to share and boast about vulnerabilities that he had uncovered in Nintendo's cybersecurity network. Ryan Rocks was gaining notoriety and infamy in the hacking world. Fast forward to October of 2017, a year later, and enough was enough. it was time for the FBI to get involved. In October, the FBI arranged a visit to Ryan and his parents. Rather than pressing any serious charges, the FBI secured a promise from Hernandez that he would stop any further malicious activity moving forward. Ryan confirmed that he understood the consequences of any further hacking and would cease immediately. At least, that's what he told the agents. You can't teach an old dog new tricks, and Ryan's promise to the FBI, just like the one he made to Nintendo a year earlier, proved to be nothing but meaningless waffle. Clearly not taking the threats or promises seriously, Hernandez posted a meme on one of his Twitter accounts shortly after the FBI made him a visit, which depicted SpongeBob SquarePants as an FBI agent. To rub salt into the wound, he tagged Nintendo America's official Twitter account on the post. With a carefree attitude, it didn't take long for Ryan Hernandez to find himself back in the twisted web of online hacking. Over a period of at least 13 months, from at least June of 2018 to June of 2019, Ryan was scouring Nintendo's internal systems, hacking into multiple servers, and hijacking all sorts of unreleased information, this time on various popular video games and developer tools. In 2019, Ryan had well and truly exhausted his excuse of being a minor. Now an adult, the FBI wasn't as forgiving. In June, the FBI acquired a search warrant, allowing them to enter Ryan's house once more and do a clean sweep of all of his computer gear. They seized computers, hard drives, and circumvention devices, tools used to pirate games. The evidence was unquestionable. As you'd expect, once they'd taken those devices back to the labs for analysis, thousands of confidential Nintendo files were discovered. That wasn't all. More incriminating evidence was uncovered on his devices, entirely separate to the ongoing Nintendo hacking saga. This explicit material, which we really won't get into, was found in a folder directory that was labeled Bad Stuff. What kind of impact did Ryan's thievery have on Nintendo's income? The truth is that it's impossible to quantify. Once a game is pirated and unleashed online, tracking the number of downloads and shares is near impossible. Mario Kart 8 Deluxe for the Nintendo Switch, for example, goes between $50 and $60. Multiply that by, say, 100,000 illegal copies, and we're well into the millions of dollars of lost revenue. That's not to mention the cost of investigating Ryan in the first place, and the associated legal fees. The hacking, however, may have a much more disastrous impact than those numbers suggest. By sharing Nintendo's vulnerabilities online, Ryan effectively created a path for other cybercriminals to steal, and in turn, cause the company to unknowingly forfeit millions more in unsold copies due to the increase in pirated video game copies circulating the internet. Unfortunately for Nintendo, they're not out of the water yet. Unrelated to Ryan West's antics, over 160,000 Nintendo accounts were affected by hacking attempts since the beginning of April 2020. Those hackers secured information like user nicknames, date of birth, country, and email addresses. And some accounts made fraudulent purchases as well. To combat any future hacks to its customers, Nintendo is recommending that all users enable a two-factor authentication. Meanwhile, to combat hacks to its physical systems, they're utilizing hackers to their own advantage. What do we mean by this? Well, prior to the Switch's release in 2017, Nintendo was willing to pay out as much as $20,000 to hackers who were able to crack the system in return for their methods. This way, Nintendo could identify the hardware's security vulnerabilities before it hit the mass market. They used the same process for the 3DS the year prior. For small breaches in privacy, Nintendo would pay $100, with the $20,000 reserved for the most serious of flaws. In their eyes, a small initial payment was worth the investment to stop piracy from becoming a major issue. Not that it really worked, as Ryan Hernandez showed us. It was only a matter of time before the letter of the law was laid down. At the end of January 2020, Ryan Hernandez, aka Ryan West, aka Ryan Rocks, pled guilty in a U.S. District Court in Seattle to federal crimes related to his relentless computer hacking scheme and his possession of explicit digital material. For his actions, including revealing the Nintendo Switch before its official launch, Hernandez agreed to pay $259,323 in restitution costs. While we still await the official judge-determined sentencing, the Department of Justice has stated that Hernandez could spend between 3 and 5 years in prison for hacking, and up to 20 years for the explicit material found on his computer. However, in exchange for a guilty plea, prosecutors will recommend that he serves 3 years. Keep an eye out in the comments for the final verdict. If you were the judge, how many years would you give him? Let us know in the comments. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and thanks for checking out The Richest. See you next time.
See, lyrically, I'm Mario Andretti and
Is considered one of the most wanted hackers of all time. He toyed with society, writing buzzers for free, intercepting phone calls, and manipulating the phones right to speak. And of course, gained unauthorized access to the stuff on the computer. But he never hoped for money, nor did anything valuable with the data he uncovered. That's why the FBI wanted to find him. So they turned him over to the From a young age, you could tell that Kevin Mitnick had something special about him. He found ways to manipulate the system and twist an arm here and there to get what he wanted. At age 12, back in 1975, while his schoolmates were he already found his first way to society. At the time, Los Angeles Transit used a punch card system. Every time you wanted to ride the bus, you took it to very specific code. However, he noticed that all of the bus drivers used the same code paper. That was the only thing he with a smile on his face, he managed to convince the bus driver that he was working on a school project and asked for a sample hole and the location where he would find it. Now, with his very own hole puncher, he went dumpster diving for unused transfer slips next to the truck in a garage. From then on, he rolled the bus. The activity of the bus driver actually has a name. It's called social engineering, and it's what psychologists use as a term to describe the manipulation of people into performing actions or divergent information. As it turns out, back before the internet was widely accessible, telephones were one of the most commonly hacked technologies. Phreaking was particularly popular from the 60s through the 80s. The hackers would learn how the phone operating systems worked and then try to exploit sensitive phone numbers, mask their own phone, and even charge the cost of their calls to complete strangers. Very sneaky, Mitnick could take it one step further. He amassed such an in-depth know-how of the phone system that he could imitate dial tones just by listening. So by making a few high-pitched squeaks, he could make international phone calls without talking over a single thing. Even though he couldn't use his societal and technological hacking abilities for all kinds of activities, in his teenage years, he mostly used them for fun. With the help of his friend Louis, he decided to hack into a McDonald's two-way radio. He was able to override the system, and instead of the drive-thru speaker directing into the cashier's headset, it directed into Kevin in the parked car across the street. This meant that he could reply to the customer's orders, pretend to be the employees, and play all kinds of pranks. When the cashier realized that something fishy was going on, he went out to investigate. When peering into the speaker, Kevin shouted through the radio, "What the heck are you looking at?" And, as you'd expect, the cashier got one mighty fright. So, as you've surely learned by now, Kevin Mitnick was one talented youngster who had no problem taking plenty of pleasures by manipulating systems. But let's rewind for a second. Who is this guy? Where'd he come from? And how'd he learn about all these nifty hacks in the first place? Well, we'll tell you. He was born in Van Nuys, which isn't too far from Hollywood. He attended the James Monroe High School, during which he became an amateur radio operator. This first-hand experience in the radio room is what helped him to understand how electronic wavelengths and signals worked, which correlated with the phone phreaking days. The radio room would have also given him access to computer systems and software that the majority of teenagers in the world hadn't even heard of. As technology advanced, so did Mitnick's skills. It was 1979, when he was just 16 years old, that he gained his first unauthorized access to a computer network. That network belonged to a company called Digital Equipment Corporation, or DEC, and he broke into their system and copied the company's software. Although this would come back to haunt him some 9 years later when, spoiler alert, he was charged and convicted for it. Then in 1981, the 17-year-old Kevin and a friend named Louis DePayne hacked the mainframe Cosmos computer system for Pacific Bell, a phone company now owned by AT&T. Once Kevin had maneuvered into the mainframe, he could divert the phone lines and intercept any of the calls going through the exchange. Regular folk who used Pacific Bell service quickly started to complain about what they thought were errors and pranks. Fair enough, too, because Kevin would answer these calls himself, and he wasn't afraid to throw a few tasteless jokes around. With an obvious interest in Pacific Bell, one night, Kevin snuck into the building where Cosmos was housed. He took manuals and documents containing a stack of passwords. The plan was simple. Take the documents, photocopy them overnight, return everything exactly where he found them before morning. What Kevin didn't count on, however, was that Lewis was telling another friend, and that friend ratted him out to the police. This put Kevin on the watch list. Cops pulled him over the next day, and he was sentenced to 3 months behind bars with a year's probation. Ouch. You'd think that after winding up in prison that Kevin would have learned his lesson, but nope, entirely the opposite. Once he was released on probation, full of crazy ideas in his head, he dove straight back into the hacking. His next project? NSA, and listening into conversations of the world's biggest wiretappers. But it was 1983 that was perhaps his greatest hacking achievement. At the time, he was studying using one of the machines at the university, like the TLS-80 computer system, Mitnick gained access to secret code. This had been those sections of the university, except this was reserved for only large corporations and universities. In other words, it was really important. Fast forward to 1987. Kevin just found many different this wasn't an overly complicated actually worked. Kevin particular operating system called VMS. Mission accomplished, but again Kevin ended up being caught. Although it wasn't because of his own oversight, it's because somebody else turned him in. It was Lenny DiCiccio that betrayed him. He informed DEC about Kevin's hack into the company network, and then agreed to be an FBI informant, wearing a wire when he invited Kevin over to his house to discuss the next stage of their plan. For this crime, Kevin was sentenced to a year in prison and had to take a 6-month program to treat his computer damage. Did the program work? Not a chance in hell. After more hacks into companies like IPM, Nokia, and Motorola, more arrests, more probations, and an FBI that led agents all the way to North Carolina, he was found. Following years of hiding, Mitnick was discovered and arrested in February of 1995 at his apartment in Raleigh, making the end of a well-publicized manhunt. The straw that broke the camel's back was when he hacked into the computer system of Tutsumo Shimomura, a research scientist. Shimomura, unhappy with being on the receiving end of it, traced the hack to a modem connected to a cell tower. Mitnick was charged with 14 counts of wire fraud, interception of wire and electronic communications, unauthorized access to a federal computer, and causing damage to it. That's a pretty hefty one. Following his release on January 21st, stealing information. So he went full 180. Instead of working against the past, a hobby that made him one of America's most wanted, he decided to work for it. The FBI was aware that despite Mitnick's easy access to credit cards, social security numbers, and proprietary software, he never spent a dime of his money. Credibility was key for his shift from the dark side.
You have arrived at your destination.
Running his own security consultancy business he calls Day Expert Exchange, and also security consulting for Fortune 500 companies and the FBI, and performs a number of security technical services for the world's largest companies. On top of that, he teaches social engineering classes to government agencies, showing them how to benefit from it, and also how to protect themselves from exploitation. True to his history, however, there's always a trick up his sleeve. The business cards he gives out at events, well, those double as lock-picking kits. Seriously though, did you expect anything less? Despite the huge manhunt and the hacking of hundreds of companies, the way Mitnick tells it, he never meant any harm. In his very own words, quote, "I never in doing this wanted to harm anybody. I was just having fun. I was being the magician by breaking the systems and getting the code. That's why I was going after cell phones. That's why I was going after operating systems, to become better at hacking them," end quote. Of course, not everybody agrees with Kevin's view. He did, after all, spend 5 years in prison for stealing software from a range of companies, costing them hundreds of thousands of dollars. And even as early as his LA bus riding days, he was exploiting the best quality in people, their desire to help a fellow person. So what do you think about Kevin? Is he friend or is he foe? Let us know in the comments. Don't forget to like this video, subscribe to The Richest, and thanks for checking us out. We'll see you next time. When you're the president of the most powerful nation on Earth, and you have a divisive, often combative approach to leading the country, every waking moment is a potential threat. In order to keep the president safe, we have the Secret Service, and they're labeled secret for a reason. Their expert tactics in threat prevention and threat response are as important as any job in existence. They'll scan for imminent danger, eat his food, and even carry around bags of his blood. Stay tuned for all the details of these defensive tactics. They really are unbelievable. As we dive into the classified world of the Secret Service, let's make one thing unquestionably clear. They are watching you, and if they want to, they can track you down. It's a pretty intimidating thought, but it's reality. Sure, we have our cell phones and our laptops, but even if we go totally off-grid, they still have their ways. One of those ways is hiding in your desk drawer as we speak. That's right, a pen. Contrary to what you might think at first, the Secret Service don't have microphones installed in every single pen ever made. But what they do have is a way of analyzing ink. They have the world's largest collection of ink and work in conjunction with the country's most prominent ink manufacturers. This allows the Secret Service to maintain an enormous database of distinctive tags in the ink. Think of that like an underlying written code, and that code, those tags, can allow the Secret Service to narrow down the brand of the pen, as well as which city a letter was written in and sent from. Working in tandem with the ink analyzers, the Secret Service also has a team of dedicated handwriting experts. If a letter arrives on the president's desk and has so much as one threatening word on it, then the ink will be analyzed and the handwriting will be identified and stored. It's not just threatening letters addressed to the president or the upper White House staff that are under constant surveillance, but also, believe it or not, the food that the president eats. From Clinton to Bush, Obama, and now Trump, not even food can enter the office without prior inspection. Jeffrey Robertson, who wrote the book Standing Next to History, An Agent's Life Inside the Secret Service, said it perfectly. Even as a heartfelt gift, no matter how genuine the intention, quote, "If you send the president a Christmas ham, it'll never get to him." It's not just gifts from outside sources that are scoured. The Secret Service intimidatingly stared down the chefs in the White House as well, to make sure there's no splash of rat poison in the president's quesarito. Whenever President Obama went out to restaurants for meet and greets, he wasn't actually supposed to eat the food that was served to him. The Secret Service take the precaution that everything that they haven't seen prepared in front of their very own eyes is a potential threat. Most of the time, Obama would just take a couple of smiling pictures and wait until he was home to chow down. As strict as all the food supervisions are, the president can still go ahead and order a pizza whenever he feels like it. The catch, however, is that they order it to be delivered at a different address. If the pizzeria doesn't know who the margarita is for, it reduces their chance of pouring arsenic all over it. When you're in a position of power, threats are part of the job. No matter which political party the president falls into, there are always going to be people who disagree with the policies and agendas. So sometimes, in recent years, a little more often, people threaten the president with all kinds of frightening letters, videos, and verbal shouts from crowds. Whenever this happens, the Secret Service has a crucial decision to make. What happens to the person who has stepped out of line and made the threat? The first question that needs to be asked is this person serious? The Secret Service digs, they poke, and they prod by interviewing everyone. Friends, neighbors, teachers, kids, associates, employees, you name it. And of course, the person in question as well. The Secret Service needs to know for sure, does this person really want to harm the president? Are they fully conscious of their words and actions, and of sound mental health? Or is this instead nothing but a sick joke? All of these questions and interviews fall under what the Secret Service refers to as protective intelligence. Once they've reached a conclusion, then they decide the punishment. Sometimes it's a warning, and that's where it ends. On other occasions, expect a psychiatric evaluation sentence. Or if the threat is genuine, then odds are they'll be charged with a Class E felony and locked up. If you've ever watched an interview where the president is out in public, you'll have recognized the sly, game-faced, impenetrable agents dressed in dark suits and even darker glasses. This unit, known as Protective Detail, is enlisted to follow and protect the president wherever they go. That means at political campaigns, in interviews, summits, meet and greets, and even if they're out for a walk around the block. The reality is that even 30 seconds without protection is a window for an attack. That's why the Protective Detail follows the current president and every president before him everywhere. Even if he needs to go to the bathroom, you can bet that he'll be escorted in there. You'll never find yourself in the stall next to the president, that's for sure. Author Jeffrey Robinson comically shared a moment of when Ronald Reagan was in office, even when he was in his most vulnerable position, getting a colonoscopy at the doctor's office. There was an agent in the room, wielding a weapon at his hip. If you're the Secret Service, everyone is considered a threat, even the doctors. We joke about bathrooms and doctors, but the reality is that assassinations are possible. We've seen proof of it. Abraham Lincoln, James Garfield, William McKinley, and most notably, John F. Kennedy. This is why the PPD was established, which stands for Presidential Protection Division. The agents have access to bags of blood in the president's motorcade in the event a transfusion is needed. If the president is attacked at an event, instead of rushing to the hospital and wasting critical minutes, they have the medical supplies on hand and can start the paramedic process as soon as possible. The PPD must also ensure that the motorcade is never more than 10 minutes away from a trauma center. In an emergency, time is of the essence. It was this rule that saved former United States President Ronald Reagan in the assassination attempt in March of 1981. Remember the protective intelligence we spoke of earlier? Well, it extends far beyond interviewing people who have yelled abusive threats within large crowds. It extends deep into the digital world as well. Unless you've been living under a rock, you'll know that the current president's communication method of choice is Twitter. As a platform accessible to the entire world, he has become the target of many intimidating and sinister online comments. Every single threat, no matter if it's a paragraph, a video, a sour meme, or just one word, is heavily inspected by the Secret Service. Every tiny aspect of that person's life is investigated. They search your Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram accounts. Look up your personal and criminal history. Check your driving record. Read your tax returns. You name it, they do it. It only takes one overlooked threatening comment for everything to crumble. Next up, we're looking at the ultra-skilled, ultra-secretive Water Rescue Detail. As the name suggests, this Secret Service unit is responsible for protection in and around water. Even after a presidential term ends, protection is promised. And as you can imagine, after a stressful tenure, they usually head down to relaxing places somewhere warm by the beach. That's why the highly trained Water Rescue Detail is essential, and why they go through grueling training procedures. The trainees must pass the initial swim test of covering 800 meters in 16 minutes, and be able to swim the length of a 25-meter pool underwater, holding their breath 4 separate times, with only a minute break between laps. Of the 3,200 Secret Service agents stationed around the globe, just 75 serve on the Water Rescue Detail. A water rescue situation is far more realistic than you'd think. Former President George H.W. Bush loved boating at the family property in Kennebunkport, Maine. And Barack Obama loved to body surf in the large waves in Hawaii, where he grew up. Even the Trump family vacations on the waters of Mar-a-Lago and Palm Beach. The president's main mode of transport, as we're sure you've seen on TV, is the motorcade. Trump travels around in a customized Cadillac limousine. And considering how many people aren't too fond of him, it's necessary that the car is able to withstand high gunfire and even an explosive device. How is this possible? Because it's covered in over 7 tons of armor. As you can tell from this illustration, it's also got a fire extinguisher, a medical kit, and more. That, friends, is why it's called the Beast. But it's not just the one limo that makes the motorcade so esteemed and impenetrable. The Beast is never alone. There's a discreet black van which holds the CAD, aka the Counter Assault Division. Just one of the dozens of vehicles that make up the motorcade. With the layers of armor and the countless extra features, each vehicle costs well over $1 million. When we go on vacation, stay at a hotel, or grab a drink at a cafe, we can make it a last-minute decision. When the president goes somewhere, it's another story. The Secret Service needs to scout out, in advance, every single place that the president will be visiting. They're already doing thorough sweeps of the entire area long before the president arrives. When former President Obama was visiting schools, his detail would first search the classrooms, the playgrounds, the gym, even the bathroom stalls, to make sure there wasn't any threat lurking in the shadows. Whenever a president is traveling and needs to stay at a hotel, the Secret Service team not only does a physical sweep, but a background check of all the employees as well. Any employee with a criminal record won't be allowed to be on shift. As a form of Russian combat, this violent martial art that you're seeing is called Sistema. It translates to the system and has come from the KBG and Spetsnaz. Unlike most Asian martial arts which focus on defense, Sistema is brutal, focusing on offense, and encourages doing whatever it takes to subdue an opponent while remaining calm the entire time. People who are trained in this unique form of combat learn how to deal with simultaneous attackers and are trained to control the attacker's weapons, which are the arms, legs, and elbows. While any Secret Service agent trained in Sistema could, if they wanted to, take down a civilian and put them 6 feet under, the aim is to disarm and neutralize only. Which of these tactics did you find the most interesting? Let us know in the comments. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and thank you for checking out The Richest. We'll see you next time.
That's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
So how's it work?
This pulls back. I think it's like spring. And you take one of the missiles and... Now, do you want to shoot it? To have somebody get hit with it, I mean, your first thing is, who's going to sue me? I hope he's okay, and I hope this doesn't screw up my deal.
What happened to your eye, man?
A Rimco bazooka.
Oh, man. Yeah, that swelled up fast.
You're a little Corey.
Well, at least we know it works.
No, I'm not responsible for any of this, am I?
The equivalent to the Rimco bazooka nowadays would be a kid playing on his PS3 or Xbox. Kids in the old days would have played outdoors in the neighborhood. When Rimco came out with this, they had a whole line of toys. It was all like jungle guerrilla warfare, and they had everything from guns to knives, helmets, canteens. You named it, they made it. I mean, this was in the Vietnam era. Kids were seeing images of war on TV, and kids wanted to emulate that through the toys. This would have been on everybody's Christmas list in 1962.
Everything looks like it's here. You mind if I take a closer look just to see what we got?
Yeah, just don't load it, name it.
It's very uncommon to see these in good condition. All this here is cardboard. Well, this is cardboard, this is plastic. So you're outside playing with it, you leave it outside. It's very easy for rain or get dried out or ripped or torn. Really, really nice condition. Let me look at the inside of the box. We got all the missiles here. We got the original target. We got the instructions. That should make it a lot easier to sell, definitely.
So what do you think it's worth?
Well, after looking at everything, seeing that it's 100% complete, you got all the original paperwork, in this condition, maybe in the $400 to $450 range. Pushing it a little bit, but you could ask $500 for this piece.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it.
Put some ice on that, man.
All right, man.
Take care. I was really excited to see this toy in the condition it was in. It's a great piece, and I hope the guys buy it, because if they do, they should have no problem selling it.
You heard my guy. I can realistically expect to sell it for $500 on a good day. That being said, I can't pay you $500, otherwise I make no money.
Yeah.
I'll offer you around $200 for it.
Yeah, I'd really like to get closer to 500, so.
$350, man. That's the most I'm gonna pay you for it.
Think we could meet in the middle?
No, we're not. $350, man.
$375, come on. Everything's intact.
God, this guy over. All right, you know what? You beat me. All right, $375. There we go. Dad, you want to write him up?
No.
I'll meet you over there. $375 is a decent price, but still a little more than I wanted to pay for this death trap. And on top of that, I'm sure my dad's never gonna shut up about the black eye.
We have a World War II German Enigma coding machine.
An Enigma. These are amazing. I've seen pictures of them. I've read about them. I've never actually seen one in person.
I mean, this thing was responsible for the rise and the fall of the entire German war machine.
Where in the world did you get this?
My father and I have an Enigma museum, and we treasure hunt.
This thing won't make me understand women, will it?
That's an enigma.
During World War II, if a German commander wanted to send a secret message to his troops out in the field, this is what he used. And the Germans thought this machine was completely unbreakable.
I'm surprised any of them survived.
Not many did. There are 3 that I know of in the United States on display right now. One is at a science museum in Chicago, one is at the NSA's Crypto Museum in Washington, and one is at the International Spy Museum. At the end of the war, they would destroy these in the field rather than let them fall into the hands of the enemy. So more often than not, they are in horrendous condition.
Now, this one right here, I mean, you actually found it intact?
No, this machine has parts that have been replaced.
Okay, so these are extra rotors.
That's a reproduction box with 2 rotors.
Okay.
This thing is so incredibly cool. Cracking the Enigma code was one of the top projects of World War II. It took years to do it, but in the end, it did save millions of lives. I really want this thing, but I've never had one in my shop. I need someone to look at it. I'm out of my league here.
And how much do you want for it?
$149,300.
That's an odd number.
I think it's a fair price.
My big problem is I've seen them sell for $200,000, I've seen them sell for $30,000, and you look at them, they all look the same. So I'm gonna call in a friend who knows a little bit more than I do about these things and see if he can figure it out.
All right.
Hey, what's up, man?
Good to see you. What do you got?
A mystery wrapped in a riddle?
Yeah, it's an Enigma machine. It's pretty cool.
Coolest thing about these things is that they named it the Enigma.
Right. That is cool.
If I had a dog, that's what I'd name him.
I do have a dog. He's an idiot. My name is Will Willis. I'm a former Army Ranger and Air Force pararescueman, and I specialize in military items. The hardest part of being in the military for me was getting a haircut every week. Nothing like having a baby slick head for 4 years makes you think that hair's kind of nice.
It's one of the coolest things that's ever been in this shop. It really is.
Yeah, it is. It is a really cool thing, and it's really significant when you talk about being able to encrypt your messages to your generals and your soldiers. You know, having a machine like this that allows you to send those messages in secret is really a critical thing. And it was critical to us, the Allied forces, to be able to decipher these messages. And when we decrypted the machines, it shortened the war by 2 years.
Yeah, this is like uber nerd cool. It really is.
Germany's foreign policy was to conquer the world during World War II. So making them believe that their messages were encrypted in secret was critical towards winning that war in a shorter period of time. So which parts were missing when you found it?
The warning plate and the rotors.
Okay. Do we have matching serial numbers throughout?
We do not.
Okay, so how many rotors match the machine itself?
None.
Okay.
A serial number wasn't what drove the process. The rotor number was.
But the serial number drives price.
Okay.
All right.
I know the price of these things are all over the place.
Right. The most expensive one went for over $200,000. We've got 3 matched rotors with serial numbers. They don't match the machine itself. The box doesn't have a serial number on it. We've got a recreated box. And considering what things have been selling for that are unrestored with matching serial numbers, I would price this at $70,000 altogether.
Well, I think my price is fair.
Yeah, because he was asking $149,300.
Well, the most expensive one that ever sold was for $200,000. That one was in a movie. I think the more fair price is $70,000 for everything.
Well, thanks, man.
You got it. I think that sellers get this perception that, like, I put in all this work, it's worth way more than what it really is.
I'm going to go with Will on this one. I'd give you 50 grand for it.
I can't do that.
I mean, what is your lowest number?
115,000.
We're way too far off. We just are. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you.
All right. This really sucks because the likelihood of another one coming in my shop is not good. But we are over 60 grand apart, and that's way too much ground to even try and cover. But you know what? I really did want that thing. What do you got?
What I got here is a very rare Babe Ruth Boston Red Sox team photo from his 1915 rookie season.
That is cool. I love Babe Ruth. Guy had a really interesting life. Did you know, apparently at 7 years old, he was so bad that his parents put him into reform school. Didn't want anything to do with him at 7 years old, which I think is probably bad parents.
Yeah, correct. I bought the photo at an auction about 7 years ago. There are only about 5 or 6 in existence of this Type 1 variation. I'm asking $12,500, but the least I'll take is probably $9,000.
A lot of people don't know that in 1914, 1915, to sign a legal document, it wasn't 18, it was 21.
Correct.
So the Red Sox more or less had to be his guardian, and I think the Yankees paid like $200,000 for him, which was just an enormous amount of money back then. I guess they thought he was that good.
Right.
But next thing you know, the biggest rock star, I don't think there's ever been anyone as big as Babe Ruth.
He transcends generations and generations.
And this was a publicity photo of some sort?
Correct. They put these in the newspapers. These are very rare. They tell me there's about 6 of this Type 1 variation in existence, but the other one I've seen has pinholes in it.
Anything Babe Ruth from this time period is worth money, if it's real. Over the years, there's been a lot of fake Babe Ruth stuff that's tried to sneak onto my shelves. I have to be extremely careful here. And what are you looking to do? Are you looking to sell it?
I need to sell it. I'm asking a very reasonable $12,500.
Okay. I see you had it authenticated?
Yes, professional sports authenticator.
Okay. Why in the world did you open it up? The side is open, which means you can pull the photograph out and replace it with something else.
It came straight from the auction house in this sleeve. I said I don't want it in case because I might want to frame it.
Okay. You mind if I have a friend look at it?
Have at it.
Okay, hang out. I'll be back in a few minutes.
You got it. He can call an expert, but I verify my information. I pretty much know all there is to know, but yeah, he can go ahead and call whoever he wants.
Man, 1915 Boston Red Sox?
Mm-hmm.
20-year-old Babe Ruth.
That's right.
That is really cool. I mean, who could have possibly imagined what history had in store for this guy? With baseball being in its infancy and Babe Ruth came into the sport, you know, there's only very few media outlets covering it, so having anything related to Babe Ruth surviving 100 years later is an amazing find. So, I mean, one of the biggest urban legends in baseball is, you know, how did Babe Ruth get the name The Babe? The story goes back to his days when he was in the minor leagues with the Baltimore Orioles. A guy by the name of Jack Dunn kind of took him under his wing since he was underage at the time and really took care of him. So his other teammates kind of busted his balls a little bit about it. You know, oh, he's Jack's newest babe and everything. And it kind of stuck after that.
Cool. Here's my concerns.
Okay.
It's open. And everything I see PSA is generally sealed up.
Sometimes. With PSA, you can have discretion as to whether you want it encapsulated or just stickered. In this case, it has just a sticker on it. And in looking at this one, I mean, the sticker, the letter, the condition, everything's authentic on this.
Okay, that's cool. Okay, so the big question, what do you think it's worth?
I can't emphasize how exceedingly rare it is to find an image of Babe Ruth, especially from his rookie year. So these are actually a really big deal. And honestly, man, in this kind of condition, on a good day, I'd say you could sell this for about 10 grand.
Okay. Thanks, man.
You got it, man. But when you're talking about a photograph from his rookie season, 100 years old, there are far less of those out there than there are autographed baseballs or other items. I don't think it would last long in any retail setting.
Well, verified.
I mean, what's your best price on it?
What about 12,000?
There's no way in the world that's going to happen because I don't think I can get that much out of it. You heard Jeremy. On a good day, I could sell it for 10,000. So, I'll give you 7 grand.
7 grand. Wow. You heard what the man said. They rarely come up. I think it'll sell fast. I really do. 11,000.
No. I will go 7. I take all the risk. I have stuff all over the place in here that I thought would sell real quick.
Will you do 8,500?
No, I will do 7,000. That's what I can do.
I've come down. You haven't bumped up not even a nickel.
I won't bump up a dime.
Yeah, I don't think I can let it go for that price. But thanks anyway.
All right, thanks for coming in, though.
All right, okay. I'm disappointed he didn't budge from 7,000. I thought he would at least come up $500. Well, looks like it's back to the auction houses and see if I can get a little more money for it.
How are you doing today? Good. I brought you in a very rare book.
You have a book. You know what? My boss is right here. Hold on a quick second. Hey, Rick, do you have a second to look at a book?
Sure.
Today was actually kind of weird. I was just looking at a book with Rick, and another one came in. It was just perfect timing.
The Adventures of Tom Sawyer.
Classic of American literature. This is actually the salesman's sample for Tom Sawyer.
Okay, that is definitely cool.
I consider it the holy grail of Mark Twain collecting.
All right, there you go.
I really had great timing. Their book expert was actually in the shop and ready to look at it. The book is sort of like the preview for a movie. These are excerpts from Tom Sawyer. I'm prepared for tough negotiation. I've been here a few times. They always have their eye on the profit. 1876, Tom Sawyer came out. You know, Mark Twain, he was an amazing marketer. This was a period where books were normally sold in bookshops, and he decided with his publisher that he would send salesmen around trying to get, sales of his up-and-coming book. When you open it up, you have different binding types, like you would offer a cloth binding at a certain price, or different types of leather bindings.
Well, and that's why this book is interesting, even though it's not the first edition. It's because it kind of shows the history of printing, how things would have been sold at this time. You get more of an eye into the things that you normally don't get to see, how things were done behind the scenes.
Yeah, exactly.
One of the reasons that Twain liked to sell by subscription is that he said That way people have already committed to buying the book before they know that it's bad. And he said that specifically about Tom Sawyer.
Yeah, well, he was very worried how Tom Sawyer was going to do. He wrote it as basically an adult book, but it kind of got branded as a boy's book, which sort of annoyed him.
Yeah, he wasn't known for writing books about children, and this was a big departure for him. It was a big risk. Tom Sawyer was pretty controversial at the time because he was not a good person. He lies, he cheats, he steals. So this was really hard because he wasn't a good example for kids.
Okay, so what do you want for it?
Well, I would like to get $10,000 out of it.
What do you think?
What do I think? Let's see. This is a really rare Mark Twain salesman's prospectus. Salesmen's copies were thrown out after they had served their use. That being said, it's also quite beat up, and it's still not a first edition Tom Sawyer. With all of those things in mind, the value that I would place on it retail is probably between $9,000 and $10,000.
Okay. I'm thinking $5 grand. I have to resell it. I have to make money.
I mean, I tried to find out, and the Library of Congress doesn't even have a copy of the salesman sample. It's that rare.
He's right that this is a more rare salesman sample of Twain than other works by him.
Yeah, honestly, $5 grand is just too little for me to go. I mean, I want you to make a profit. I honestly didn't think 10,000 was unreasonable. I'll tell you what. At the end of Tom Sawyer, he finds gold. You know how much gold he finds?
$5,000 worth.
$6,000. Finds $6,000 worth of gold. That's really the least I could take. And I think it gives you...
I'll go 55. It's a fair price. You know it's a fair price.
I actually think 6,000 is cheap.
It was a little awkward to sit there during the negotiation. You want to put in your 2 cents, but it's not really your business.
I really want to stick to 6.
I'll go $5,500.
6,000, you will have a line of Twain collectors at your door, I promise you.
Once you start getting over like $1,000, $2,000, the amount of people in this world that have the money to buy it and are willing to buy it dramatically falls off a cliff.
Mm-hmm. It's honestly hard to give this one up for that. It's a very special book. How about, like, Tom Sawyer, he swears on a blood oath. I'll do a blood oath at $5,500.
$5,500. It's a deal. I'll meet you right over there, and I'll have someone write you up.
$5,500 was honestly low. I think he's going to make a profit. On the flip side, I think Mark Twain would be smiling to know that I got $5,500 for a book that was likely going to be thrown out in the 1800s.
Rick, what's going on?
Davey, what's up?
I need some money.
Okay.
Got a family heirloom. Let's check that out. It's a kunzite.
A kunzite?
Kunzite.
You sure it's just not a fancy piece of glass?
It's been in my family for generations and generations. That's all I know.
They only discovered the stone like right around 1900, so it hasn't been in for generations and generations.
A generation? I come to see the guys at the pawn shop quite often. They can retail the stuff. I can't. I'm gonna get 15 grand out of Rick. I mean, it's gotta happen. I'd rather have the money than a pink gem.
All right, do you know anything about it?
Yeah, I guess it's an evening stone or something.
Yeah, the reason they call it an evening stone is because kunzite can actually fade in sunlight, so it's jewelry you're supposed to wear in the evening. They're really rare.
More money to change?
I'm gonna have Jeff, my gemologist, check it out.
What, you don't trust me? You don't think it's real?
No, I don't.
Come on. You know it's real. I thought me and Rick were better buddies because I didn't think he needed to see a gemologist. You know what I mean? He didn't need no fancy machine to see that it was real. He could trust me.
What's up, man?
Davey says this is kunzite.
Well, that'd be cool. Let's do some tests. When Rick walked into my office, I was pretty excited because I don't always see kunzite, let alone of one of this size. All stones have clarity characteristics which can help identify them. If it's glass, most likely there's going to be air bubbles. And so what I can see in here are inclusions that tell me that this is natural.
So far, good news, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I won't know if it's a natural kunzite until I do other tests.
It's kunzite. It's a
Not
kunzite.
yet. We're gonna find out if you're lying. This is a refractive index machine, and it measures the way light goes through the stone. And from that, we can tell if this is a natural kunzite or if it's something else. And as I can see through here, it has the right refractive index to be kunzite. So yes, this is
a real kunzite.
It is a natural kunzite.
Ah, I told you it was real. How much money?
How much does those go for?
Something of this nature, with this size and with this color, I'd probably estimate $30 to $50 a carat.
Okay, how many carats does it weigh?
323.8 carats.
So we're talking at $30 a carat, right at $9,600, right in that neighborhood?
Yeah, ballpark.
All right, thanks, Jeff. $30 to $50 a carat.
Probably on like maybe episode like 50 or some shit. It's been going, bro. When you live with somebody like Logan Paul and you work with somebody like that, I think a lot of people get hung up and want to think a lot about, how talented this kid is.
Yeah.
I'm not going to take anything away from the kid's talent. He's talented as fuck. But his true factor, his factor that changes him from everybody else is his work ethic.
Just doing enough.
That kid grinds. And he'll always say Jake grinds harder. Logan works from the morning, from the moment he wakes up in the morning until the moment he goes to sleep at night. That's all he does. The only thing he cares about is content. The only thing he cares about is filming, making the best content for his fans. And so, like, when I came on the scene and started working under him, that was the only thing I knew. I started putting out videos for the night shift, and I told him, I was like, I'm doing it for fun. And he's like, not anymore, you're not. Now, when it started going 100,000, 500,000, 1 million views.
Yeah.
And now it's at 5, 6 million views sometimes.
I think it's like what I noticed, because I knew you before you guys started doing the whole podcast shit together. And then the minute you started doing podcasts, that's when you started really fucking shine, in my opinion. That's what it looked like to me. Because you have a very different approach to doing the same. Obviously, you guys are on the same podcast show together.
Mm-hmm.
But you have a very different personality just in general. But it blends really well with the thing. But what's going on right now with you and Logan? I had to bring this up.
The weird thing about it is, like, I guess it will depend on when.
Because you're not living there right now.
I'm not, but I guess it will depend on when this airs. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I know you said you probably get it out pretty soon. So, yeah, we had a little falling out. Listen, it's not easy to work and live together. Work, play, live, romantic relationships with people, and just all of that together under the same roof all the time. And yeah, I mean, the catalyst for it is hilarious.
I know.
And everybody's talking about the shrimp.
You told me. We got to talk about that.
Yeah.
Because I think it's funny.
I mean, like I said, when is this going to come out?
Probably fucking just post it tomorrow. I'm just going to run it tomorrow.
All right, cool. Yeah, then I can.
So by the way, guys, if you're watching this, I'm going to be posting these once a week from here on out until you never hear from me again. Because I came back like 3 times. I've been doing podcasts for like 3 years.
You should,
And I get down and up, but I actually do really enjoy this kind of content. It's fun.
It's the best, bro. Podcasts are hot right now.
So once a week, when should we post, Steve? Every Thursday. Every Thursday, I'm going to post a podcast. This is my first one back.
It'll be a good one, bro. It'll be fun. We got a lot to talk about.
Yeah. So okay, subscribe, comment, all that good shit. Yeah. So tell me the story, because you told me this already. I just wanted to put it on the internet because it's hilarious.
As you know, Logan has everything.
Right.
The kid's got everything in the entire world. He's got the cars, the house, the girls, everything. Right.
Yeah.
And if he can't afford it,
he's gonna get it. Yeah.
Right? And so he had been talking on like podcasts and stuff. He'd been talking to me in person on the vlogs, everything about this mantis shrimp for the longest time. It's his favorite animal in the whole world. It's got the fastest strike. It's got the hardest strike, and it's the fastest like animal in like the animal kingdom or some shit like that.
And it's colorful.
And it's super colorful.
Okay.
And so he's always talking about this mantis shrimp. And so we didn't know what to get him for his birthday, and our roommate Mac had this idea, let's get him a mantis shrimp. And as soon as I heard it, I was like, damn, he's gonna fucking love that shit. He's gonna be so excited about it. And so I started hyping it up on the podcast.
Right.
And this was problem number 1.
Okay. Too much hype.
Setting unrealistic expectations. I really did. I wasn't doing it, you know, for any other reason besides I really thought this kid was going to get absolutely amped about the mantis shrimp. I was like, it's his favorite animal in the entire world. He's going to love it. And so it's a couple days before his birthday, and we get a call from the animal people, and they're like, yo, bad news, man. The ports are all closed. We're in the middle of a global pandemic. We can't get you the colorful mantis shrimp. We're not going to be able to get it for you. And so I'm like,
The regular one, though.
all right, just get the regular one. So we get the regular one. It's this brown-ass fucking little mantis shrimp.
Ooh.
And his birthday rolls around, and we give it to him. I'm filming it. He's filming it. And at first, he's super excited. I take the blindfold off, everything.
But you got like a cage. You got a ton of shit for this, right?
Yeah, it was like a $1,200 like tank. Like you had to have all this insulation, all this shit done just to house this mantis shrimp because it strikes so hard. It strikes really hard, so you have to get really thick glass.
It can break the glass.
It can break the glass.
Holy shit.
And so we do all this shit and we give it to him. And at first he's acting really excited, but then as the day goes on, I start to realize that he's not as pumped about it as originally.
Wait. As the day goes on, I mean,
yeah. So dinner comes along, and I got Lana with me, and we're sitting at dinner with a group of people, and Jake's there, and everybody's at the dinner table. And out of nowhere, he points the camera at me, and he's like, "Yo, man, you got me this fucking shit ass mantis shrimp." And I thought it was a prank. I was like, yeah, because at first, because the way I was raised and the way I was brought up was, if someone gives you a gift, even if it's a pile of dog shit in a bag, you're like, yo, thank you so much for that gift, even if you fucking hate it. That's the way I was raised. If somebody gives you a handgun and it's pointed at you, and they're like, yo, the only person that can shoot is you, you're just like, yo, thank you so much for that, man. That was really fucking, like, you just say thank you and you walk away.
Well, it's because gifts aren't mandatory.
They're not. And so, but whatever. That's neither here nor there. But here's another learning I got out of this, besides set realistic expectations.
Right.
Don't expect other people to always act the way you do.
That's huge.
Massive. It's been a massive learning for me. And so, like, just because I was raised, and by the way, pretty much everybody was raised that way. If somebody gives you a gift, even if you hate it, my mom gave me socks, Hanes socks.
Every Christmas.
Every fucking year.
Shit.
I hated her for it. Mom, I don't want no more fucking Hanes socks. I hate Hanes socks. But every time I got them, I said, Mom, I love you. Thank you for the Hanes socks. Even though I fucking hated them. And so a part of me thought it was a prank and he was just trying to make like a bit of content out of it. And so I played along with it at first. But as the night went on and the cameras turned off, I went up to him and I said, yo, please tell me this is a prank. Like, please tell me that, like, we didn't put, because
this is off camera.
Yeah, another part of it that's important is that, like, the whole group put in money to it, like the rest of the employees, like a bunch of people, and he directed the I don't like the gift at just me, and that was fine, but I started to feel bad for the other people that were involved in the equation, and so once the cameras went off, you know, we got in this fight, in this argument, and I said a bunch of fucked up shit. And I got really angry, and I lost my cool. And
what made you the maddest, though? Like, what made you feel like you...
There's a lot of factors. Like, some of it I'll talk about on the show, and some of it I won't. But I don't know. I guess, like, I just felt, like, dismissed a little bit. And, like, I really had hope that he was truly going to enjoy the present. And so... And, by the way, I also, like, commissioned, like, a piece of artwork for him.
Which I saw was dope as fuck.
It was dope as fuck from the UK, and he didn't put that in the vlog, and so like I was kind of like, I was just kind of upset, and I said a lot of shit that I didn't mean, and we got in a huge fight, and then I ended up, you know, leaving that night, going to Lana's house, and the next day, you know, we kept kind of arguing and going at it, and he was like, yo, why don't you kind of like grab your shit for a couple of days and take off.
Oh, fuck. So and, it's stuck around. It's still around.
It's still around. Yeah. And it's about a week and a half after. And so, like, the shrimp, you know, like, it's all funny because the shrimp is so stupid. And like,
it's such a small thing.
And it's such a small thing, but it expanded and really grew into something that was a little bit bigger and a little bit more meaningful than that. And so,
what do you think is the main issue? Because when you first told me the story, I was like, what's really wrong?
I mean, yo, the biggest thing at the end of the day... is that I spilled shit all over myself. The biggest thing at the end of the day is what I said. It's about me expecting things.
People to be the way you might
be. People
to
to accept gifts or to be as excited as I am about something. And I truly was excited. I really was. And so you know, I made a lot of mistakes in it, and it turned into this thing that like I think the internet's like kind of aware of right now. And but deep down, dude, like I love that kid. I really do, dude. I truly love that kid, and what he's done for me over the past couple years is I could never repay that. You know what I'm saying? And by the way, vice versa. And he would sit here and tell you the same thing. Our value is tremendously symbiotic. I joined him at a time when things were the darkest they had ever been. It was just post-Tokyo. No one wanted anything. They didn't want shit. They didn't want shit to do with us. And I was there. I was by his side. And I went on every show, every podcast like this, and I said, yo, I love this kid with all my heart. He's changing. He's a good person deep down. I know him. I see it. And I'll fight for the kid forever. And by the way, it's going to be good. Everything's going to be fine. It was just, it was, I think it's like also like a product of like quarantine. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, we're all a little messy.
Facts.
Yeah, I mean, just being around and being in like the same space with someone for so long. Like you said it specifically though, like same friends, like your business relationship. You're also like current working relationship while you guys are still at it. I know you're still working with him and for him, like working together.
I'm wearing a Maverick shirt right now.
Right, but I remember we were actually training the other night when he first told me this story, and like in between the training, he's like working on.
I was massaging copy for his pandemic mask.
Right,
coming out.
So you're working on this. So
bro, listen. This is
everything's really close. This whole quarantine thing, I think, makes people a little bit like just on edge. I feel like
it's crazy.
Yeah.
It's crazy. But I mean, as far as mine and his relationship goes, like I just don't know that there's anything else like it in the internet space. We live together, we work together, we've been through so much shit together, and I think one of the things that's kind of ingrained in me because of the shit that you know about my past, which you know I'm sure we'll get into a little bit.
Yeah, I want to talk about that.
Yeah, I value different things than a lot of other people. You know what I'm saying? And like one of the things that I truly value is loyalty. If there was a day that came up, even if that day's today, where someone outside of the Maverick organization offered me more money or there was more clout to be had or something like that, I'm not going. I'm not moving. I have intense fucking loyalty.
And there's a lot of people in this industry who would.
Oh, bro, everybody fucking would. Everybody would. The thing about this is like, I know that this kind of shit, entertainment, Hollywood, clout, money is here today, gone tomorrow. Yeah, it fucking is, bro. And it's like, whereas a lot of people are able to fake this extreme interest in like the new palette of the week or like what TikTokers hot. Like, I have to force myself to give a fuck about that shit because I just don't care. I don't give a fuck.
I feel you.
It's so hard for me too because I've seen it all. I got a text yesterday that another homie of mine just died from the same epidemic that almost took me, bro. And so it's like, yo, shit is so much more real than this bubble. You feel me? And so like my everything's a little bit different for me. My loyalty remains constant. It's very important to me.
I feel you, man. I know you struggle with anxiety. It's something we were actually mid podcast, and he like was just like, yo, let's just stop this. I gotta go take a breather. We went outside and talked. I relate to that shit so heavy. And I guess I wanted to bring that up, obviously, because like I think a lot of people listening could benefit from a conversation about this kind of stuff, because I don't think enough people talk about it. Specifically, people who have a voice or people that people are actively listening to or trying to learn from. When did that start for you? Because I'll tell you when it started for me.
It's tricky to really pinpoint it because I think mental illness and substance abuse are two things that go so incredibly hand in hand that people don't put in the same conversation always, and they are eternally interlocked. And so I don't know if the reason why I spent 10 years struggling to beat an addiction to heroin and Oxycontin and Xanax and those drugs was a result of my severe anxiety, or if it was a contributor to my current severe anxiety. I can't figure that out. You know what I'm saying? But
like, which one came first?
Yeah, but to be honest with you, my anxiety has been really bad over the past 6 to 7 years. Once I got clean about 10 years in 2010, and maybe in about 2013, 2014, I stopped being able to completely control how my mind works. You know what I'm saying? And that revolving cycle of thoughts and that feeling of, you know, like I'm not good enough, or those insecurities, and they manifest themselves into anxiety attacks from time to time.
Physical, yeah.
Especially when I'm in new settings. And so, like, a lot of people might remember episode 1 of Impulsive, where I had a pretty infamous one where I had to leave the set for a little bit, but I've gotten better at it. I've gotten better at controlling it. I've started to find some natural remedies as well, and just like I have a CBD pen with me right now, or like I'll take like CBD tinctures, as well as like deep breathing, and just trying to stay like stress free. But yeah, I mean, it's something I still struggle with, and it's funny because it's my biggest gift and curse, because it's a curse because I hate it, and I wake up every fucking day, bro, and I fucking hate it, dude. Like, honestly, it's like it could like drive me to like insanity some days how bad it gets. You know what I'm saying? Like, just not having control, and just like not being able to just enjoy like the simple things of life. Like, I know I should be. The fact that I'm still breathing when so many of my friends from my life aren't. You know what I'm saying? Like, but try telling that to somebody that's suffering from depression or anxiety. Yo, you should be more grateful. You should feel better about your situation. It doesn't help. Yeah. Until you're able to control it.
Yeah, I mean, bro, my I don't know if I ever told you this in detail. My father took his life. He was heavily involved in substance abuse, and he took his life when I was 6. He hung himself. And that was when like all the shit started for me. And it was
damn, this is a way different vibe than
my bad. Yeah.
No. This is, bro, this is fantastic.
It was that's when because I asked you something earlier, and you were talking about like the money and shit not mattering and all this shit. And like I asked you where it started. I remember being young, and I remember like your whole life kind of feels normal, and then something like in my life, in your guys' life listening, like something drastically really changed for me. And I remember like every single day after that, like the things that I thought of and the things that consumed my mind were so different. Like everything became so real, and like my thought of like my own mortality, like how, am I gonna die? What does that mean? Because prior to that, 6 years old, you have no, like, everything is temporary. Yeah. Completely temporary. You get cut, it's temporary. You heal, it's gone. Your mom telling you your dad's not coming back, you're like, what does that mean? So I remember every day moving forward, growing up, I'm like, what about me? Am I going to die? Why did this person leave? The thoughts of, like, I'm not good enough. The thoughts of, like, what am I going to do with my life? How am I going to die? Am I going to die? Like, what does that mean? And I remember thinking, growing up, about other kids. Like, I remember, like, going to class or going to school and like walking to school and then like going off in like the cut, which is like, you know, like where people go smoke weed and stuff.
Yeah, of course.
And crying and thinking about like, do other people think about the things that they're thinking about? Like, cause I remember prior to that, I was much more present. I was way more just, I was doing things and I was just like, I didn't think of the future. Yeah. It was just like, I'm alive and I'm doing stuff. I'm riding my bike with my friends. I shit my pants cause like I was trying to make myself fart. We were laughing on the curb. Right. And then it was like, I thought of everything. And then I started thinking too much. And that's why now, like you said, the blessing and the curse. But in my life, like I just remember that overhaul of like, I can't stop thinking. Yeah. And when I, you know, like when we were doing this podcast and you were like, fuck, I need to take a minute. Like I so strongly relate to that. And I remember it was probably like 3 years ago, my anxiety was like at its worst. Like every single night I couldn't go to sleep. And it was just like constant, the cycle over and over about thoughts of everything. Yeah. Am I going to continue to be successful? Like, am I going to die? Like, and that's why I asked you what kind of anxiety was it? Like, what kind of anxiety do you feel? Is it physical? Is it just mental? Yeah. And it's hard because like, I guess I've gone through so much of it, but I can definitely say at this point in my life, it has gotten a lot better.
That's awesome. And listen, I'm in the same boat. You know what I'm saying? It's much better. I've had times where, I hate to say this, yo, but honestly, like I've had times where like I didn't want to be alive. You know what I'm saying? Like where like
I've had moments like that, but I'm so afraid of fucking what that means.
Yeah, no, of course. Like I never planned my death or even thought about it like that seriously. But like, you know, I'll always remember a conversation I had with my sister, and like I don't even think I might not even be able to make it through this, but like a conversation I had with my sister in Nantucket. We took a family trip there, and time I spend with my family now will always mean something more to me than it ever has, because I almost lost them all. You know what I'm saying? Because of my own actions. You know what I'm saying? In those 10 years that I just hurt and abused everyone. They were collateral damage to my addiction and my dealing and the things that I did. And when I get time to spend with my family now, it means the entire world to me. And so I was with my sister one day, and it was just like this sunny day in Nantucket. We were there for like some trip, and I told her, like, this was probably like 2013, 2014. I was like, yo, like, I'm just not in a good place right now. You know what I'm saying? And like, I was like, I just, like, I think about not being here. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And, like, I'll remember that. And it's good to remember that because I don't feel like that now.
Yeah.
And,
yeah, that's important, man. Because I'm sure there's people listening, people who can relate to feeling that and not being aware that it can go away.
Yeah.
And your life right now is so different. Like,
well, that's my biggest. So that's the biggest. Kind of pedestal or vertical that I stand on for people that watch me, and is just to let people know that it will get better. You know what I'm saying? And I know I'm like a little bit worked up thinking about like that day, but my days aren't like that anymore. And so like I like to tell people that no matter how dark your road gets, and no matter how much you feel like the world is weighing down on you and putting you in a place that you could never make it out of, and the day gets so dark and there's nothing left, you can't see anymore because everything is so
clouded.
Dark.
Yeah.
Keep that little light. Just that little light. I had just the littlest glimmer left. You know what I'm saying? Of that light within me to keep going, and that was what got me through. And now it's a big fucking bright light. And I deal with a little bit of shit from day to day, but I'm so fucking blessed and so lucky to be sitting here with you today and just like having a candid conversation about shit that like I could never even try to say like I'm sad about shit or anything. Like I struggle, but I'm good though. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I feel you so heavy, man. Like it's crazy because like people will ask me over the years of me filming content, like making, because I've talked a lot about this stuff in the past on my YouTube, but it was always videos that never really got as much like engagement or views or followers or likes because it wasn't like, you know, something viral. It wasn't something crazy. I would just stand and talk about stuff like this, and I knew that. Well, looking back now, I know that was the thing though that kind of got people most engaged with me. The thing that helped like really grow what I did. And it's interesting because when you're in it and it's the shittiest time, you're like, what the fuck is why am I remember from 6 years old to like fucking 22, I'm like, why is this my life? Why did my dad leave me? I'm graduating high school. I'm thinking like they all got their family graduate. Like what? Like how come I don't have this? Am I not good enough? All those thoughts of like just not feeling like enough, not feeling good. And then all that shit and me trying to process it for years to try and figure out like, am I good enough? Like I'm proud of myself. How come someone wasn't? Like I dealt with a lot of that.
I'm sure.
And then years go by when like then I started to just talk about those thoughts that I had, and obviously it was in relationship to lifting, and that's when I would talk about it. And then to look back now, like years and years of doing that, and then seeing like. The life that I was able to build that completely felt like completely out of touch for me. Like 100% out of touch when I started. Like I remember when I first started like doing shit and I was like I learned how much Mercedes was. Yeah. Like this is when I was like 16 and I was like, what? Holy I was like, shit. I'm going to get that when I'm 50.
Right.
And it's crazy because like shit is so like it seems so fucking far away when you're like starting or when you're going through it and when you're in it, like the dark shit.
Yeah.
But like it's so interesting now looking back that all the good that I have in my life and all the great relationships, all the friends, like all the people that stuck around through me sharing like the fact that I would call people at night or I would wake people up and be like, yo, I'm having a fucking anxiety attack. Can you just sit with me?
Yo.
And now I'm looking back now, I'm like, all that shit that I went through is also the reason why I have all the beautiful things that I have in my life today.
That's the only reason I'm here. The stuff that I went through, the things that I've been through, and the reason why I'm also a little bit more, like emotional and a little bit more in tune with my emotions today and with my past is because I'm finishing the final draft of my book, which is coming out on May 5th.
Whoa, that's lit.
Yeah.
I want to write a book. So it's so fun. I was just having this conversation with Dan.
I know Dan's writing a book. Dan Bilzerian.
He just told me that. You got to write one.
I've been talking to him. On Instagram DMs. It is the most insane fucking process. It is, I started writing this book about 6 years ago. It is cathartic, therapeutic, painful. I mean, I can't tell you the amount of times where I was writing about a topic that I was discovering in myself as I went, and I didn't even realize that my hands, my keyboard were soaked with tears. I mean, soaked. Like, I was just draining out of my fucking face trying to, I mean, this book is everything. There's not a piece that's left out. There's nothing that where I was like, yo, I'm so ashamed of this moment that I can't put it in this book. It's everything. It's a visceral tale of the underbelly of the current opiate epidemic that exists in the United States, that more people have died from than World War II and Vietnam combined, that no one's talking about.
Yeah.
Where, you know, hundreds of thousands of people are dying. Like, look at the pandemic that is coronavirus, how it shut down the entire world. More people have died of opiate overdoses than the coronavirus in
way more.
in the United States over the past however many years. And really nobody's talking about it. And these are good fucking people, bro. These are good fucking people. These are fathers, mothers, basketball players who hurt their ankle, and Purdue Pharma said, yeah, take OxyContin. It's not addictive. It's not addictive. Go ahead, take it. And the doctor said it's not addictive. Purdue told us it's not addictive. And they fell down this spiral into fucking heroin and died. You know what I'm saying? I get a call once every 2 weeks, once a month of another homie from Connecticut that dies. You know what I'm saying? The kid that died yesterday, a good friend, my boy Dante, one of the happiest kids, bro. I mean, I spent so many nights with him, so many good nights. He was an all-star basketball player, just loved life. And he's gone, you know, in his late 20s. You know what I'm saying? And now it's like I get that call, it doesn't even stir up a reaction in me because I can't count anymore. I can't count how many moms I've hugged over 20-year-olds' bodies. You know what I'm saying? Because of this epidemic. Yeah. And had, you know, like the mom asking me why. Why the fuck did this happen to my son? He's 23, he's 21, he's 22, he's 19. Like, I started going to those funerals when I was like 20, 22 years old, and it never stopped.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And so it's like, it was a wild ride for me. I've had every, you know, crazy fucking, I've seen so much shit, and it's all in the book. You know, I've seen everything you can imagine. I've been through every bodily injury. I've had bones rip off, you know, my fucking body. I'm completely damaged from the toes to my head. You know
so what do you think was your lowest point then? Because I remember you posted a picture and I was like, how long ago?
Exactly
10 years.
What it was.
I don't know if that was it for sure, but that made me think of that.
I posted a picture of me bleeding.
Yeah, you had blood all over you. Yeah. And I was like, what the fuck? That made me think of this question.
That was after I got clean, and I got hit in the face with a bottle during a fight on Christmas Eve.
Lit.
That was Christmas Eve. And I had to go home after I got clean and tell my mom that I got hit in the face with a fucking bottle, bro. Fuck. I don't want to fucking start crying again. I'm gonna get through this one.
You got it easy.
My mom, in 2010, I had been a drug addict for 8-9 years. You know what I'm saying? I was 26 years old, and I'd been doing heroin, Xanax, OxyContin. I had already seen, you know, so many of my good friends are either jailed, dead. I mean, this is the end. This is the end of that part of the story. Like, I'd seen everything. I was in the darkest place you could ever fucking imagine. I was living with rats and.
You said 26?
Yeah, I was 26 in 2010. Okay. And I got the opportunity to try crack cocaine in 2010 for the first time, and I just didn't even give a fuck about life anymore. I didn't give a shit, dude. My life was meaningless. I had nobody left. My family was all there, but they couldn't talk to me because I just heard them time after time. But my mom always stuck around. And in 2010, her father, who was like her hero, World War II vet, you know, Okinawa, Japan, just like the real fucking deal. He was dying of Parkinson's.
Fuck. That's such a shitty disease.
Yeah, he had Parkinson's, dementia. He didn't know, you know, where he was. All his friends were gone. It was just terrible situation. And she couldn't afford to put him in a home. He was going to lose his house, and the state was going to take everything. And I convinced her that I was strong enough to take care of him. And I was. And I was, and for 4 years I took care of him. And well, he had Parkinson's and had, you know, these insane fucking attacks of hallucinations and seeing things that weren't there, and you know, shitting on like just the most terrible fucking things. The way I watched my grandfather go out of this world was absolutely horrifying, and I watched it for 4 years, day in and day out. And in the beginning of it, I was still struggling very much with my addiction, and there was a day where he was downstairs in his recliner calling for me to come down and help him because he was stuck in his recliner, and I was upstairs smoking crack, and I was too paranoid to help him. And I was just there's just no shame like that, you know what I'm saying? Like there's no way for me to explain what that felt like. You know what I'm saying? And and you know, that was just the lowest point of my life. You know what I'm saying? And that was only about 3 or 4 months before I got clean. And then you know, obviously everything that you see now is a result of getting clean. You know what I'm saying? And so, you know, like I said, I don't do this I don't want to talk about this shit. I don't want to talk about this shit. You know what I'm saying? Like everything in me wants to lock this shit away and never talk about it. But when I have a kid that's 17 years old, DM me from Wyoming and says, yo, I've been shooting heroin for 3 years and I don't want to live anymore. And I started watching your content and hearing you talk about your mental illness and your anxiety and the fact that you made it out of the shitty situation that you were in to become someone that I watch and that I aspire to be and that I'm proud to watch and enjoy your story.
That's all life's about.
It made me stop shooting heroin. It took one person to tell me that.
Yeah.
And now it's thousands of people.
Yeah.
I can't stop the fucking DMs of people that are just like, yo, your story has inspired me to stay alive. And so, like, yo, I don't want to talk about this. I'd rather talk to you about the fact that I have a fucking dope-ass girlfriend or, like, that my friend's Logan Paul. And like,
but this is what's needed, man.
Yo, but, like, honestly, like...
This is 100% what's needed.
Yeah.
Like, this is the same thing that... Not in relationship to drug abuse, but my story with my father, I got so... Because I used to share a lot more of it. And I started... Even when I started the podcast, I did more of it as well in the beginning. And that was what I got the biggest response to. Fuck all the lifting shit and the cool shit I was able to do. Like, that was cool. Would get people in. But the things that people really need the most is shit like this, man.
Facts.
So, like, I know you say you don't want to talk about it. You say, like, you'd rather talk about, obviously, your girlfriend and the good things in life. But, bro, this is why I guarantee you have the success you have.
Yeah.
Yes, you're entertaining. You're a big fucking personality. You're funny. You're fucking smart. You got a ton of other great things.
Yeah.
But the reason why people stick with you, I guarantee, is because of this.
100%. And it's just, and I think like the bigger picture of it is because of course I'm looking for balance. Like I want to entertain people. I want to tell jokes. I want people that, because that's another thing that I've found is that's another way for me to get people that are depressed or anxious out of their feelings is by making them laugh.
There's
you know what I'm saying? And so I love doing that. But like the biggest struggle I've dealt with in this city so far has been this misconception from the public that they think they have things figured out about us. You know what I'm saying? Or by the way, this misconception that we have things figured out.
Fuck.
You know what I'm saying?
Yo, you're so much like me.
yo,
Holy
honestly,
shit.
like, yo, I wake up every day and I'm like, yo, what the fuck is good? You know what I'm saying? Like, what am I doing, dude? Like, I hope I'm doing the right thing. Like, should I be doing this? Should I be doing that? I'm just like everybody watching this shit. You know what I'm saying? And like, I truly believe that. I don't just say it. I don't just say it. When I'm out in the streets or at an event, I love, my favorite thing is spending 2, 3, 4 hours talking to the people. Do you remember Challenger games? Do you remember that shit?
Yeah, of course.
After that shit ended and everybody went to that tent to have the hot dogs and burgers and party and like take shots and shit, I just stood in the field and just chill with the fucking fans, bro. Because honestly, this is not a fucking like hoorah statement like, wow, he's so relatable. This is not that. Nothing makes me happier or like feel more like I'm a normal person than sitting and talking to like the person at the bus stop.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Or like talking to like the late,
simple shit.
Bro, I don't know why I just enjoy it so much. I literally get like it gives me the biggest feeling of just like, yo, like.
Well, because I think you understand what actually matters. You said it earlier. Like, making money and shit is cool because you've done it. You have it. You didn't have it. I can completely relate to that. I understand that. I didn't have it. I had it. I used to think it was everything. I have it. I realize it's cool because you could fucking do more things. You have more time to fucking put somewhere else maybe because you don't have to work on trying to get the money. Granted, don't get me wrong. Like, this shit is a ton of fucking work, all the stuff that we do making content. I think there's a big misconception on it. But once you have it, you realize, like, oh, I thought I was going to be happy with all this shit. And then you realize, like, your happiness has increased a little bit because you have more time, but it doesn't make you fucking happy.
No,
the things that have made me most happy is exactly what you were saying earlier. Getting the messages about someone saying, you saved my life. That's the shit that fulfills me, bro.
A note on that, too, is that goes back to, like, different strokes for different folks, too.
Yeah.
Because I knew, dude, the day I got in this city, I identified within a month of living here and operating in this space who I fucked with. Immediately, bro. It was the fastest fucking thing, dude. I was wrong on some, but I liked Logan. I had spent time talking to him. Yeah. I knew him deep down. I knew he was a warm-hearted, deep down, because he had a chachi ass fucking demeanor at one point. He was not super likable. He wasn't. It's just how he was. 2017, like he was on top of the fucking world. Yeah. His ego was out of his mind. But I met him and found out who he was as a person. Yeah, smart as fuck, driven, down to earth, cared about people, and so I knew I fucked with him. And then I came here and I started meeting people. I met you. Yeah. And I met Banks. And I met Adam 22.
Fucking.
And I said, yo, I fuck with these people. Yeah. And I look for the like, what is the one thing that all of the people have? And it's just authenticity, dude. It's just, I really enjoy real people that aren't scared to talk about their shortcomings, that aren't scared to just, that are just real. Like, there's no script with you. There's no script with Banks. He may have slid into it a couple times, but that, like, Banks, dude, me and that kid have had a relationship that is incredible. Like, I love that kid. That dude's my fucking homie. And I know a lot of people have their things to say about him, and they have their, once again, their misconceptions based on what they've seen on the internet and the list of all that bullshit. But like, he's from the East Coast. He's from like a similar neighborhood as me, and that kid's like my homie. You know what I'm saying? Like, I love that kid, and I'll always ride for that dude as well. But like, I knew as soon as I got here, I was like, yo, these are the people that can relate to that. Yo, like, I just want to be like, I want to do something real. You know what I'm saying? Like I told you, I can't, like, you can't force me to care about the James Charles palette. No. You can't force me to care about the Addison Rae dance moves. Yeah. I love it, and I'm so proud of them for building something. But unfortunately, like, it's just not my vibe. You know what I'm saying?
Well, the thing that I love, man, like,
and I'm older too.
Right.
That's
how old are you?
35.
I'm about to be 31.
That's what I'm saying.
So here's the deal. Like, I noticed.
Is that what it is?
I don't know. I don't think so. Right. I think it's where you come from, what you've been through. Yeah. But I do know, like, even right now we're doing this podcast and we're talking. Like, it sounds cool because we're on these headphones and shit. Yeah. But guarantee this, if we sat somewhere and had none of this shit on, we'd have the same conversation if we were trying to have this conversation. Yeah. Like, when we went outside and he was dealing with his moment of anxiety, it's pretty much the same thing we came back and talked about. Like, but there was almost like no break in how we were thinking.
That's it.
That's what it is.
That's exactly. So sorry. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. It's who are these people that I can identify that are no different on camera and off camera. Right. And that's the only thing I ever aspired.
And that's exactly how you are.
Bro, that's all I ever aspired to be. That's all I ever aspired to be. What you see from me is exactly what you get. Yeah. Like, that's all I ever wanted to be, and all I ever wanted to do was just ride for my team, which has and will be Maverick. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And I've done a lot of shit for myself, but Logan, as I've said in the past and a million times today already, is the homie and has taken care of me, and I'll always contribute to that camp. Always. Yeah. And just like live a life where like I want to help people. You know what I'm saying? I want people to gain some sort of inspiration from my story.
So let's talk about this real quick. Yeah. Let's talk about the fact that, I don't know, over the last 3 months, 4 months, you fucking exploded on YouTube. Yeah. Like, I look at your page and I'm like, I swear I thought I looked at it like 2 weeks ago and you had 500,000 subscribers. Now you have 1 million.
It's weird, and everybody's like,
and you're getting fucking views,
crazy.
Bro.
It's
like,
crazy. 5, 6, 7, like, and like it's just every video too.
It's insane.
And listen.
Congrats, by the way.
No, and thank you.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say something. Thank you, Lana Rhodes. Thank you, Lana Rhodes.
Lit.
I'm not gonna half-ass around it. The guys out there want to see what is this girl like outside of the shit I've seen from her.
Right, can't blame it.
But let's also not get it twisted. You know what I'm saying? I had videos with 1 million views on it before she came
Right.
along. You know what I'm saying? Where I was out hanging out with the rest of Hollywood, doing my shit. I'm a fucking entertainer. I know that I have what it takes to do that.
Of course.
But that said, yes, thank you, Lana Rhodes. Like I appreciate.
No,
you.
bro, I love it. I love it. But you, bro, before Lana, man, like you always had a big fucking personality.
Yeah,
and that's what kind of like.
That's what got her. That's what got her. You know what I'm saying? Like Logan, he introduced me to her in a 1-second video, but no one knows the background of how it all came to be.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like it was just like any other.
I gotta ask. So
relationship.
was it like you met her and it was like on camera and it was cute, and then it was like, were you like, yo, give me your number? Or like, how
Nah,
did this?
so we met on camera.
Did you slide the DMs later?
Nah, none of that. Nah,
Okay.
we met on camera on the vlog, and then the next day we went out to a birthday. It was either that night or the next day we went out to a dinner for my birthday. And that night we were at Tao, and honestly, fuck, dude, like I kind of want to. I'm trying to think like how crazy I want to go right now with like shit, because even though what you see is what you get with me on camera, I don't always show you everything. And so like what I'm saying is real, but like I never know how far I want to get. But I had this like little thing going on with another. I've had a bunch of different things going on with like different girls.
Got it.
And I had another thing going on, and
Wait,
that
you said adult girls like other adult industry girls?
yeah.
Got it.
And one of those girls came to the dinner as well, and it was never, me and her never had like a relationship. Like we weren't like me and
Round one.
You know what I'm saying? Like me and Lana have a real relationship.
Like
but
you
I had
guys just fucked.
We fucked.
That's fine.
But she came to the dinner, and so it was this really awkward situation where Banks was there, and this girl was there, and me, Lana, Riley, Logan was this weird like house. And I was sitting next to Lana. I purposely like sat next to her because I was enamored. Like, I was like, yo, this girl's so fucking beautiful, and she's so cool. Like she's such a great down to earth girl. And we hung out. We went to the club after that. She hates the club. She doesn't like going out. She doesn't want to see people. All she cares about is work. That's it. And slowly but surely, we started texting. We hung out, and then it came time for Jake Paul to fight in Miami. And I was like, yo, do you want to roll to Miami?
So that's when it really started.
And that's when it kind of like, that's when it
So
kind of
I thought you guys were dating before that. Because when I saw it, because we were on the private jet together.
Yeah.
I thought you were fully dating before that. Because when you guys got on the jet, it looked like you guys were already fucking dating.
Between all of us, like, we rushed into things. And like a lot of it was like, yo, this girl, it's so weird to say it. And like to say it in like just a chill setting. Like outside of the shit you've seen from her or people see like on videos, she's not out there fucking. She's not like the normal porn star or the normal LA girl. Yeah. She's very fucked. She's been married. She's been married for the past 2 or 3 years, and she's been out of the game, and she's been off the fucking map living in Chicago.
She's not married now, though. Oh, fuck. This is like a... Oh, my God. This is so deep.
It's so
oh,
deep,
shit.
bro. And that's the other thing. I can never even get into like half of it, bro.
Shit, my
There's so
bad, my
much.
bad.
No, it's fine. This is all new shit. Like she's set there separate.
Got it.
They're like legal separate. And so yeah, so we hit it off. And she was like crazy. She was like enamored. And she'll tell the other story that like I was like really after her, and like we'll both play that kind of cool card. But yo, we fucked with each other. Like we fucked with each other. I thought she was so beautiful. I thought she was so cool. And I was more than willing to overlook her past. She was more than willing to overlook my fucked up past and my fuckboy days, which, as you know, probably better than most are aplenty in this city. And so she was willing to like overlook that shit, and things were good. Like we were just kind of getting to know each other, but it was also my first relationship in almost 10 years. Like and on the internet. And on the internet in front of everyone to see. And so I struggled with it. And when she was telling me, yo, I want this to be something, I want this to be something. Like I really do like you as a person, I want to be with you and shit like that. I was saying it, but it was so early in the relationship that I wasn't doing it. And that's how we ran into this scandal that happened with the girl in New York that I'm not even talk to. And that was obviously like a huge issue, but we bounced back from it. I've been
so that actually happened.
Yeah. and I've been completely like enamored with her. I mean, she's absolutely incredible.
So when we were on the
bro.
plane, you weren't like official? Because
Nah.
what the
know,
fuck?
I know, because we were just in that honeymoon period where it was just like everything was so like new. And,
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Because I saw you guys on the plane. I was like, oh, they've been dating for a while.
Nah, at that point it was still like open. Like she was talking to me about like, yo, we could have threesomes if you want, like all this shit. And then slowly but surely it like locked down into a situation where we were like, oh, it was just me and her.
Yeah.
And like honestly, I've never trusted a girl as much as I trust that girl. Like she truly, like she's dealt with a lot of mental illness and a lot of problems from her past in shooting. It really ravaged her. She was not. There's a lot of girls out there that, and I don't want to speak on this too much for her because I don't want to misquote or anything like that or say something doesn't feel comfortable sharing. But I think there's a lot of girls out there that love doing porn and love doing adult work. She's not one of those girls. She didn't garner the same kind of enjoyment out of it that other people do. She looked at it surely as like a way to make money and to get big. And so she loves, like other girls, having a partner that she loves.
Yeah.
And that's who she wants to be with. And so like it's so weird because honestly, like, bro, I can say without a shadow of a doubt that there's no girl out there getting DMs from the kind of dudes that she gets DMs from. I mean, bro.
I believe you. Who's?
I wish I could just go off right now and just call out like 18 different rappers, bro. Soccer players worth hundreds. Crazy. And then there's little old me.
Christian Ronaldo.
No, not
yet?
Ronaldo. I mean, I don't know. He could,
Probably.
but I've never seen. Cause she'll show me. That's the difference.
Who's
about
the
her.
biggest name that you saw?
No
Can you-
fucking way. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it.
I had Kinsey
Because,
on here
yo,
the other day. I tried to ask her about who's been in her DMs.
Who?
Kinsey.
Oh yeah. No, bro, it's wild. I mean, I'm talking like your A-list rappers, your A-list soccer players.
Talking about Drake?
I just don't. I'm not gonna say any names today, bro. But
Damn
it's wild. It's wild. And so I'm just and
He
so
tried to- he tootsie slide in there?
But like whereas like other girls would either open it, even in a relationship, other girls might open it or respond back.
Of course.
She shows me. She's
That's
like, yo,
interesting.
look at this, and then she deletes it in front of me.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying? And so it's like trying to navigate relationships in this entertainment space is so fucked.
Ooh.
But like it's just she's been incredible, bro, and she's so supportive. Like as soon as this shit happened with Logan, I've been at her house, and you know she'll like cook food for me.
You guys don't have any like
none,
no beef?
No, I mean she'll get mad occasionally about girls that DM me.
Yeah.
Especially if it's like other adult stars, because that's like her like she's got some enemies in that space.
I got it.
And like other like Instagram girls that are like bigger ones, like if that happens, but I'm not answering those either. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm not responding to any bitches or like talking.
So you're really like here for this for real?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, like it's tough because of the city we're in and like the space we're in, and so like I don't want to, you know, be like, yo, expect a kid tomorrow or some shit. But like, I mean, I fuck with her heavily. She's a great person, and so like no matter what happens, you know, between us, like she's gonna crush it. That girl's a hustler, bro. Yeah. Like she'll just be like, yo, I want a Lambo today, and I'm like, babe, please don't buy a Lambo. She just pulls up in it. You know what I'm saying? Like she'll just go buy a Lambo. She buys houses. Like she fucking cakes, bro. And that's been another.
Is it the OnlyFans shit or what?
Yeah, OnlyFans. Like she was doing private Snapchat. She was making like crazy money on that shit. It's just like that OnlyFans grind's crazy.
I know. Trust me. I've heard about it.
That shit's.
I'm like that.
You about to start one, maybe?
Fuck, dog. I mean, it's like it's so crazy. I mean, I would need a girl, you know.
She's been trying to get me to.
Like, we talked about this briefly. I didn't know if you want to bring it up, but I want to ask you about it.
Yeah, she's been trying to get me to
do it. Because that shit would bang.
She would make a $500,000 a month.
I'm not surprised.
Off it.
I'm not surprised.
And I'm like, I asked her today, I'm like, let's be honest. Like, what's my fucking cut?
What is it? Exactly. You got to talk about that.
She's like, shit. She's like, you know what your dick means to OnlyFans if it isn't for this shit. I'm like, dude, no. But she's fucking with me. She like if we like came up with some sort of agreement, she
You got to get
but
something.
I don't
to
know.
put
I don't know that I can do it, bro.
Yeah, this is the question I wanted to ask you.
Yeah.
But if you did it, you have to get something to put your dick in there because now you're putting your whole. Now you're a porn. You're doing
Yeah,
porn.
I'm a porn star. Yeah, you know what I'm saying. And I don't know if I don't know.
Especially because she wasn't just an OnlyFans person. She was a real porn star.
Oh, the real deal.
So it's like, if you went and did that, now you're a porn star.
Facts. Yeah,
So-
she was the real deal. I mean, yeah, she had true.
So
It's just all so like imagine me at my grandfather's attic.
This is
smoking crack in 2010 in Milford, Connecticut. Shout out Milford, Connecticut.
Yeah.
Thinking to myself, I'm gonna be sitting on a podcast in LA talking about if I want to do porn with the #1 porn star in the entire
It's
world.
fucking
Bro,
insane.
life makes no sense.
It's crazy.
Life makes no
Sick,
sense.
though. It's so dope. It's so dope.
It's so dope.
So dope.
But that's why I don't try to ever plan shit. Like if you ask me right now and you're
no.
like, if you ask me today, and this is another gift and a curse. If you ask me today, you're like, yo, what are your goals right now? I haven't had a goal in my entire life. I've never had a fucking goal in my. And this is so bad. Please, if you're watching this, do not adapt this style unless you want to. If you want to, I'm a wild.
It might already be a part of you.
It's a part of me. Yeah. I'm a wild soul, and I got so used to, yo, is tomorrow coming? I don't know. Let's live for today. You know what I'm saying?
But the crazy part about that, man, like that's how you get things done, though.
It's weird.
That's the thing. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, because this reminds me back. This takes me so far back to when I was a kid, and they used to be like, you gotta write in the planner. You got to write in this planner for like the and shit for the week. Yeah. I used to fucking hate it. I would be like, I just never did it. And my whole life has been very similar to like, not that I didn't have things I wanted to achieve, but it was like, it was so hard for me to be like, okay, I'm gonna do this and do this and do this. I just tried to work every day, do something every day, and try to, and like I said, try to be as much in the moment as I could, despite everything else. It was like, but that's the crazy thing is, people listen. I'm not saying go and like fuck all your plans and your goals. You have to have a goal, like a big a big wide view. Yeah, a big wide view, but like your day to day, you should be doing something every day to get closer to like one of those things or the bigger picture.
Something.
Like,
Working on yourself. And that's good advice too to people out there that are like lost, like because there's a lot of people on social media that speak in these like niche spots of like, yo, you've made $1 million. Here's how you get to 50. There's a lot of people that talk about like, yo, you got a degree in this. Here's how you become the perfect entrepreneur. The voice I want to be on social media is, yo, you haven't left your room in 3 weeks because you're so scared of going out in public because you have fucking stinging anxiety and depression and fucking manic disorder. Here's what you can do today to be better than you were the day before. That's the fucking voice I want to be.
You
bro.
capture
just
Zone
anything.
C.
Do something for me, and I know you could relate to this more than anybody probably. Exercise has been a huge part of it.
oh my god, it's been all of it.
Yeah.
My whole life. If I can look back, my entire life, it had been closely connected to working out. Everyone that I met throughout the gym, through my whole life, has been like the conversation, like how we're having this conversation now about life, and we've had conversations in the past, not in this detail, but like those conversations I would have with other people in my life before I became like this person on social media to have this opportunity with you. I just had it with people in the gym, and I would talk about where I was at in life, how I felt, my anxiety, what's making me feeling better, like, and then I was working out, and it was just all therapeutic. Like working out itself is therapeutic, and because like when I'm doing it, other shit tends to fade away because I have to focus on what I'm doing literally in the moment, and that's what we're talking about, being in the moment.
Staying in the moment, yeah.
And then also all the people that I met throughout and had conversations with, like helped me to tailor my life positively all the way like moving up till now. So it's like, that's the thing that I keep learning. You got to have a plan, yeah, but it's got to be like this macro vision, and you have to be like everyday work, like trying to be in the moment, because that's when you're truly successful. If you're able to sit in the moment and be like, we're having this conversation, and this is what matters most.
Right.
So then when the people see this or hear this, because this is what we're doing, it's actually real. It's genuine. This is what we're really talking about. There's no cuts. There's no edits. There's no like, we need to start this conversation over again. Say that again. Ask me that question.
We did have to do that.
But that's because you had the anxiety. That was a real thing. We had to leave. We were just
Yeah,
going to leave fucking to dead space.
Yeah.
But this conversation is us literally speaking about how we really feel in the moment.
Yeah.
And that's what's that's what I could say made me most successful in my life.
Yeah.
Without a fucking doubt.
It's so funny because like when you ask me to do this, dude, it's like it goes back to that thing where I was just talking before about like the people that I really fuck with in the city. I've gotten asked to do like a shit ton of podcasts.
Well, because you're fucking great at it.
It's my thing. Like I love talking, just like being on podcasts and shit. And it's funny because like over the past few months, I've only done 2. I did yours and Banks. That's it.
Let's go.
Oh, and Adams.
Let's
go.
And
I guess like.
No, it's.
I'm like, no, I was gonna hit on something. I'm like, I'm a work in progress, bro. And I think everybody out there is, but like, I've been taking some heat, like on social over the past, month or so. Ever since once I started getting big, the heat turned up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you touched on this in the gym.
Yeah, and once you start to get into that 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 million range on YouTube, motherfuckers are just trying to mow you down.
Gunning.
They're gunning. Yeah. And obviously, like I'm not responding to 99% of them because Logan taught me early. He's like, yo, you respond to people that get less views than you. You're winning them. You're winning for them.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So there's a lot of people out there that are making like hour-long videos on why Mike is a fucking, unloyal scumbag or whatever. And I'm just sitting there. I'm like, yo, if I respond to this dude, he's going to go from 14,000 views to 200, 800, whatever thousand views, and I'm going to fucking lose. So I spend most of my time not responding, but I want to talk to you about it a little bit today. It's been a lot. It's been a lot. It's never fun when that kind of shit happens.
What do you see the most, right? What's like what? Hate wise, negative wise.
It's a lot of. It's not. Well, there's a lot of it has to do with Lana. There's a lot about Lana.
They're mad that you're fucking dating Lana.
Some are.
What?
Some are, but they'll disguise it in yo, you're fucking disgusting, bro. You know how many dicks she's like that kind of stuff, and very nasty. Like they'll say like really nasty shit. And as I said too, I don't have to answer to them. I'm happy. I love the girl's dope as fuck, and and by the way, she doesn't do that now. And I think that's been another thing that's helped me with it is just because she's like out of the game. But so I've dealt with like some of that stuff. That stuff's easier to write off. But then I've had some people that have made like character notes on like my ego. And so like that's been something that I've just been trying to like understand, like what statements am I making? What how am I acting that's giving people the idea that I'm losing track of who I am as a person. You know what I'm saying? And so like there's a lot of things, and you don't know how much do you want to pay attention to them. Listen.
Right.
I have had an ego my entire life. I think everybody does to an extent.
100%. When
I sold my first bag of weed when I was 14, my head started getting bigger. And it never really stopped. I always have tried to walk the line between confidence and cockiness. Like I don't want to be cocky, but I also know on a lot of aspects that I kind of have a right to be on certain things. And I think that I don't think people should be scared to be extreme. This is a really interesting topic. It's scary though, because I don't want to come off wrong.
No, it's fine.
And I take those notes and I want to make sure that I stay in check, but also at the same time, like if you're watching this show and you're the best in your field,
own that shit.
Yeah,
I feel it.
Stay humble. Listen, as I said earlier, fan comes up to me, that person is right here with me. Person on the park bench, person OD'd on heroin, whatever the fuck, that me and that person are exactly the same. I will sit on the ground with them. I will talk to them. There's no difference between me and that person. But I guess like I've seen some comments about people saying that like certain things. I haven't noticed it that much, but it's, if anything, it's a good note to get so that it's at top of mind so you don't get there. Like even if I'm not currently, you're always thinking about like how can I try to stay like humble with all this shit that's going on.
It's crazy though, man. This reminds me when I first competed. Because I did fitness competition. So when I first competed, I remember the very first show I did. It was the very first time they ever had this thing called men's physique, which is where it's not bodybuilding, but you wear like board shorts. And that was one of the first shows in 2011.
Yeah.
And I competed. My first show, I got 8th place out of like 9 people. Because someone told me, you should do this thing, it's new. I was like, okay. I just showed up, like, got a spray tan, like ate pizza the night before and put on some board shorts. Got 8th place.
Nice.
Then I saw who wins, and I'm like, oh shit, that's what I got to do. Next show, I win first and overall, so I win the whole show.
Right.
And then I was like, this had to be me at like 22. And then I'm going against other competitors now. It's a very small group of people because it's not a lot of people doing these competitions.
Right.
And I was the kind of person who would be like, oh, I'm going to win this next show. And I would tell people. And then later on, I would hear that people be like, oh, Brad's a douchebag. He thinks he's the best.
Yeah.
But I remember thinking like, wait, but like, I came from a sports background. It's like, wait, we're competing.
Right.
I'm not supposed to be like, hey, we're all looking really good. Look, they can all look amazing, but like, I still have to feel like I can be the best to be the best.
Right.
I think that's what people fail. Like when this whole confidence and cocky thing is like, it's different to be like, yo, I'm better than you. Like I'm going to be better than you.
Right.
But it's, and then saying like, or saying like, oh, I'm going to be my fucking best. I'm going to be the best. I think those are the things when people, if they, and it's a lot of times it's up to interpretation of the people listening. Sometimes they'll just hear it as like, oh, that guy thinks he's better than me.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, like, I know that I do need to feel like I am my best version to be my best version and to be able to continue to be better. So it's like, it's kind of like, what are you hearing and what are people willing to hear?
It's so tricky. And also like, it's been a lesson for me. Like your sport was these competitions. My sport is very much the podcast realm. Yeah. And so when I go sit down and I offer thoughts or feedback on a certain topic, there are sometimes younger people or people out there that can't relate that see me as and say that I'm like rambling about shit I don't know about. I'm talking about shit that I do know about. I talk about shit and the stuff I talk about comes from a place of having lived it. I'm 35 and I've lived through 10 fucking lifetimes on this planet, literally. You know what I'm saying? And so when I think it's sometimes my confidence in how I say things that could be potentially argued as opinions that gets people to be like, yo, this kid has like an ego, or this kid thinks he knows better than so-and-so. But I mean, listen, I'm not even saying people are wrong. Like it's just something that it's something that I'm like working on. Yeah. Exactly. Like, and that's the biggest step. Like is being aware, you know what I'm saying? And so like that, but like the shit with Lana and like, you know, obviously now with this new with Shrimpgate 2020, you know, that's been like an interesting shit too.
How long do you think it's going to take till you get back?
I'm meeting with him tomorrow.
Okay.
And we're going to have a conversation about what went wrong and like how it could have gone differently.
That sounds good then.
Yeah. We've been, as you know, we've been talking.
Yeah, of course.
You know, and so everything's going to be fine, but it's
I think that's what this is all about though, is the awareness. The awareness of yourself,
it's a big thing, bro.
Awareness of like what you're putting out there, how someone might perceive it. Because that's the thing I realized a long time ago when I got fired from 24 Hour Fitness back in the fucking day when I was like 21, I think. My perception of who I was to everyone else is different than what the perception of they had of me.
Bro, that's
it.
It's so big. It's been such a big lesson for me. And like these lessons that I've been getting as a result of negative things, which is so important. Like think about that for a second. It's always a negative thing that happens that produces a lesson for you. And so like coming right. And so like this being kicked out of the house thing, or like, you know, Logan saying like, why don't we take a little bit of space? I've learned so much about what happened and I've been ruminating on it, but it's produced some really good learnings, like expectation setting and not expecting people to think the same way as you. And another one that I've learned, which you just stated, was there's unfortunately, because of interpretation, a difference between what you are trying to get people to perceive from something you say and what people actually perceive 100%. From what you say. Yeah. And a lot of that comes down to how you say it and your delivery and stuff like that. But it's just been such a learning lesson for me to try to figure out, like, how do I get these thoughts up here that are high level and really valuable fucking life lessons and thoughts on business and how to succeed and how to get into dark places in your life, and try to put them into a package that is digestible by every single person that watches.
Yeah.
And quickly, and then one other thing on that quickly too is another lesson I've learned over the past couple of weeks was not everybody is going to want to or like to digest the content you're putting out.
This is all what it comes down to right here. All comes down to this. Timing in someone's life and what they've been through and what they've learned on their own.
Yeah.
Like the thing is, like, you could have it exactly like you could have it all figured out for you and your opinion on something, and then someone's going to hear it, but based on where they're at in their life and what they've been through, what they've learned to that point, their age, all this shit has
so many factors.
Where they're from, their childhood, all this shit has to do with how they receive that message. So I think the best way when you're talking about giving messages to people, and this is just my fucking opinion on this, is if you're sharing something from a place of genuine within you, like how you do and how you speak, that's number one. And then number two is understanding, like, when I lend my opinion, at the same time I try to lend an opinion, I try and lend a personal, like, reference point in my life of why I have that opinion. It's hard sometimes because, like, you can't put it all really, like, close and neat. And I notice it's funny because part of your anxiety earlier, I don't know if you noticed this or not, was like, when you dipped, you were like, because you were like telling the story, and you're like, oh shit, I need to take this moment.
Yeah.
And then it was almost like you were outside concerned with the way in which you were going to tell the story, like its conciseness, how concise it was going to be.
That's true. So that's been a. Sorry, I want to let you.
No, go no. So what I'm saying is like, I'm not trying to fucking dissect you.
No,
I don't know you well enough.
It's a good point, but that now has been a side effect of Impulsive and of Logan. So Logan's style and Logan's delivery style is immediate and quick and concise, succinct brevity. He wants to get you a message in 1 second, or his vlogs are 4 minutes, whatever, right? He wants, it all has to happen very quick. And one of the things I've tried to tell him, and that some of the fans of Impulsive that aren't big fans of me, is that that's not the podcast setting.
No.
The podcast setting is this.
Right.
Kicking it, having a conversation, talking authentically.
I see what he's trying to do though, because
Me too.
his initial audience when he started that, which I think is much different now, because he has a much, I think, older. This is a much more diverse demographic now watching that.
Yeah.
When it started, I think it needed that.
Oh yeah.
Because that's his majority of his demographic was younger, probably trying to get information right now.
Yeah.
But now I know it's way different.
It's so funny, dude.
I mean, this is no diss at all to Logan. I think you brought a lot of that to that podcast. I think you brought a lot of older audience to that podcast.
Yeah. Oh, dude, of course. I mean, it's funny because this has been another, me and him have had a bunch of riffs back and forth on the style of the show, how we want the show to be, what we want it to be like.
In meetings and shit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, in meetings, like not on the show.
Not
but
on the
like,
show,
yeah,
okay.
we'll meet afterwards and talk, and we've gotten some heated shit, which creatively, like, we've got two creative people. Like,
it's fucking
I think
good.
it's fantastic.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of people out there who think like this is Logan's show and Mike's on it. Logan has been very collaborative with me. It's been our show since day one.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And there was always this thought in his mind, which was, I wonder, in both of our minds, I wonder what the fans are going to do if Mike isn't on the show. Because their fans have been vocal on both sides. Mike talks too much. He hijacks the show. He interrupts the guests. He thinks he knows best. He's got a big ego. Other side, Mike's been through a bunch of shit. I love listening to him. He's inspirational. He's aspirational. I could relate to him. I could see what he's saying. He tells he has the funniest jokes. He keeps the energy high.
Yeah.
You've got these warring factions of fans on the show. And so the question was always, what's going to happen? And once I wasn't on the show for 2 days, the first show was very much like, wow, this is like kind of a nice breather. It's a different pace. But then on the second show, I think you saw a lot more of those fans of mine activating like, this is not what we signed up for. Like, we love you two together.
Yeah.
Like the energy you two bring together is like on some like Abbott and Costello type shit. Like, you two make each other better. You make each other smarter. And so it's been an interesting situation to be able to step back and see what happens when I'm not there, and to see what I do add to the show. And me and him will continue to, try to creatively find a way to make that the best show possible. And I am a work in progress. He's been on camera a lot longer than me. He knows about give and take better than me. There's a lot of aspects of the show that he is better than me on. He's a great host. He's the great main host of the show. But I'm a work in progress. I've interrupted a lot of people in the past. I think I've done a lot better on that. I also get a lot of...
I remember those comments.
They're still there.
Yeah.
They're still there. But I think it's so funny because if you get the audience in the habit of leaving a certain comment by one of your actions, even if that action stops, that comment continues. I stopped interrupting people 30 episodes ago.
Yeah. Like the drug dealer comment that I have?
Yes, exactly. Bradley Martin, because of Steve will do it, and because of the Nelk boys, Bradley Martin will be a drug dealer for the next 20 years.
And I've never
sold a
sold
drug in
drugs
your
in my
life. That comment will continue. And so
funny.
it's Mike only talks about Lana and heroin. Some of the people say.
Right.
You know who brings up Lana? Not me. Logan. He wants to find out what's going on with your relationship. I don't bring it up.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's very similar to this podcast. If it gets brought up, I'll talk about it.
Of course.
If somebody brings up heroin addiction, I'll talk about it. But like all that stuff, all those interruptions, that shit ended 30 fucking episodes ago. But the detractors and the people that don't like me will continue to talk on it. And so like the biggest lesson that I've gotten. This whole episode has been kind of like this here with me and you has been like me talking about what I've learned kind of over
No,
the
it's
past
dope.
2
I
weeks.
fucking love it.
The biggest lesson I learned that goes hand in hand with you can't please everybody. Different strokes for different folks. Some people are going to like you. Some people are going to fucking hate you.
Yeah.
The biggest lesson I've learned is to not get too caught up in that ongoing struggle of online sentiment. There's so many young creators out there. And I know I said I don't care too much for the content of Addison or James or like any of those people, but I do care about them as people. Charlie D'Amelio is from Connecticut, from Greenwich. She's not too far from where I grew up. And she's been very vocal about her struggles with depression and anxiety brought on by comments from fans and hateful comments from fans. And over the past 2 weeks, I've fallen into a pit, bro. I have been reading all of it. Even over the past 2 months since I started dating Lana, because I really got so caught up in what people were saying. And I think one of the biggest lessons for me is like, yo, know who you are.
Yeah.
Know who you are. Be rooted in who you are. I can say this without a shadow of a fucking doubt as I sit here today. I am a genuine, authentic, loyal, good-hearted person. And no one, no online comment, no Twitter comment, no impulsive YouTube sentiment can take that from me.
Yeah.
Ever. And I think that would be my one lesson to every young creator out there who's just starting to get 5, 10, 15,000 comments a day.
Yeah.
Know who you are.
I fucking
know yourself.
I can relate to that so hard. There was a moment in my fitness history, filming content, making content, where I was kind of at the peak of like my growth on my fitness content.
Yeah.
And I had just recently dropped a video like hitting on girls in the gym. It's got millions of views.
Yeah.
And I had recently tried to, and I never really talked about this. And this is something that I learned. I let someone made a video about me, completely slandering me online. Someone who was a business partner that the relationship turned sour.
Yep,
and there was other people involved who made this whole relationship basically go to shit. And then this person lied about me, said a bunch of shit like that I tried to deal with his girlfriend and all this shit that was just a lie. And it was blatant bullshit lies. And I was popular. I was more popular than this person at the time. So I decided I'm not going to say anything. I'm not going to say anything. And I read comments after comments. Oh, I'm this fucking snake. I'm this person.
Yeah.
All these people. And the biggest thing I learned though, I fucked up. I fucked up because I didn't do what I am and who I am. Just tell the fucking truth and just talk about it.
Yeah.
I tried to avoid the situation and it did way more damage to me. I lost 70,000 subscribers overnight.
From not
saying shit because this person made a video. But I came from a point where I was like, wait, I've done so much good and I put so much good out there. All I did to that point was try to put out good content and I talked about my life, everything that I went through, everything. And this person made a video and just slandered the shit out of me. Just fucking lied. Bullshit fucking lies.
Yeah.
And this person had my number, could have came and said all this shit to my face, decided to put it on the internet for fucking views, and I avoided it. But that fucking it fucked me so bad on the internet that like what you were saying about it affected you the last 2 weeks. This affected me for probably like a year and a half.
Yeah, wow.
Me wanting to make content or wanting to like being like almost like hurt that wow, after everything that I'd done now that someone could say and just make some shit up. I realized this is what I'm going to get to this point in a little bit, but I started to realize like what you said, and this is so much more power to this point. You have to just understand you cannot please everyone. And I struggled so hard trying to please everyone that like, bro, I'm talking about, imagine you lost 70,000 subscribers overnight.
Yeah, it sucks.
You just hit 1 million.
Yeah.
So you went from 1 million down past 1 million. Because you were like, oh, I'm 1 million. Then you went down and you had to hit 1 million again.
Yeah.
So, and this person, and as soon as they talk shit about me, because I was going, like I said, my videos was going viral. Now they start growing. Now they start blowing up. Now they're the good guy and I'm a fucking snake because someone lied about me. I never made a video. I never came back and said, this is what actually happened. I kind of came back and tried to apologize because I could notice this person was so hurt. And then I was like, why the fuck didn't I just be who I am and tell the fucking truth?
Yeah.
I tried to like avoid and like babysit the situation so that I wouldn't have to deal with it more. And instead it just made me deal with it way more. So what I'm saying to everyone listening is like, and if you're a content creator as well, if you want to be like you have to genuinely be yourself no matter what, because understanding the fact that you're not going to make everyone happy is so fucking important. But like the minute you stop being yourself, that's when people are like, oh, he is that person that someone so, because like you said, once you start hitting the 5, 4, 6 million views, everyone's gonna come for you.
Yeah.
And the minute you're not like, if you start to not know, like, 'cause this is what I'm trying to tell you in specifically. Yep. Don't read all this shit and then change yourself. I know you're looking around, you're like, okay, where could I take note and inventory and become better? That's amazing.
Criticism.
But don't let it change who you are at your core.
Yeah.
Because who you are at your core, after knowing you long enough and talking to you, having a conversation with you, like, that's why people love you. That's why I love you as a friend. You're a good person and you're fucking real.
Yep.
Like, but the minute you don't show that because you're trying to like hide or avoid or change or like try to make everyone happy, that's when you fuck yourself.
Yeah.
And that's what I did. And I look back on that moment, I'm like, why the fuck did I do that? That shit like stuck with me for fucking years, bro. Years.
That's crazy.
That person, like, it's after that moment, I was like, wow, I can't believe I let that happen to me. I fucking can't believe that I allowed someone else to like change the way that I viewed myself, where like my almost like my content became different because I was hurt, and I was like I don't really want to share shit. I don't want to like let this out because like no one gave a fuck. The minute that someone said some fake shit, it didn't matter. I was like, if I because I'm like in my head super analytical. I'm like, if I respond, everyone's just gonna be like, you're just saying that because he said that. Now you're a bad guy.
Bro,
you're a fucking
is
this.
there any worse feeling in the world than having someone say something about you that is completely and utterly, and even in a lot of ways, proven to be untrue, but they have like a decent amount of clout?
Yeah, and they just listen.
That those people listen.
100%.
I've never had that feeling until I got here, where if someone's against you and they're able to rally a crowd. I mean, this is the whole cancel culture thing.
Yeah.
Too, but just on a microcosm of it for you or for me.
In the fitness industry, yeah.
In the fitness industry or in the YouTube industry. But it's crazy to imagine that like someone could just say something and no one will do any digging. No one will look back and say, damn, like that kid's been riding with this motherfucker for 3 years now and has put his ass on the fucking pulpit to defend him.
It was so. I just want to say this, man. I was so pissed. I got him and his fucking girlfriend so much goddamn clout.
Fuck.
So much fucking clout. And I was fucking so nice. The craziest thing is, the whole time, right? This person was like fucking off doing whatever they were doing. Like they were having an issue in their relationship. I was trying to help. Like the conversation that I had with this person was like, don't worry, it's going to be okay. And then I got turned that I'm some fucking scumbag trying to fuck this person's girlfriend. I lost 70,000 subscribers overnight, and this person got more popular.
Bro,
and now this person's a good
talking
guy.
about right now,
Imagine.
It's
Imagine.
so close.
Imagine you're sitting at dinner with your videographer at the time, Kevin. Why is he fucking calling me? Fucking Snapchat.
Imagine it's the dude.
So no, listen. Oh my god, that'd be amazing. If this was live.
Or it's the dude's girl.
At this point, I would not care what came of this. If someone saw this, he saw us and said something, I'd be like, cool, run. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
The damage has been done, right? Doesn't matter, right? And at this point, it's in the past. But imagine being at dinner with that girl and your videographer, and you like, I'm having this conversation with my buddy Kevin and the girl, and she's complaining about what he's doing, and she doesn't trust this and that. And I'm like, he's in Australia or whatever the fuck. I'm like, don't worry. Like, he's going to come back because we were homies.
Yeah.
We were fucking
you were,
friends.
like, having his back.
We were fucking friends, being like, don't worry, chill out. It's going to be okay. He's going to come back. Don't worry about it. And then all the shit going south, and then both of them just riding the fucking clout train.
You could hear that. Did you hear
riding the clout train, just choo choo choo. As
Did you
soon
hear
as the shit hit the fan, no one came out and said, oh, the girl didn't come back and say, no, he never tried that. She just rode the fucking clout train all the way up.
Bro.
All the way up with names in the title, put my name in a fucking title. My shit was going viral. And then I had to turn around and be like, I'm not going to say anything. I'm going to be the bigger man. And then I got fucked. And then for 3 years, I was like, I don't know if I should make content like this anymore. I fucking just hurt. And then I'm like, damn, bro, that fucking wrecked me, dude. Wrecked me. So fuck. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, yo, if you want to get on the internet or just fuck it, just in the world in general, like, fucking be yourself no matter what.
That's it.
No matter what.
Authenticity will win
because
100% of the time.
You're going to fucking make mistakes. Own it. Talk about it. Like, I tried to avoid, like, even saying anything about the situation. Like, maybe I didn't know. Maybe I should have just never said any single word to this person whatsoever.
Yeah.
But it's like, I had so many receipts. I should have screenshotted all the shit of this dude talking about how he's cheating on with this fucking bitch, and he showed me, like, I should have like, because he tried to blame the relationship problem on me. I should have been like, yo, what about this?
Do you understand that what you're talking about to me right now is so tightly ingrained to another situation I'm currently going through.
I have no idea.
Where I tried to help somebody 100 times and they went out of their way to shit talk me behind my back, and like this is one thing like I'm not getting into today, but that feeling of getting burned by someone that you've like gone out of your way to like try to do nice things for is the worst feeling in the entire fucking world.
Yeah.
It is the fuck. And then I mean with you at least, or with me at least, it's not gonna like there's no
It's not
like,
on the
detriment
internet.
to me. It is, but not. It's not. He's not like trying to be crazy about it, like
Right,
make
right.
a video about me of all this shit. With you, like that's fucked, bro. That's fucked up.
Oh, I'm talking about like imagine going from hundreds of thousands of subscribers to like hundreds and hundreds of thousands more, while I went hundreds of thousands less, and everything was like this. And then look, I'm the good guy, and then I'm the fucking bad guy. And everything I done prior to that moment was good, and I did my best to try and help people.
That's why.
And
bro,
it's just everything switched
that's
like
why-
a fucking light. Imagine all the fucking comments I got on my Instagram talking about how I'm this and how I'm that. And I'm like, none of you motherfuckers ever were even there or saw what the fuck actually happened. You
Bro.
just took someone's fucking word because they fucking wanted to shit on me.
That's why whenever somebody talks about this city, and like even when we talk about it, I don't know if I wish this for people. You know what I'm saying? Like I really don't. And yo, listen, like this is not me like trying to be like, oh my God, like anything about this life is fucking hard, because we've both seen fucking hard days. We've
Right.
both seen dark days. I'm blessed as fuck to wake up in Beverly Hills and leave in a fucking Lambo if I want. Like all this shit to the side is great. It's all fucking great. But there's a lot of pressure and a lot of fucking factors that people don't see.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of comments and a lot of sentiment and a lot of shit that happens on the internet from people that don't know even. It's not that they don't know the whole story. They don't know any of the story. Like even as far as the impulsive fans go and
Yeah.
why things happen the way they do on that show, they don't know what goes on before and after the show. They don't know requests that are made to me of keep the energy up. Yo, we have to do this. We have to do that. They just assume that things are happening a certain way.
Right.
And they run away with it, bro. And so it's that misconception that people even have any clue of what's going on. I think when it comes to just one of us, when it comes to just knowing about your favorite creator, I think people can get a pretty good idea of who we are. But when it comes to trying to have an opinion about the relationship between your creator and another person, that's where shit gets fucked up. I tweeted this before I came in here today, and I'm sure we're getting close to wrapping up. I said, relying on your good intentions to keep you out of bullshit in life is similar to counting on your good driving to keep you out of car accidents. Your maneuvering can be flawless, and some motherfucker will still T-bone you at one of life's little intersections. Everybody wants to say, I'm the best driver. I can't get in an accident.
Right.
It's not about you.
Yep.
It's about the other fucker that's driving down the road like a moron that plows in you and kills people.
Yep.
And so I think a lot of people think they have our relationships or like my relationship with the other people figured
Right.
out. And I think mine and yours is a little bit easier to figure out because we've talked for 3 hours and people know we're just two down to earth, straightforward, real people. But just like, yo, people don't know. They don't know all the little factors and all the little intricacies that go into the relationships that exist in this city.
And I think it's clear for people listening too, like fuck us and people on the internet. Just in your own life, imagine how many situations you've been in when someone that doesn't really know you that well has a judgment on you. Just period. Like fuck the internet in life.
Yeah.
Like that's so common. Just on the internet, it's so exasperated because it's everyone can come and view and watch and click, and this is viral, and so many people are here, and everyone can have an opinion, but not know what's really going on. Just like someone could be in your life and be like, that person's talking, oh yeah, fuck you because you do this and that, but they don't really know the situation.
Right.
So it's kind of like that's the thing that I'm learning with that is like, yo, let me be good with this, however the fuck it is, and let me continue to be myself.
That's it.
And that's it. And try to be happy. And try to live in the moment. And try not to put so much pressure on what other people think, how they are going to think of me.
Yeah.
But you're smart though, man, with the trying to take the reconciliation, like trying to reconcile, like how did this then affect someone else? Like to learn, to do more of that. Because I remember at one point when I was younger, I was like, no, they're just a fucking piece of shit. And I'm right.
That's been my style since I got here. My style since I got to LA was, yo, this is me. I hate to be like this, but unfortunately, if you don't like it, go fuck yourself. I've said it on the show 100 times, 1,000 times. And in a lot of ways, that still is going to be my attitude. And I'm not super great at, I say this all the time. I take constructive criticism and life advice from my generals. Those are the people I listen to. People that are qualified to give life advice, people that I have ongoing relationships with, and people that I trust.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, when people try to source their constructive or creative criticism or life advice from comment sections, they're getting constructive criticism from people who don't know fucking shit. They don't know what's going on. You just see the 1 hour of what's on camera. And so I take a shit ton of life advice from my generals. But I have to really force myself to not get too caught up in the fucking sentiment. Because as much as I say, fuck you, I don't care, after a certain amount
that shit still hurts,
After a certain amount, it's like, God dang, bro, I'm doing the best I fucking can here. Cut me some fucking slack, bro.
Yeah. Well, I think you're doing a great job, man. And this has been a fucking dope podcast, and I'm glad this is the first one back.
Yeah. And I haven't done one in a week because I've been off the show. So it's like,
I had you let it out. I fucking love it, man. Yeah. So make sure you guys subscribe to this fucking channel. Turn the notifications on, all that good shit. I'm posting every Thursday, probably at 10 a.m. And make sure you guys check out Mike's Night Shift.
Yeah, the Night Shift, Impulsive, obviously, where you could hear me and Logan talk about a bunch of fucking random shit. And then for anybody who like resonated, or my story about like my past resonated with you, I hate to even sound like I'm marketing it, but The Fifth Vital, which the title will make sense once you get into the book, is coming out on May 5th. It's everything. It's my life. It's my baby that I've written for 5 years. It has.
Do you have a copy that I could read now?
Yeah, I can get you a manuscript.
Are you gonna do audiobook? You gotta do an
audiobook. It's gonna come out on globally on paperback and digital on May 5th, and then I'll have an audiobook soon thereafter.
Are you gonna read the audiobook? Okay, lit.
Because
that's how
I've been asked to, because of my voice is so. Some people, another thing that some people like and some people don't, but The Fifth Vital, it's everything. If there's things about you that are about me that you might not like or you might not understand, I just encourage people to read that book, and you'll learn what you have to know about me.
For sure. You know, Thank you for coming, man.
Thanks for having me on,
I'm gonna I'm not playing. I'm gonna read that book. I'm gonna listen to that book,
that, bro.
Mostly the audiobook because the voice.
That's fine. However you want to get it, but yeah, it's a thriller, bro. It'll be. I don't know how to say this without sounding like an asshole, but like it most likely will probably be a movie in the next year or two.
Let's go.
We've already talked to Netflix
pages?
about it. It's like 300 plus pages. It's a big boy.
Oh yeah,
it's a fucked up tale of just.
You might have inspired
shit,
like
bro.
the conversation I had with Dan now, and then now this conversation I might start.
It's crazy. I talked to him about it the other day. I said, just make sure you self-publish.
Yeah, we were
do
talking
your own
about,
shit. Yeah, I talked to him. I was like, if anybody who thinks about writing a book, you, Dan, write it, but then make sure you get somebody to work on it.
Did he tell you about Goggins?
Nah, I haven't talked to him at length, just like passing by, but we can talk about it after.
Yeah, for sure. All right, so thank you guys again. Thank you so much, man. You're fucking dope as shit.
That was amazing.
Yeah, and thanks for being really candid and straightforward.
Yeah, bro.
For real. Always. Like, fuck, just on this, but just in life. So.
Thank you, bro.
Thank you guys for listening.
Oh! He just shit all over you, man.
Bad?
It's on your sleeve. I'm so sorry.
Hey, man, this is what comes with being a bird owner. As a former bird owner myself, I respect his decision. I don't like it.
It's not bad. We're gonna fix this. Come to daddy.
Oh, that's right. You're a dad now.
And a daddy. Come on. Come fly to dad. Dang, he flew to uncle.
Or did he fly to dad?
You are a daddy. Welcome back to Impulsive, the #1 podcast in the world. That's facts. Our episode's been killing it lately. Glad you guys are enjoying it. Glad you guys got to see a side of GP in our last episode. Greg Paul, my father, that you may not have known. He's a wise guy. He's a profound guy. He's a funny guy. He's a goofball. But he also has a very stern, serious side to him that, raised Jake and I. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on in the Maverick house. There's a couple people that came back from where they were. We'll get to that shortly. This is probably the newest thing. If you guys saw the vlog, I have a new parrot, a new pet parrot, which is a big deal because my bird Maverick the parrot is the staple of my life, my brand. The word means so much to me. And so getting this African gray, who we've named Sir, is massive. This is a big pivotal moment in my life that is symbolic of the evolution that we've had in our content. And here, buddy. Oh, whoa. Bro, he bunny hopped off my fingers. He doesn't know really anything, especially with his muscles. He's so uncoordinated. I on God have never seen an animal this uncoordinated. Like worse than the puppies I see at the Animal Protection League, worse than any of the pets I've had when they were young. He is a baby. He's 3 months old, and his lifespan is 50 years. So he's brand new to the world. He's learning everything. He doesn't really know how to fly. He's ran into the fridge a couple times, and we've been closing his cage when we're not around him, obviously, because of what happened with Maverick and shit. And then just like we don't trust him.
This is fascinating. I hope this is the new norm.
What's he doing?
He's just on your head.
And he's beautiful.
Yeah.
So the reason I have wanted this type of bird for so long is because they're smart. They can speak up to 1,000 words. They have the intellect of a 5-year-old, and they have very distinct personalities. Personality.
They have great personality.
But yeah, I've been devoting all my energy to becoming his father. I am a bird guy. It's weird. Like, do you think women my age will think that's weird? Honestly?
I think a person that respects and loves animals will understand your connection with this beautiful beast.
Danny, do you think it's weird? Be honest. Is it weird how much I like birds? Actually, no. She says no. All right. I just like, I feel like the equivalent of a cat lady is what I've been saying. And yeah.
It's different when you have a laser hawk, right?
And that's him.
He's a velociraptor, just kind of evolved a little bit more smaller, but just majestic, you know? Look at that thing.
Yeah, way cool. So this is obviously one exciting thing that's happened in our life. And I guess another like pretty cool, exciting thing you guys probably should have realized by now. Mike's back.
Oh.
What's up, motherfuckers?
He's to my left. There he is. And he's been gone for a week to, I mean, what, like elope with Lana Rhodes? Or how's that going? Do you hate each other yet? Or
I mean, hey, man, I got to make ends meet somehow. I've been homeless to an extent.
Oh, so you have been sleeping on the streets?
No,
he was on vacation.
All right. Performance of the night is Casey and Beza, and the fight of the night was Vera versus is not.
This video is sponsored by Manscaped. Is the only.
Non lo puoi.
La puta mierda de tu pinche puta perra. Hello? Oh, my bad, bro. I stepped on some fucking shit, dude, and I'm like, your fucking dog. Is it? So it's a good car then. I'm just fucking around, man. Man, I'm sorry to hear that, bro. That sucks. Um, Man, I need a freaking truck, dude. We're actually fucking. We need a truck like for work, man. Bad, man. So that's why I stepped on shit, bro. Cause I'm about to go over there. Oh man. Yeah. Yeah. Fuck. All right. Well. Yeah. Yeah. It's 'cause I already got my kids in the car and stuff, you know. But well, I mean, yeah. Nah. Fuck no. All right then. Yeah, dude. 'Cause I'm about to drive with her, bro, with my kids and my lady and everything, you know. And that what? All right. Yeah. No. 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 For sure. So I'll see you in like an hour, man. All right, man. Thank you.
That was some fucking complete bullshit.
men's brand dedicated to
happening June 6th, or do you know what's going on with that?
What did they do?
Just said coming in.
This video is sponsored by Manscaped.com. Manscaped is the only men's brand dedicated to below-the-waist grooming and hygiene. The Lawnmower 3.0 trimmer features a cutting-edge ceramic blade to prevent manscaping accidents and keep you clean and fresh down there. And for a limited time, subscribers get not one, but 2 free gifts worth $60. So don't wait. Click the link in the description and head over to manscaped.com. Use promo code MMA20 to get 20% off plus free shipping.
Hi from Jacksonville, Florida for the 3rd UFC fight night this week. It's time to rock the octagon again. What an historic week, and I hope you all enjoy. Big cheers, no fears forever. You know, I always believe that. Stay safe, stay sane, and enjoy the show. I'm smiling underneath this. Believe me, I am smiling.
Oh, that's trouble.
Plenty of time to work on the ground.
There it is.
And there's the tap from Dante Mays.
There it is.
Rodrigo Nascimento.
Oh, that's tight.
There it is.
That arm is tight.
There it is. Casey with her first finish since 2016.
Remember, you only tequila shots. My birthday was on the 5th. I get tequila and tacos.
Deal.
Later in the broadcast. Excited. Whether it was during a pandemic or just a normal fight week, I was just happy to get the finish. Man, just more wins to come and just staying healthy and happy and, you know, making sure my family's fed.
Boom. Oh, that was a clean one. Oh my goodness. Oof.
For the winner by unanimous decision, Nate the Train Landwehr.
Hey, we here, baby. Take the train shit.
Feel good. Feel like a winner, baby. Feel a little bloody and feel great, man. It feels good. Not only to win, but just have a great show, man. That's what I want, a great show for the fans. I think I beat him just as bad as the champ beat him. I mean, I think I beat him bad as anybody else has beat him. I mean, he's beat a lot of good people, and he's had close fights with a lot of people. I think I beat him pretty handily. I think he was a lot tired. I think I could have poured it on just a little bit more if I wasn't doing so much entertaining. But, I mean, I think I just proved that I'm one of the most elite fighters on the planet.
For the winner by unanimous decision, Chikaze.
Great fight, brother. Great fight. One division above. Went out there, gave it your all. That's it, man. That's it. Great job.
The knee. This is it. Trailblazer Holland. Wow. First round knockout.
To hit the elbow and then instantly throw the body shot with the knee, you know, Muay Thai is definitely went up. I get some Muay Thai points on that. I really want this drop to 170, and I want to put in work that division. You know what I mean? 170. I'm the 170 pounders. I used to be a 170er. I got my first belt at 170. I got my second belt at 185 when I was outside of the UFC. So I want to rinse and repeat. I want to do the same thing in the UFC. I'm hype off myself. I'm hype off the sport. I'm hype off of what we got going on. I'm happy to be the first sport back. I'm ready to get it. If breaking barriers is what we got to do to stay active, let's do it.
That's by Asa. That's it.
Man.
another knockout.
You know, the company, I'm just super thankful to be here because I know a lot of guys didn't believe that I should be here, but I wanted to come in here and prove that I belong. And I think fighting the immortal Bat Brown and getting a win, I think that proves that I belong here. So.
For the winner by unanimous decision, Sonya Dawn.
一致性判定呢，我有点诧异，所以我以为会是分歧判定。
So he didn't prepare this fight for a long time, and then he was thinking maybe it's a split decision, but when it's like unit decision, he feels good. But he said he didn't do this fight very good.
For the winner by unanimous decision, Christoph Chatko.
This is just beginning to be the successful. This is my comeback for my 3-lose streak. Now I have 3-win streak, and I go down, go up.
For the winner by split decision, Dan 50K.
Edson's so good, man. People don't realize just because he's had a skid in his last 5 fights does not take anything away from that guy. That guy's only lost to the best guys. He's only lost to the Khabibs, the Gaethjes, the Felders, and now the Igues. So that puts my name up there as one of the best guys in the world. I want to go on this title run, dude. 6 in a row. It's not easy. I see myself going out there and I want to get 2-3 good more wins against high-level guys, and you know, I want a shot at Volkanovski if he's still the champ.
David Torelli scores it 29-28 Medalia. And Christian Lee scores the contest 29-28 for the winner by split decision.
What? Oh, that was a ring. What?
Angela's a tough opponent. You know, I knew it was gonna be tough. She's coming out of a 3-win streak, so like I knew she was gonna bring the pressure. You know, and like we training under crazy conditionings right now. We're going through a crazy pandemic in the world. You know, and we got in there and we had an amazing fight.
Gliana steps in. Alistair Overeem with the second round TKO.
$18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, and that should be good.
Time? 3 minutes exactly.
Happy birthday, dear Alistair. Happy birthday to you. Good job, bro.
You know, I brought my best version of me out here tonight. I take it very serious to training camp and all the details that go with it. And, you know, we just have to get back on the horse, and I think that that's also really important for Walt. So it's just a hats off to him, and he needs to keep going. Well, it's two things that I'm focused on. It's one more crack at the title, and it is also, you know, the closing of my career. We're inching closer. I'm 40, as you mentioned. We're now officially entering the last phase. Yeah, so those are two things: title and finishing my career.
What's up, everybody? It is Saturday, the last day of fight week. We did 3 in a row out here in Florida. I have to call out some people. Governor DeSantis, absolute stud. Thank you for everything you've done for us and letting us come here to the great state of Florida. Mayor Curry, who is an awesome guy. Thank you for everything that you've done for us. I want to call out a couple of the local businesses. 303 Coop here in Jacksonville, incredible restaurant. You know I love my fried chicken, and you have to go there and get the chicken and waffle. This is no bullshit. Everything on their menu is incredible, but the fried chicken and waffles are off the charts. This place, Florida Extreme, badass, incredible gym. These guys have been good to us. These are all the people here locally that have been good to us. All you idiots that are gonna go, oh, you're getting paid for this. I don't get paid to post anything. I post people that are cool, people that are real, and when we go into these, these different cities, we meet so many cool people, and there's so many great businesses in all these different cities around the world. Those are just a couple I wanted to call out here in Florida. Thank you, Florida. I appreciate you. An incredible, badass week of fights.
What's up, everybody? Brett Okamoto from ESPN here with the newly crowned UFC interim lightweight champion, Justin
I was shocked that he came out for the 5th. I didn't think he would come out for the 5th. I thought his corner would have stopped it. You know, I'm no doctor, but I'll be shocked if he doesn't have a broken orbital, because every time he got punched, he reacted. You know, at one point, you know, I got monitors in front of me, and I said to my guys, I go, you know, Teixeira's punching him in the face, and he reaches out and handed something to the ref, and the ref put it in his pocket. I was like, what the did he just gave something to the ref, and the ref put it in his pocket? What could he possibly? He was picking up his teeth and giving his teeth to the referee, and the referee was putting them in his pocket. When he went back to his corner, all he kept telling his corner was, my teeth are falling out. I didn't think he was coming out for the 5th. I didn't think his corner was going to let him come out, but that's between them and their corner, you know? And then, you know, the ref could have stopped that in the 4th, too.
Dana also responded to a reporter who recently criticized the UFC's procedures and protocols surrounding COVID-19.
There was an article in the New York Times today that was very critical of the execution of...
That guy. That guy. You know what happened with that guy? That guy, who's never covered the sport ever before, was writing a story about Endeavor. And then the UFC was one of the Endeavor, you know. And what do you think happened when this guy who, in this paper, covered the UFC when they'd never covered it before? What do you think happened? The story was huge. They did killer traffic. Now they're writing stories 3 a week, and they're posting live results. I don't give a what that guy thinks, what he has to say, or what he writes. Good for him. He's pulling good traffic.
You don't worry about the
I don't give a
Fair enough.
Don't give a Cool. Think about this, guys. You know, a lot of criticism coming into this week, right? The fact that we wanted to go and you know, this head from the New York Times who found out that MMA is popular. We've had 2 events now. All the testing that we've done, 1 positive. It's worked. I mean, we did what we said we would do. I don't want to shoot my mouth off. We got 1 more to go. You know, we still got 1 more event to go. Somebody had to get out and be first. And I knew we would be. And I knew that we could pull it off safely. Health, like I told you before, health and safety is something that we worry about all the time. So, yeah, so far, it's been super successful.
John Jones calls out Francis Ngannou and challenges him to fight at heavyweight. Speaking on Twitter, Jones says, who would you guys consider the quicker and more technical striker, Thiago Santos or Francis? If you guys think I wouldn't take this fight, you're insane. I have absolutely nothing else to prove at light heavyweight. I'd love that big money fight right around now. Send the deal. And Ngannou responded, if you think you can handle my technique level, that's fine. But I agree with you that you have nothing left to prove in the light heavyweight division and that this should be for bags. Ben Rothwell speaks after his split decision win over Irvin St. Preux at UFC Jacksonville. Rothwell says that Stipe Miocic's inactivity is destroying the heavyweight division and that the UFC should create an interim heavyweight title.
I don't want to come at the guy because he's got a lot of people that love him. Oh, he's a first responder. I'm not gunning on that. But he could be first responding as a volunteer. Let's be honest, he's a volunteer. Ohio's not on fire. It's not necessary. And he made an obligation to be the heavyweight champ. This is what you got to focus on this. Me and all the people tonight and Saturday night and next Saturday night, we're all training. And I know his trainer will open the gym and train for him. That's why I was upset, because I'm like, Stipe, I like the guy. I do. He's obviously, he's gonna go down in the Hall of Fame. He's a great heavyweight. I wish he would have said nothing. He let all the talk make him say something that's not him. That's not his character. Why did you say this stuff? You're better than that. You don't need to say that stuff, because I don't feel like it was true. I feel like he broke his character saying this stuff. You can go in the gym and train. Your first response stuff, I think he pulls on people's heartstrings for it. But we all know, like, hey man, he's gonna come in here and make real money being a heavyweight champ. You pick and choose your priorities. I respect the guy though. He's a hero. He's awesome. But for all of us fighting, especially us older guys, man, we gotta get this division moving. The heavyweight division of all things had a Cain Velasquez destroy the division by sitting on the belt for almost, I don't know, something stupid like 5 years. We can't let that happen again. We can't. We gotta move on. Make an interim belt then. Just do it. We do it all the time. Make an interim belt. Let Francis and whoever fight. Just let's get it. And when Stipe comes back, fight.
Marvin Vettori speaks on his altercation with Carl Robertson at the UFC Jacksonville Fighter Hotel. This happened after Robertson withdrew from the scheduled bout due to medical issues.
Here I am, another time. This time we go really, really close. I'm basically a few hours away. I'm absolutely ready to fight. And here we are again, adding another to the record that out a few hours before the fight this time. I called it before, he was a broken man. From now on, please call me the Mystic Vettori. I called it, he was a broken man back then, and he's a broken man now. And again, I'm not gonna fight. Tonight, we'll see if anything changes, maybe later in the week or who knows when. Because I'm in the best promotion in the world, but people still can't make it all the way to the cage with me. Crazy. The Mystic Vettori. Listen, boys, all of you out there saying that you might want to fight me, so you either don't have to have a fight on the 16th because they're not going to scratch a fight to make mine happen. And second of all, you have to fight me today because I'm not going to make weight by Friday again, right? I'm not a fucking robot. I'm fully recharged. How the fuck am I going to make weight on Friday? So if you're going to say that you want to fight me, you don't have to have a fight, and you have to be able to make weight basically now. Hey, Neil Magny, I saw you wanting to step in, and I'm absolutely down to fight you. There's just one problem with the weight. I won't be able to weigh in 185 on Friday, but I want it, you want it, and I'm absolutely ready to do it. If there's a will, there's a way. So UFC and Mick, let's make it happen. Let's do it. Neil, I'm ready. Let's go.
Ben Askren gives his thoughts on Jon Jones moving up to heavyweight. He also speaks on the current state of the bantamweight division following Henry Cejudo's retirement.
I do not think Jon Jones is unbeatable because, man, he has looked very, very human in his last couple fights, whereas, you know, say like 5 years ago, or said, I don't really see him losing. Now that's not quite the case.
I can't get for the life of me why Jon Jones won't go up to heavyweight. I mean, Stipe is literally a 230-pound person. He's not cutting weight. He just weighs 230 pounds. That's how big he is. Like, you know, go fight. You know, go fight Stipe. I think it would just add to his legacy, and I don't really know why he won't do that. Opinions of Peter Yan getting robbed from a title shot. Well, I don't know what they're going to do at 135. Obviously, the belt is now up for grabs. Henry's retired, which means if he says he's retired, the belt is vacated. So I think Henry said put a 4-person tournament together. I like that. I like it a lot. I like, you know, I would probably, man, I should bring up the rankings here. Let me see. Aljo, you got Marlon Moraes. You got Peter Yan. Those are the obvious three. Who's my last one that needs to go in that tournament at 135? Oh, Sandhagen. That would be good. Okay, that's my fourth. So we got Sandhagen, we got Aljo, we got Peter Yan, we got Marlon Moraes. 4-man tournament for the belt at 135. We solved it.
Unseen footage of Dana White giving a tour of the UFC Apex Center in Las Vegas. If all goes to plan, the UFC will be hosting an event here on May 30th.
I figured I would share this with you guys. So you guys have heard of the Apex. We built the big Apex Center right next to the offices, and we built another gym in here. This isn't the PI. This is just like an extension of the PI. This literally just got finished not too long ago. This is our new gym over at the Apex. I just walked in to check it out, so I figured I'd share it with you guys. It's fucking... For those of you that are just tuning in, this is our headquarters here, and this is the new gym we just built that just got done inside the Apex. And if you come look out the window over here, we own this piece of land right here in between, and then right over there is UFC headquarters. That's UFC. And this is the gym inside the Apex. Just got finished. That's it. I just came over and was checking it out, so I figured I'd show it to you guys too.
Thank you so much for watching, guys. If you enjoyed the content, please like the video and don't forget to subscribe for daily MMA and combat sports news.
Так, красавчик, блядь, с квадратным лицом. А вдруг там красавчик с квадратным лицом, да. Оля, блядь, Газ пишет. Оля, пизди, сука, пизди. Ты будешь как зайчик сидеть, прятаться, блядь. Ебанутый, скажите. Он лох, блядь. Так, ну ладно, в Самару, блядь. Куда ты предлагаешь мне поехать? На какое, блядь, море, ребята? А что, можно куда-то выехать? Я готова выехать. Если куда-то нужно выехать, я готова. Нет, просто вот реально, ребят, да, он,
What's
конечно,
up, chat? How you doing?
и все такое, но, блядь, а
Coming in, man. Please,
может он как Саша Белый, блядь, какой-нибудь.
if you like the content, however small it is, make sure to follow. Greatly appreciate
Он вот
it.
так вот, он где-то там в ФСБ работает, блядь, узнал мой номер, мой адрес, все ради любви, понимаете? Вот, может, он такой. Оль, поехали на море, на любое, которое хочешь. А в качестве кого? Я буду твоей подружкой, блядь, или кем? Как ты это представляешь? Ну неплохо, ладно. Смотри, я в ДНР. Как мне это сделать? Как мне с тобой на море поехать? Так, блин. Как мне с тобой на море поехать, чувак? А ты не чувствуешь себя высокомерной? Нет, вообще ни капельки. Я чувствую, что мужики, которые меня окружают, пиздоболы. Вот. Что у Буси самое лучшее, блядь? Олли, Гроги, Броник, блядь. Гроги, блядь, правильно. Гроги, конечно. Гроги, да. Гроги. В качестве подружки, боже, спасибо тебе, блядь. Не боишься смерти? Да не знаю, блядь. Ну я, типа, не собираюсь умирать сейчас. Нет, сейчас бы я не хотела умирать, потому что я наконец-то в своей жизни и все такое. Вот, так что я не думаю, нет. Так, просто ебаться за ними уход, блядь, как за листом нужен, блядь. За каким листом? Ни одного слова и запроса не разумею, блядь. Сделайте другое, не разумею, блядь. А кто создает эти ебанутые голосования? Скажите, пожалуйста. Ребята, теперь важная вещь. Я хочу включить духовку. Для того, чтобы включить духовку, нужно очень, блядь, вообще пиздец схему провернуть, блядь. Так он мне предлагает на море, когда границы откроют. Малыш, так границы, может, через 2 года, блядь, откроют. Сейчас, подождите. Ой, блядь, ой-ой. Мяу! Я не могу ее включить. Ребят, у меня проблема. Духовка не работает. Блядь, я не могу ее включить, отвечаю. Подождите. Я не могу включить кнопку, блядь. Подождите. Сломалась, блядь. Сломалась, подождите.
Это, конечно, пиздец. И ее смотреть, это можно застрелиться просто.
Отставлю, блядь.
Я просто в шоке.
Блядь, не могу включить, не робит.
Her Twitch name is
Тут надо очень сильно
Буся 18+. Oh my god, man, this is something else. Maybe she's genius at the same time, though.
Она вечно выпадает, блядь. Оля, привет, блядь. Реально, что с ДНР брошенный получается, блядь. Да. А вот реально, что с ДНР, блядь? Ну сейчас ничего, мы не признанная республика, вся хуйня, блядь. Так, сейчас я сделаю духовку, ребят, все будет хорошо. Так, током не ёбнись. Техника на грани фантастики. Сейчас. Да я не знаю, как ее включить, блядь. Видите? Тут проблема. Тут, короче, вот эта хуйня, вот эта кнопка, она выпадает, и нужно очень сильно придавить. У меня столько сил нет, блядь, что это сделать. И она разваливается у меня. Есть настоящие мужчины, блядь, которые починили бы мне духовку, ребят. Как вы думаете, это сложно починить? Ребят, это можно дома починить, чтобы мужик дома починил сам? Или нет, это в ремонт надо нести? Да. Как это сделать? Как это починить? Просто мне один тип сказал, что это надо только в ремонт отдать, потому что, в домашних условиях починить нереально. Он сказал, это надо только специализированным в сервис, центр, короче, отдавать. Так. Сейчас приду, блядь. Он тебе соврал, блядь. Так, Буся заебала, ты включишь для серьезно Петруха всяких, давай с этим что делать? Да давай, блядь. Сука, блядь. Тут без духовочинителя не обойтись. Короче, мне тип сказал, что нужно только давать в ремонт, что в домашних условиях такое мужики не могут сделать. Это правда? Так. Пиздец. Ну нахуй, включай сама, блядь. Пусть вчерашний маньяк починит. Так, ладно, подождите. Дать, блядь, оттрахать. Правда, конечно, блядь. Подождите, ребята, подождите, блядь. Это не до мужики не могут. Я поняла. Ну ладно. Блядь, недавно был случай. Попросила типа поменять, блядь, лампочку в коридоре. Ёбаный, блядь, в рот. Ебать, я пожалела об этом. Короче, сначала он оторвал полностью люстру, блядь. Это пиздец был, я отвечаю. Сначала он полностью оторвал люстру. Ну там была такая, знаете, встроенная, как бы, как круглая такая. И тут нужно ее как-то там снять и вовнутрь вкрутить лампочки. Сначала он полностью оторвал люстру, блядь. Потом он вкрутил лампу и говорил, блядь, ну назад ее уже никак не повесить, потому что там все раздрочено. Он вместе с гвоздем, с куском гвоздя вырвал. Потом он вырвал и постоянно на пол сыпались куски потолка, блядь, белые. Ладно, окей. Потом он включил лампочку и говорит, все, я сделал, круто. И только я включаю свет, все взрывается, блядь, охуенно. А потом он сказал, блядь, какие же долбоебы эту люстру делали, типа, пиздец. Ой, блядь, оно там закоротило, наверное, провод дотронулся до гвоздя, типа, знаете, когда до железа дотрагивается, все взрывается. Короче, это пиздец, блядь. Да, привет, Оля, блядь. Короче, и в итоге я говорю, слушай, давай лучше ты не будешь трогать, блядь, мы вызовем электрика, блин. Я сказала, что за него переживаю, но на самом деле я просто поняла, что он долбоёб. Короче, и я такая говорю, давай лучше, короче, ребята, он все раздрочил, все разворотил, теперь эта люстра просто висит, блядь, в низах, понимаете? Колыхается, блядь, бултыхается. А потом он такой говорит, Оля, да давай я сделаю, я сама, он типа сам попробую, я сделаю, давай, понимаете, ребята, если люстра это упадет, что это и произойдет, блядь, после его починки, то тогда она разобьется, и мне придется еще люстру в эту квартиру новую покупать, как бы, что я не очень хочу делать, как вы понимаете, да? Хорошо, что вы током не прибила, блядь. Да, бесплатно тебе хуй кто что сделает, блядь. Буся все порешала, блядь. Привет, Олечка, маленькая заебатая тёлочка. Так, Буся все порешала, блядь. Ну, короче, все. На этой ноте, блядь, чинение люстры закончилось. Я уже думаю, блядь, нахуя вообще эту лампочку было менять? Лучше бы не трогали, понимаете, ребята, да? Так, подождите, я пытаюсь включить духовку, блядь. Чинение, блядь. Ногтем проверни режим. Ты включил уже печку. Я не могу, у меня сил не хватает, блядь. А если я ножом туда полезу, можно? Ногтем, блядь? Ты шуров? Вы уверены, что если, блядь, засуну пальцы внутрь к проводам, то так и нужно? Блядь, я не могу, я клянусь, я не могу провернуть, это пизда какая-то. Оль, давай. Она не включается просто никак. Ну, блядь! Чем залить, блядь? Стоп, это же новая печка за 10к. Да нет, блядь, что микроволновка, это печка. Ты нормальную духовку не хочешь? Нет, блядь. Из розетки не вынула, нет. Подождите, я не вынула из розетки, блядь. Ребяточки. Ты очень тщательно подходишь к стримам, когда я вижу, блядь. Ту духовку твою починить надо, ту лампочку тебе вкрутить, да. Ебать, блядь. Да подождите. Ну это пиздец какой-то. Ребят, если мы не включим духовку, лава кейка не будет, блядь. Понимаете? Ну, блядь, ну как? Я не могу, и все, блядь, это пиздец. Выключить сети, блядь. И что дальше? И что дальше, блядь? Нож тащи. Вы уверены, блядь? Ну, я взяла нож. И что мне делать? Ножом вертеть? Мне кажется, меня уже бьет ток. Блядь, ебаные гении. Как вы это придумали, блядь? Ебать, спасибо! Наконец-то нормальные мужики, блядь, пришли ко мне на стрим! Охуеть! Ура! Спасибо, ребята, мужчины, блядь, слава богу! А мне тип говорит, нет, там сложно, надо только в ремонт нести, по-другому никак. Я клянусь, мне мужик вчера говорил, Оля, надо нести в ремонт, там пиздец, сложная поломка, надо, чтобы специалисты разбирались, блядь. Спасибо большое, блядь. Спасибо, ребята, мне нахуй не нужны никакие мужики, блядь, видите, я сама справилась.
Hey,
спасибо, спасибо, мои зайчики. Наконец-то нормальные мужчины пришли ко мне на стрим. Ура!
Talk to me, my only viewer for today.
Так.
I beg you, just talk to me, man.
Работает, блядь, моя духовка, спасибо.
Don't leave, no.
Охренеть, блядь. Там не думаешь, такая безмозглая, что не включаешь приборы в розетку. Да, блядь, ты что, долбоёб? Блядь, это...
Let me lower her down, man. She is something else. I don't like the way that camera sits like that. I just do not dig that. That's bottom line. That's a little better, maybe. Stool's kind of looking from down up, you know what I mean? Yeah. I'm tired anyway. Oh, we'll change the color here, huh? Of my name. I think it's color. Let's go blue. Did that change? No? Gamble. Okay, yeah, that's it. I've had enough of her.
Да какая разница, блядь, чем посыпать, блядь? Покажи сиськи, блядь. Давайте не будем ничем тогда посыпать. Вы затрахали. Ну нет у меня сахарной пудры, как бы я, блядь, не купила ее, понимаете? Не подумала я об этом. Так, ну шо? Духовка разогрелась, блядь. Нужно отправить 4 наших вот этих, блядь, невероятно. Значит, куда, блядь, в духовку? Да, правильно. Так, итак, сейчас, минуточку, ребят. Видите, я все подготовила,
Hey man, can you open the door for me without waking up your mom?
The door should be open.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
I do have clothes, but I haven't had a chance to wear them. Because they're quarantine Hey, it's a battle between Germany and Turkey. Usually I have more Taiwanese viewers. I've been like South Iceland for 2 months-ish. I'm homesick though. Oh, don't worry. Best mate. Tu posso venire sul capelli? Something about my hair. What are you asking? ASAP, can you help me? What's this cunt asking? Hey, Feed, how are you? You click on their name ASAP. Now he's saying something about my back. What? Did this cunt just say that he wants to come on my back? The motherfucker. He's got banned. Spora means come in Italian, guys. Yeah. I just banned him. You motherfucker! You motherfucker! Who do you think you are? Hey Feed, did you miss me? See, the Europeans are coming online. The Eurocans. They're like the dirty motherfuckers, man. See, it was all calm. Now the cunts are coming online. This is what happened last time, guys. The cunts were coming online. Couldn't deal, you know. This is primo wanking time. Primo wanking time, yeah. I know. I should sign up to Tinder and set the location to Italy and see like how many cunts will like me. Last time I signed up to Tinder and my friend, like this was before all this quarantine stuff, and my friend was like, set it to fucking Barcelona, right? So I set it to Barcelona. I got 1,600 fucking likes in one night. The fuck? Man, these cunts are horny motherfuckers. I didn't even have fucking I have like no crazy pictures or nothing, man. Cause my friend was like, you should suss out the quality. Suss out the quality in fucking in Barcelona. Thanks, Feed. Thanks, babe. Mi molto piace Italia. Voglio la dolce vita. I want to live in Italy, Ares. That's my dream. Is to buy a house in Italy. Hi Leno. I'm not shitting ya, guys. I want to move to Italy. I look at houses all the time. High blue cheese.
It's not that bad.
It's not that bad. It's not that bad. How can I buy you guys a beer? I should buy my bonds a beer or something. I'll get all your PayPals, you know. And I'll give you guys all like beer money. Uber Eats money. Thanks, ASAP. I appreciate it, darling. Yeah, guys, like legit. Fuck, I can't wait. I look at houses in Italy all the time. Yeah. I've been to Switzerland, Italy, Austria. I've been to Gran Canaria. Bali, Thailand, Indonesia, Thailand. I want to travel more. What type of lifestyle do you want to do in Italy? La Dolce Vita, Ares. I want like to have a art studio. I want to have grow all my vegetables. Have dogs. I'm a Mia sono ragazza molto semplice. Voglio I want a simple life. You know, I want a house, you know, I want a house for like security. Because I'm a simple fucking chick. Guys, like I don't want much. I don't need much in life. Nah, Rez. I want no, La Dolce Vita is Dolce Sweet Vita is life. It's like the sweet life, you know. That's what I want. Hi, Bouncy Beaver. Yeah, I want like. Sì, sono molto semplice. You know, cooking. You know, kids. I just like save money so I can buy a house, create passive income streams, and then I can do it, you know. I don't need craziness. Thank you, Orion. Oh, really? ASAP? Are you really? No, I don't have Instagram. What do I do for my primary income? I'm a cam model. Yeah. I know. People really don't read the title. What's a cab model? I get my pussy out.
No, I don't get.
No, I don't get my pussy out, but I work in the adult industry. Sorry,
V.
Sorry, V. I'm just saying the fucking truth. I'm just saying the truth, man. I do work in the adult industry. Hey, Drizzle. Guys, it's hard work. It's hard work thing. It's hard work. Why come on Twitch for fun? Virtual, and you know what? You can't tell me nothing, man. Because I don't make money off Twitch, you cunt. So I can do what the fuck I want. Yeah. This ain't my job. You're one of those. You're making money off of nerds. Cunt. You have no idea how much cam models make. That's fucking real, man. CRS, that's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. I want big garden. Hey Cebu, how are you? I just want like a simple house. I want a big garden. I don't care about fucking fame and shit like that. That's why I have Instagram and the rest of it. Like, yeah. Anyway, you guys keep me company because I'm here all by myself, fucking, bored. But it was good being banned off of Twitch because it enabled me to reevaluate my goals and what I want. Yeah, I want garden with a big house, grow vegetables, a big, Terra Nova or a German Shepherd, like a big dog. E 3 bambini. I want 3 kids. CRS. I will move to Italy. That's the dream, man. Un ragazzo e un bambina e una bambina e una ragazzo. Oh, no, bambino, right? No worries, Orion. Oh my god, seriously, can I just say thank you so much to you guys? Like, you guys who helped me moderate, like, honestly, you guys really like don't even know how much it helps me and how much I appreciate it, because some of these cunts, man, they fucking test me. Like I can take a lot of fucking cunts, but some cunts fucking test me. Yeah. I needed help from the fucking moderators, man. Like, my moderators are all fucking sick cunts. I'm so grateful for them. They make a fucking difference, legit. Seriously. Fuck. Before I like couldn't deal, man. I was like, some comments I get are so fucking stupid. I was like, man, you really haven't lived life. You really lack maturity. You know that's the stereotype I fucking hate the most? I hate the stereotype that people who are nerdy or like nerdy things are smart. Like just because you're nerdy doesn't make you smart. You can be a dumb fuck. Just because you're at home fucking and you read your books and shit like that, don't mean they make you smart, you cocksucker. Like, I hate that stereotype that nerdy people are smart, and then they look at like girls people who look like bimbos and that, they're like, she's such a dumb cunt. Motherfucker, like, you get me? You get me? Do you guys know?
Disclaimer. When I die, I want to be put into orbit around Earth in a flying kick position. This is my dream. My dream. My dream. My dream. My dream. This is my dream. Disclaimer. When I die, I want to be put into orbit around Earth in a flying kick position. This is my dream. My dream. My dream. My dream. My dream. This is my dream.
Damn, son, where'd you find this? Smoke weed every day.
Shut the fuck up!
for us now. All of them.
For the Alliance!
It's not just the ships, the armor, or aircraft. It's the will to fight and determination to win, found inside every Marine. Battles won.
How about no?
No.
No way.
Come on, no. No.
No.
No. Only Discover has no annual fee on any card.
lose ourselves in the spirit of things. We lose our sight when we put our trust in things of this material world, of things that fade away. Let me keep coming back, 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 keep I will let you win this game. Take me out when I'm down. 'Cause with you I'm safe and sound. 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 Safe and
there's a distance between us. It's getting hard to reach out. Haven't seen you in seasons, but all I hear is your voice. I know my limits, you can break me down, but I'll stay till the finish line. And I've been counting minutes for quite some time now, just to see you again. And I've been counting days to get away, to see you again, see you again. Been fighting ways to get away, to see you again, see you again. We got millions of reasons to let it all go. Hope we're not too broken. I know I'm not always strong. And I've been counting days to get away, to see you again, see you again. Been fighting ways to get away, to see you again, see you again.
Settling in okay?
Yeah. Are you both,
Dead?
Yeah.
Yep.
Welcome to Lakeview, a digital afterlife environment. Enjoy.
The ads know us better than we know ourselves.
10 signs you're invading someone's personal space.
Sorry, bro.
So I understand you were in a bad place yesterday. It's only weird if you make it weird.
Sex Quest is back. Still free, now with multiplayer. Travel to Planet Bezoik, Zorch evil Flemoids, or your friends, and open a whole bunch of doors. Sex Quest, download on Steam today.
There's no secret. I wanna know, was it serious? I need it clear, my best friend. Is it easy to show with the weight of the world on my shoulders?